Another season is upon us. Freshmen arrive wide-eyed with dreams of future glory, while seniors prepare for their last chance at immortality. There are only a handful of these opportunities in a man's life, a handful of chances to distinguish yourself from the rest. It's on these fields where history is made, where legends begin and heroes triumph. Traditions tell the story of what you represent, of those that forge the legacy you uphold. When you come charging out of the tunnel, 100,000 people will be watching your every move. How you respond to that pressure is what defines you. These are the moments that reveal your toughness, your determination, and your pride. The Roughnecks on the Sooner Schooner. Ralphie charging out of the gate. And Chief Osceola planting his spear. The time has come. Your time is now. Another season.
Welcome everybody to a brand new edition of College Football Red Zone, here exclusively not only on the YouTube platform but also the Twitch platform as well. Appreciate everyone tuning in regardless of where you're from or what platform that you are happening to be listening to right about now. This week, the more announcement fans and the more casual fans will tell you that this week may not have nearly as much importance. I mean, we do only have one top 25 game happening this weekend. This is a perfect time to get some yard work done in order to try and go and maybe get that ferocious fall wedding taken care of. But you're wrong. Those announcement fans are wrong. The casual fans are wrong. We have pivotal matchups happening all over this country. We have under-the-radar games happening all over this country, which really sets things up for exactly why College Football Red Zone is around here tonight. We have some massive games happening around the country, and so with that being said, let's go ahead and check that out and see what we got going on. Let's go ahead and now check out the Red Zone report featuring all the games that we have happening throughout the nation here tonight. So we get things rolling here, starting with the noon window. Lots of things happening in terms of the noon window. We are all over it. But with that being said, the biggest thing happening in the noon window, in our opinion, is Liberty and Jacksonville State. This has major, I mean major implications happening in this matchup here today. We're talking about in the Conference USA, settling that pecking order, second potentially meet up for conference game appearance. That's going down, and of course, wider implications in the 2-5 in the overall college football playoff picture. But then we have also several other games that could really go down to the wire that we're excited to watch. We're extremely excited to cover here in number 2. How about Baylor versus SMU, for example? The Baylor Bears coming off of a loss against Auburn. They're looking to rebound against SMU, who gets their first true test here over the course of this weekend, because we will be doing SMU play their toughest opponent yet. Illinois and Duke. Illinois, very highly regarded in the preseason, taking on Darren Mensa and the Duke Blue Devils. Duke was a little bit shaky there in that first half before finally pulling it together versus Elon, not the tech giant either. Duke at home as well, looking to pull the upset off against a top 15 opponent. How about Central Michigan coming off of one of the more stunning wins that we saw last week, beating San Jose State on the road? Well, now they're taking on a solid Pitt squad as the Chippewas look to get off to a 2-0 start under their head coach, Max Drinkfall. But Pitt, they're looking to prove that, that first half of the season, that's who they truly are in 2025. And if they are, then Pitt should take care of business. We'll see. Meanwhile, how about one of the most ferocious rivalry games in college football, the Battle of the Cy-Hawk Trophy, where historically Iowa has had their way with Iowa State in Ames, but can Iowa State use their home field advantage? They come in as a short favorite. They come in ranked inside the top 25, according to our Redshirt Sports Top 25 poll. But can they handle their own against Iowa, who traditionally always seems to have one of the more disciplined defenses over the course of the entire nation? Meanwhile, how about San Jose State? Can they rebound off of a matchup against the Texas Longhorns? Both teams coming off of a loss. Central Michigan obviously looking a little bit shakier. They were a 2-touchdown favorite, but they could not find a way to get it done in their home building. They're going to have to try to figure some things out against this Texas team, where Arch Manning in particular looking shaky in their matchup against the Ohio State Buckeyes, their new #1 ranked team in the nation. How do they fare, and how does Arch Manning look specifically? Meanwhile, how about Virginia and North Carolina State? Don't let this fool you. This is not an ACC matchup. This is actually a non-conference matchup because it was happening outside of the typical ACC rotation. They wanted to play each other a little bit sooner. So this is actually a non-conference game. Virginia looking really good against Coastal Carolina. We'll see if they can continue to carry that, as they're a short underdog against NC State, who had a really strong first half, but then they took their foot off of the gas pedal and ends up losing some momentum against East Carolina, nearly losing that game as well. We also do have our fair share of blowouts, of course. FIU taking on Penn State. Penn State coming in as a top 5 ranked team in the nation. FIU could surprise some people in Conference USA, but that could quickly turn into a splattering. Same could be said about Kent State. Shout out to the Golden Flashes for winning their very first matchup in almost 2 seasons. They finally get a win against Merrimack. Texas Tech will be a much higher caliber opponent, just ranked in the top 25 for the first time this season in what we have going on in the Redshirt Sports Top 25. Glad that some of the other pollsters can join me in ranking Texas Tech. And then, but what about Kennesaw State and Indiana? On paper, Indiana comes in as a heavy favorite. But at the same time, we saw Kennesaw State give Wake Forest a lot of trouble going in. So can Kennesaw State do the same thing? And can Indiana rebound after a little bit of a shaky performance against Old Dominion? Can they put some of those early concerns to bed here tonight? Finally, to cap things off, in terms of the noon window, we'll now go ahead and check in UConn taking on the Syracuse Orange. UConn, one of the better teams in the G5, a short underdog against Syracuse, coming off of a neutral site loss to the Tennessee Volunteers. Lots of concerns about the Syracuse defense after week 1, after they had 40 dropped on their head. We'll see if Frey and Brown can right the ship in a game that they really need to try and go out and win, because that game is pivotal in terms of the overall success of Syracuse season. They need to look better in their home opener against the UConn Huskies. That absolutely needs to happen. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and check out the free 30 window. And thankfully, we do have a much more comprehensive free 30 window than what we saw last time around, right? Free 30 was a little bit underwhelming, but we have a lot of more action-packed games. How about 4 games in particular that could really help decide the overall picture of the G5 playoff picture? How about, let's get things started here. A game that I really wish was not on ESPN Plus, Texas State and UTSA. That is the battle of I-35. Texas State just won their first ever game in this rivalry. They're still trailing 5-1, and they're looking to make it 2 in a row against UTSA. And guys, if you have ESPN Plus, highly recommend that you guys go in and check this game out, and do it as soon as possible, because guys, these two fan bases genuinely hate each other. You gotta check this game out and do it as soon as possible. Meanwhile, we have some games happening featuring American Conference teams, starting off with UAB taking on Navy. We did see UAB escape a near upset against FCS Alabama State. Well, now they go on the road for the first time this season to take on Annapolis, Maryland, and this Navy midshipman squad. Navy coming off of a extremely dominating win over another FCS opponent in the VMI Cadets. Shout out to our future military members either way. Meanwhile, speaking of the American, we have North Texas taking on Western Michigan. The Broncos giving Michigan State some fits in the second half after Aiden Childs and the boys got off to a strong start in week number 1. But Western Michigan got to figure some things out offensively. Did not score. Actually, they did score a touchdown, but it wasn't an offensive touchdown. So definitely some things that they have to figure out on the offensive side of the ball, and they're going to have to do it quickly because it looks like the Mean Green are going to have an offensive machine yet again this year, putting up 50 on Lamar, but also showing some signs of defensive improvement. We'll see if that's validated or not as North Texas plays its first FBS opponent this year. They will not have any power conference opponents that North Texas will be displayed up against. So North Texas is going to have to be one of those teams that is going to have to go undefeated to have a shot at the playoff. We'll see if Western Michigan can compete with North Texas. I'm very intrigued from that perspective. And then, of course, we have an earlier game happening on the West Coast. Fresno State taking on Oregon State. Big game for Oregon State here from a perception standpoint. This time next year, we're talking about Oregon State and Fresno State as a Pac-12 conference matchup. But Oregon State just 2 years ago was a firm card-carrying member of the Power 5. And if they want to try to consider themselves as part of that Power Conference status, really handling business against Fresno State is on that to-do list. It really is, but it's not going to be an easy task. Fresno State riding high off of a 42-14 victory over Georgia Southern, a team that I have genuinely high expectations for in the Sun Belt. Can Fresno State make it 2 in a row and get Oregon State to start off 0-2 on the season? We'll also check out some other games happening in the 3:30 window. How about Kansas and Missouri, for example, happening in the border war? First time that we see this matchup happen since 11:30, or not 11:30. I'm stupid. Since 2011. Wow, that is such a brain fart by your boy. So glad to see this rivalry game. It needs to happen every year because that's the part of what makes college football special, the regionality of it. So glad to see these two teams playing again, and it should be a very competitive game as Jalen Daniels and company looking to try and upset Bo Pribola and this Missouri Tigers squad on the road. How about also some SEC action kicking off? Ole Miss ranked inside the top 20 according to our official poll in Red Shirt Sports, the official top 25 poll of college football Redzone, are taking on the Kentucky Wildcats, who have struggled in recent memory, but have always found a way to compete with Ole Miss. Can they clip off the Rebels for a second year in a row, or will Lane Kiffin finally figure things out in Lexington, Kentucky? More on them in a second. How about Bowling Green coming off of their very first win of the 2025 college football season and the Eddie George era, beating Lafayette last week? Well, now they take on a significantly stronger opponent in the Cincinnati Bearcats, who, yes, they did end up losing in that Thursday night, 9 p.m. Eastern kickoff against the Cornhuskers. That was essentially a road game. But at the very least, they were competitive, and they showed signs that they could be a better team than last year. Cincinnati should be a much better team on paper, but watch out for Bowling Green, though. They do, in fact, have the power of friendship, and who could forget about Pudgy, one of the more lovable animals in college football right now. Watch out for the Bowling Green Falcons, utilizing the power of friendship and Pudgy the Cat. How about Delaware playing their first ever FBS program as an FBS team themselves? No, Colorado is not hosting an FCS team anymore. We left that in 2024. This Delaware team looks solid, not a liquid or a gas by any means. They beat Delaware State or Colorado, looking for their first win of the season. They lost a close one to Georgia Tech, a ranked Georgia Tech team, according to the Redshirt Sports Top 25. We'll see if Caden Salter and the boys can get that very first win of the season. Or could Delaware pull off a big-time upset, a surprising upset in Boulder, Colorado? Primetime Sanders still trying to prove that he can win consistently without his two players that were drafted into the NFL, and Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. Do have a few other games happening in the free 30 window that could very well end up being in splattering territory, but we are monitoring closely. Oklahoma State traveling to Eugene, Oregon to take on the Oregon Ducks. Oregon coming in heavily favored as a 28.5-point favorite. Could be splattering territory as Oregon seeks to prove that they are a top 5 team in the nation, and dominating Oklahoma State without its starting quarterback, by the way, would be a extremely big step in terms of making that happen. Or what about the Clemson Tigers, fresh off of a loss against LSU in Death Valley? So they are no longer the OG Death Valley because they did lose that Battle of Death Valley once and for all. Well, now we're going to take it on the Troy Trojans, who did beat Nichols, solid FCS team who did bring down a top 10 FCS program in their right. So Troy able to find a way to get a tricky win that could have been a little bit of a trap game for the Trojans, but they're going to be heavily outmatched against Clemson, looking to kind of really take out some of their frustrations that they've had in the LSU game and taking it out on this Troy team. We wish them the best of luck in their endeavor. It could end up being a splattering as well. How about the Miami Redhawks? Shut out last week against the Wisconsin Badgers on the road. We will see the Redhawks once again playing on the road, this time against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. You saw them really struggle defensively against Ohio. Ohio puts 30 plus on the board. So in terms of the Miami offense versus the Rutgers defense, we have a movable option, a movable object go up against a stoppable force between the Miami offense and the Rutgers defense. Very curious to see how that matchup turns out. Could be entertaining as well. I can't wait to see how that unfolds. Checking in up next, this is the 7 o'clock window. So these are all games that are starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. 3 more key games that we are definitely keeping an eye on. How can we not talk about Tulane versus South Alabama? If you guys know about the history of Mardi Gras, this is the Battle of Mardi Gras in a nutshell. South Alabama, the host in Mobile, Alabama, where Mardi Gras was born and raised, taking on the Tulane Green Wave, where you see Tulane. And you know they're not the origin of Mardi Gras, but they certainly throw the biggest parties down there in New Orleans. This is the Battle of Mardi Gras happening at 7 p.m. Eastern between Tulane and South Alabama. Tulane coming in favored somewhat comfortably, about a 13.5-point favorite as of 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll see how that shakes out for the Green Wave as they try to go 2-0 after a strong win against Northwestern. But then we also have Western Kentucky versus Toledo. And this is a measuring stick game, not only for both teams in the context of the G5. This is also a measuring stick game between the top of the Conference USA and the top of the MAC. Toledo coming in as my preseason favorite to win the MAC and possibly have an outside shot of being the representative for the group of 5 to make the CFP, while Western Kentucky also coming in as one of the top teams in Conference USA entering this season. They've looked pretty good in their first 2 games of the year thus far. We're talking about winning by an average of 33 points a game between what they did against Sam Houston and also what they finished doing last weekend against North Alabama. They did unspeakable things to the Lions of North Alabama, but this will be their toughest test yet. And they're also on the road as well. Very excited to see how the 7 p.m. game turns out. This does have significant G5 implications and college football playoff implications in terms of how does the top of the Conference USA stack up against the top of MACtion. Finally, a notable 7 p.m. game happening is Memphis taking on Georgia State. Georgia State, they were embarrassed, they were pantsed, they were bamboozled against Ole Miss. And to be fair, Georgia State would probably tell you, or at least the Georgia State fan base would probably tell you, hey, we probably didn't expect to beat Ole Miss. They wanted to look a lot better than that, 63-7. And now they're taking on the Memphis team. And Memphis, I don't know if people realize this, Memphis got themselves a squad. I ain't going to hoe you whatsoever. Memphis has themselves a football team too, looking to compete in the American, especially when they get into conference play. This is a must-win for both teams if they want to have any sort of consideration for the CFP. That's going to be happening at 7 p.m. Eastern, and that will be happening on ESPN+. Let's now go ahead and check in on the 7:30 window. And we have one standalone game in the 7:30 window. It's Michigan and it's Oklahoma. Michigan coming in ranked number 13 in the nation, according to our Redshirt Sports Top 25, taking on Oklahoma, looking to rank 21st in the nation with what we have going on at Redshirt Sports. This is the biggest game that we have over the course of this entire weekend. And this has some CFP implications as well, obviously, with Michigan and Oklahoma going at it. And really interesting to see, really the chess match between Bryce Underwood, who comes in with so much hype. What does Brent Venables do to confuse one of the most hyped up quarterbacks in recent memory? We'll see how this game plays out. That's happening at 7:30 over on ABC. Few other competitive games I'm certainly excited about in the 7:30 window as well. How about Arizona State taking on Mississippi State? Could be a trap game for the Sun Devils. We saw the offense play solid against Northern Arizona, while Mississippi State thought we might have seen them in a little bit of a trap game, I ain't gonna lie to you, against Southern Miss, led by Charles Huff. And Mississippi State handled them. And they stuffed them in a walker, particularly in the second half. So how solid is Mississippi State? We're going to get a lot of questions answered there, taking on an Arizona State team ranked firmly in the top 15, according to our partners over in Redshirt Sports. We do also have a sneaky good game happening in the 7:30 window as well. Boston College taking on Michigan State as well as what we have going for Boston College. Look, we saw them play well against the talking about a power conference team in Michigan State. Two programs really to defy expectations to be better than expected. So we'll see if we can get some more answers in that Boston College-Michigan State matchup. And then how about Vanderbilt and Virginia Tech? We saw Vanderbilt obviously handle business well against Charleston Southern, but now we'll see Diego Pavia and the boys travel to Blacksburg and take on Virginia Tech, coming off of a loss against South Carolina in the neutral site. Very competitive game down there in Atlanta as well. But now we'll see if Virginia Tech can avoid an 0-2 start to begin their season. Certainly not going to be an easy one. Could swing in either direction as well. Something to definitely keep an eye on during the 7:30 window. Obviously, we also have a few games in the 7:30 window that could have splattering potential. Akron taking on Nebraska, for example. Akron, too dumb as a program to even be eligible for a bowl bid because of the APR scores. Nebraska, we saw them get a gritty win against Cincinnati in the opener. In really, it's listed as a neutral site, but let's be real for ourselves for a split second. That was actually a home game for Nebraska, but another home game for Nebraska just to see if they can build some momentum as we get closer into Big Ten action. Something that we're certainly keeping an eye on moving forward. Georgia Southern, they played Fresno State last weekend. Apparently, according to Clay Howden, his boys did stay over the course of the week so that they can get acclimated to the West Coast time a little bit more. We'll see if that helps against USC, who had arguably one of the most impressive offensive performances last week, putting up 73 points against Missouri State. Also, the return of Clay Helton as well. We do see that return happening. Clay Helton, of course, used to be the head coach of USC quite a bit ago. So hopefully he does get a friendly return back. I know not Lane Kiffin, but Lincoln Riley was calling for it. So we'll see if he gets that love and affirmation that he does deserve before the game. I hope he does, but USC should win pretty comfortably there. Ball State, they were blanked by Purdue. Can they actually put points on the board? We'll see, but they'll take on Auburn, and Auburn, on the other hand, looked better than expected, if I'm going to be honest with you. We saw them not only beat Baylor, but they beat Baylor somewhat decisively, right? So definitely got to give some respect for the Baylor Bears when it's due, by all means. Same for the Auburn Tigers on top of that. So we'll go ahead and, it's going to be a splattering is what I'm going to try to say. Same thing for LSU. They just beat Clemson in their version of Death Valley. They're back in their own Death Valley as well, taking on Louisiana Tech, who I think could be a sleeper to really make some noise in the Conference USA. But if this game is close and we're porting in the fourth quarter, then LSU would probably label that as a little bit of a disappointment as well. Excuse me. But now we check in on some games that they're gonna appear occasionally over the course. They have their own windows per se. So starting at 12:45 Eastern, and this is happening on the SEC Network. Utah State taking on Texas A&M. Texas A&M got a fight from UTSA, a feisty team out of the American, but found a way to pull it out and pull away in the second half. Well, Utah State, they got a solid win against UTEP. Some love being given to UTEP over the course of the offseason. They helped douse those Flames a little bit. So that game is kicking off at 12:45. We do also have a couple of upset alert type games happening in 4 o'clock and 4:15 respectfully. 4 o'clock, we do have, well, it's not Mid-Tennessee State and Wisconsin. Wisconsin is probably going to splatter Mid-Tennessee, but if you're looking for that game, that will be on FS1, and that will kick off after the Kennesaw State and Indiana game that's happening at noon Eastern. Will be part of our initial window. What I really meant to say, though, was particularly happening at 4 to 4:15, ESPNU, Western Virginia, traveling to Athens, Ohio, taking on the Ohio Bobcats. Nearly pulled the upset off against Rutgers. Can they pull it off in their home building, though? That's going to be a $1 million question. West Virginia looked good. We saw them play against Robert Morris, but now we'll see if Rich Rodriguez can have the boys ready to go. And what's going to be a feisty MAC team, Ohio, definitely needs to be taken seriously in that matchup. But then how about USF? One of the biggest surprises in week 1, blowing out Boise State, and now we're going to see them take on Florida. I have them personally ranked in my top 10. I think that highly of the Florida Gators. We'll see if USF can keep it competitive, man. I don't know if it's going to be an outright upset, but man, USF's got some dudes, more dudes than anticipated, right? So that game is going to be happening on the SEC Network for those that do have it, and will kick off after the Utah State and Texas A&M game. Missouri State looking for their first ever win as an FBS program. They'll take it on Marshall. That's happening at 6 Eastern. That will be on ESPN+. Marshall also got selected by Georgia, so both programs looking to take steps forward after having, let's say, less than ideal results. And then finally, we do have Arkansas playing against Arkansas State, which it's funny that you say that, but at the same time, though, we do, in fact, have this game happening for the very first time ever. And I truly mean ever, which is absolutely insane to me. That's absolutely crazy to me as well. But we're having it happen. I think Arkansas does win comfortably here because I don't trust Arkansas State to play defense effectively. So couple more games, and then we'll go ahead and switch over to our custom scorebug as we get ready for the noon window starting up shortly. So, San Diego State is playing Washington State tonight. That's happening at 10:15 Eastern. CFP elimination game right here. And the same could be said about Tulsa versus New Mexico State. That will be happening at around 9 o'clock-ish. That game particularly. I think both of these games are on ESPN Plus, but don't quote me on that. Even though these two games will not appear on a CFP Redzone stream over the course of today, I just wanted to be noted that, hey, these two games are in fact happening, and they will have an effect on the CFP Eliminator that we do weekly here on the channel. So now we go ahead and get ourselves rolling in terms of the custom score bug, and I'm so excited to get this going, man. The custom score bug, which I can actually pull it up. Hang on. All right, there we go. It was just running just a little too slowly for my comfort, but hey, that's okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna change this up a little bit and turn myself into a circle, make myself a little smaller. So normally I would have myself in a different spot, but we had to change things up a little bit. PPWB, what's up, baby? Thank you guys so much for coming through and supporting the channel, man. Truly means a lot for your boy. But as we are waiting, by the way, for those of you that are tuning in live, let me know how we are feeling right now. Like, who's your favorite team? And then also simultaneously, let me know as well what you're feeling in regards to what's the boldest take that you have in terms of the noon window. We're just trying to make sure that we're doing our last checks and making sure that everything is ready. We are going to jump into the key game that we have for the noon window, with that noon game being, and I believe that it is in fact going to be Liberty and Jacksonville State. So very excited to get that going. But we're just waiting, just making sure everything. Appreciate everyone. Oh, you're a CSG Charlotte, dude. I'm sure you're feeling some type of way and excited. We do have some kickoffs starting to happen. UConn and Syracuse did kick off. Looks like what I wanted to turn into originally. Looks like the game that was happening before that is some random soccer game of all things. Is going to looks like it's on hold for the time being. So let's go ahead and tune into what we have in terms of this game. And actually, I'm going to make sure I have. Hang on, I just want to make sure I got system audio going. Let's make sure this is up or properly. All right, so now let me make sure I turn this down a little bit and turn myself up, because I know that was something that happened last stream. All right, let's check in now on Syracuse and UConn getting things kicked off.
This is really one of the top prospects coming out of high school in the 2023 class. He has
and obviously
potential.
If you can't hear the audio in the game audio in the background, let me know, and then I can make as adjustments as needed. As Syracuse gets things started with a nice little throw to begin the game, already across the 40-yard line.
That was occupied by Arante Gatson last year.
Nice job by Angeli of working through his progressions, coming underneath. He had his tight end wide open over the middle, making sure you move the chains.
2 seasons ago, Syracuse saw Valari at quarterback, running back, tight end, and more last year behind Gatson in the tight end rotation. This year, a primary target. First run for Syracuse is blown up. Ben Smiley, the transfer from Virginia, gets in the backfield and sends Will Nixon down for a loss of 2.
Yes. Smiley is a player that UConn coaching staff is really excited about. He's able to quickly come looping around, breaks free. This is a UConn defensive line that's going to give up size to Syracuse Bill within the trenches, but they are very active. Very rarely do they ever just fire off the ball.
See 3 transfers on that defensive line, and all of them have Power 4 conference pedigree: Virginia, Nebraska, and Arizona State. Second down and 12. Blitz coming. Angeli stands in, fires, and completes it to Daryl Gill. Set up 3rd and manageable. Gill at his best game of his career last year against UConn.
But there you see from Angeli just the ability to stand in there. It brought some pressure. Things started to collapse a little bit around him. He just stayed in there, was able to step in that.
Bold prediction that Taylor Morris has another great game. Virginia wins convincingly.
Angeli was very highly touted coming out of high school.
CSC Charlotte, you got UConn winning. I mean, I can certainly see that. They're a short underdog for sure. So, I mean, I'm certainly would not be surprised, especially with how shaky the Syracuse defense looks.
Some confusion in the alignment here for Syracuse as the play clock is ticked down to 3. And the Orange will burn their first timeout. There were a few of those issues in week 1 against Tennessee as well, with a quarterback making his first start for a new team where the Orange had to use timeouts after getting plays in late. So Fran Brown uses his first timeout. 2nd year for Fran Brown with the Orange, and what a first season it was. 10 wins, which tied the longtime Syracuse head coach Paul Pasqualoni for most wins during a first year at Syracuse. There were upsets along the way, including that marquee win over Miami at the end of the year, and they rode Kyle McCord to lead the
B-Dub, I 100% agree with you there. I think Oregon State definitely needs to win, not only just for the sake of their season, but I think that would really help from a perception standpoint as well. Absolutely needs to happen there, 100%.
They always bounce back with a win, and I think that's what Syracuse fans want to see today. Can they get that back? Correct the wrong from a week ago. Get the ship righted and get back in.
All right, guys. So we do already have a team crossing midfield as Texas Tech is going to look forward to the middle, and it's caught! Touchdown! I was getting ready to flip over there, but never mind. Texas Tech already on the board. They're going to get 7 points already. Damn, I was going to flip over there, but I guess we don't have to really worry about that now, do we? Texas Tech getting on the board. A very quick touchdown. By the way, Penn State had them dead to rights on a 3rd down. What happened was there was a penalty in the secondary. So again, Texas Tech a whole brand spanking new set of downs to work from, and it quickly leads to yet another. They score literally on the very next play. So Kent State, they had them stopped, but it didn't work out for them. So yeah, with that being said, first score here on College Football Red Zone Saturday going to be with Texas Tech getting a 7-0 lead on the Golden Flashes of Kent State.
And Willis could certainly catch out of the backfield, but really that's Nixon's forte. He brings a little bit more of that receiving option.
It's an interesting stack.
We do have Syracuse, meanwhile. We looked away from them real fast, but I still have their game audio going, and it looks like they are going to cross the 25. Now they're at the 20, and it looks like they're marked out at the 15. So we're going to chill out at the Syracuse game real fast. We'll see if they can finish this drive out.
Jeff Nixon, as you mentioned, joining the eye with the 2 backs in the backfield, bringing the action to the right, and then the quick throw from the QB over to Gill, who's really the most experienced guy within this program, coming back, one of 5 receivers a year ago.
And also, I will apologize in advance if the game audio in the background is a little bit choppier. I do have significantly more games than what I'm doing here in week number 1. So I do apologize if it's a little bit choppier than usual.
In motion for Syracuse. Angeli throws it underneath, right through the hands of Russell. 185 yards for Daryl Gill last year. It was his first career 100-yard game. Big part to Syracuse's 34-24 win over UConn last year.
Yeah, he certainly he brings the experience. A little bit quiet last week, only 2 receptions for 33 yards. But he has shown what he could do from that really dynamic passing attack a year ago. But that previous play, though, it just seemed like lack of focus, almost a little bit of like laziness and just trying to bring that in. That should have been a completion, as kept what's really been a nice opening drive going.
Second down. Willis gets his second carry, tries to lower the shoulder, and he's completely stacked up by a swarm of Husky tacklers. Antonio Harris Jr. was in the middle of it, transferred from New Mexico and plays defensive end.
Yeah, that UConn D-line, they're going to give up size, but they play with good leverage, very active, always a lot of slants, a lot of movement.
One area where Syracuse wasn't as good as they'd like to be last year was scoring touchdowns in the red zone. In the red zone here, it's a 3rd and 9. Syracuse can get a first down inside the 10. Needs the UConn 7. Angeli has time. Pumps underneath. Nixon finds it, swivels inside, and gets right down
it's going to
near
be
the
4th
sticks.
and short. Looks like a 4th
short.
and about 2.
4th and 1.
What do we think, boys? Do they go
Fran
for
Brown
it
has
here
a penchant for being
on
aggressive
4th down,
in these
or does
situations.
Fran Brown decide to settle for a field goal?
I like that
$1 million
call there, being
question right
aggressive.
here,
It was a nice
man.
job there.
$1 million
Go to
question.
the reads by the quarterback, checking down to find Nixon, at least set him up in this situation of this 4th and short. Good old see potentially here, maybe just try to draw him off.
Willis in at running back.
All right, they might be going for it.
Play clock down to 10. It's a direct snap.
And it looks like it's short.
And
Is
let's
UConn
see.
going to take over?
Looks like Syracuse is short. Willis and Angeli were looking to the sideline. It was snapped to Valari, who was cutting through. And Syracuse
All right,
is
so
cut
that's
down
going to come
half
to
a
an
yard
end.
short.
UConn is going to take
stands
over on down.
inside the 10.
Meanwhile, we do have a red zone opportunity for the Texas. Well, never mind, not for the Texas Longhorns. I thought they were on the opposite side of the 20. But we do have a touchdown happening in Virginia and North Carolina State. We'll have to see what the penalty is all about. Let's go ahead and check in live. And then not only do we have the touchdown happening in the Virginia-North Carolina game, but it looks like SMU is going to strike very early as well, as SMU is going to get themselves on the board. And turns out the penalty is against North Carolina State. So, multiple touchdowns happening across the board. Let's go ahead and get ourselves updated. Honestly, as was mentioned in chat by CSG Charlotte, SMU, they get themselves on the board. We got a touchdown happening there. In the meantime, also, in addition to that, Virginia is able to take a lead against North Carolina State. So they'll be up 7-0 unless we see some interesting dynamics like happening there as well. As it looks like, do I have 2 ESPNs? I thought I only had an ESPN mute. Hang on. Hang on, I gotta fix this up.
He's putting his skills on display. Not the biggest fact, we see the physicality, the speed, the finish. Jamari Taylor with a touchdown.
We know tradition. It's what
Okay, so I got that figured out, but yeah, it turns out we have a red zone opportunity for Pittsburgh as well.
With no artificial flavors, colors, or
And look at that, we see Pittsburgh scoring as well. So a lot of games happening simultaneously. Let's go ahead and get things updated real fast. Shout out the Pitts Panthers are getting a commanding drive going right away there.
And he ran the back shoulder fade to the back pylon. Let's take another look at it. Great job of Kenny Johnson. The coverage confusion. Both defensive backs running to each other. Raphael Williams all by himself in the pylon, and Pitt scores.
Trey Bukowski will come in for the extra point.
Look at that. The Pitts Panthers already find themselves on the board. And they're going to take a 7-0 lead right here, right now.
To Poppy. 7-0 Pitt.
when are you back in the field?
All right.
This one, Bryson Washington.
Well, I'll make some adjustments to my screen real quick.
Open.
We got a lot going on in the background. So
shattered all the freshman records for rushing yards a year ago, over 1,000 yards, 12 TDs, and he gets the first carry for 5 yards.
Yeah, he had a couple of games last year. We had about 190 yards. So man, he's an explosive running back.
all right, here we go. So we got that fixed up, and I think let's see what we have. Okay, so I was driving. Let's see. Texas looks like they're inside the 30, but then we have a red zone opportunity here for FIU and Penn State. So let's now check in on FIU and Penn State happening right in front of our eyes right now. Can they mess around and take a lead against Penn State as massive underdogs? Are we going to literally see that happen right before our eyes right now? Let's go ahead and see if they can finish this drive out.
Interior defensive line. You're going to see it right into your kitchen, right over the center. Quick first step, crosses the center's face, and he's in the backfield. I mean, the first.
And then not only that, we also have a touchdown scored for Jacksonville State. They're going to also take a 7-0 lead as well.
Basketball players are so quick, they're so explosive.
Third down and long.
And here's 28 and 33 lined up right next to each other at the top of the screen. Look out.
It's Uriah.
There we go.
Racing off the bottom, trying to get to Jenkins. He gets it out again to Payne, and he's pulling.
Ooh, no, FIU makes it
Tony Rojas.
first and looks like a 4th and short. We do have also a red zone opportunity happening for Texas Tech right about now. And they're looking to make it a quick 14-0 affair for Penn State, who just they're not having a very good time in the first 5 minutes of the ball game at all.
On a 4th down.
And it looks like FIU, they're growing some cojones. They're going for it on 4th down. We'll see if FIU can pick this up. Meanwhile, we have a red zone opportunity for Indiana against Kennesaw State. We did see Indiana move the ball really well. The problem with them is that they could not finish consistently in the red zone. So it looks like FIU does need a timeout. We'll see if we go to commercial break. If not, what we'll do instead is maybe we'll flip over to one of these other red zone opportunities happening. We do have one going on right now with Indiana and Kennesaw State. NC State also putting together a drive, at least from what I have seen so far. So I'm running probably a little bit behind you guys. There's like I said, there's a lot happening at one time, and it's a one-person crew. We do, interesting enough, have Texas Tech finding the end zone once again. That is confirmed. Texas Tech is taking a 14-0 lead. My goodness. It's going to be a long day for Penn State. I'm sorry. At least you guys won a game, though. At least you guys can say that. Can't be mad about it whatsoever. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful day for college football. And Indiana does in fact punch it into the end zone. With FIU, they actually grow some balls. They go for it on 4th down, and they don't get it. You know what? That's the type of plays you're going to have to do in order to win. Let's now check in on Iowa State, who's driving now officially across the 35 into the 30. This is college football red zone in a nutshell right now. This is what college football Saturdays are all about right now. Oh my goodness gracious. Are we having ourselves the time of our lives right now? So, update Indiana taking on Kennesaw State, obviously. That is good.
Miller, the right tackle.
We'll see what else happens around the country. For now, we check in on Iowa State and Iowa. Let me go ahead and do this right now.
Also had a catch for 7, first down at the
This is going
31.
Iowa State. Let me figure out what box this is. That's not that one.
Floats one near side and complete.
Hold on.
He had his man.
What?
But
There it is.
out of the hands of Brett Skelton.
Good matchup out there. TJ Hall, the senior number 2, in great position. And Eskilsson just can't turn back. That was a really accurate throw from Rocco Beck. Beck tries to go back shoulder. Eskilsson can't get back there. And it ends up being an incompletion.
2nd down and 10 at the 31. Opening series.
All right, so we have a game break as TJ Bailey is going to be able to cruise in down on the sideline, and NC State is going to find their way into the end zone. Touchdown for the Wolfpack. They do answer back on the previous drive that we do end up having for NC State, a 5-play, 75-yard drive as well. So you know what that means, boys. We got to dial it in, and we got to add a touchdown for NC State. Bang.
From the previous spot. 2nd down.
Offensive holding, meanwhile, for the Cyclones. You hate to see it.
5th-year senior. Actually, he's going to come out here to guard. You can see just a tackle as Jonah Pace, number 91, was quick into the interior of that defensive line and right in Beck's face, and now it's a long yardage opportunity.
2nd down and 20 at the 41. Hansen in motion. Beck with time underneath, drops it off, caught. And this time it's Bramer, and he'll gain 5.
Well, it looks like good field position, some rhythm early, but that penalty marks them way back. Then they're in a long yardage situation, and here we go, 3rd and 15. Now they are in field goal range. They got an excellent kicker, Gus, so they don't have to worry about gaining yards. You can't take a sack here, obviously, if you're Rocco Beck. And the last thing you would want to do is force the ball over the middle against a team that really masters in the interception.
3rd down and a long 15 at the 35. And they'll stay on the ground conservatively. Hansen turns a corner, dives forward. Intrigger with the tackle. It's a 9-yard pickup. And here comes the field goal unit. Kyle Conradi comes in. 6'1", 205. Last week.
All right, we'll see if they make the field goal attempt, and then we'll go ahead and take a quick look around the country, see if we do have any potential scoring chances.
Oh my God! It's almost
it's going to be
like
a 44-yard attempt.
44 yards away.
They mentioned on the broadcast, I beat them first.
And perfect.
Bang! Look at that. We do got a score opening up against Iowa. So the Iowa defense holds, but Iowa State, you know, they look solid offensively on that drive. I ain't gonna lie to you there. All right, so let me go ahead and find another game that's happening where we actually do see some movement. Looks like we do have a 1st and 10 for Texas. I do just want to see real fast where Texas is. Where are they at on the goal line? So Duke and Illinois, they're at a 4th down right about now. Yeah, it doesn't really look like, I think they're, ironically enough, not really seeing much of anybody at midfield. So let's go ahead and check in on Liberty and Jacksonville State. Jacksonville State, ironically enough, is at about midfield. They have a 1st and 10 in Liberty territory.
Backs in the backfield, and this time the Liberty defense all over it, and making the initial tackle, Brenton Williams for the Flames. Look at the rushing offense last season. The number of touchdowns, 51. That led all of FBS. And what they're able to establish game in and game out with both running back.
Appreciate everyone tuning in here on College Football Red Zone, by the way. If you guys haven't done so already, make sure you go ahead, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. A lot of effort that takes place, both like here from today's production as well as behind the scenes to make this happen. So that would truly help me out from the bottom of my heart if you guys can go ahead and do that real fast.
Tackle again made by Williams. Harmon also getting in there. Gain of 3. Now it sets up. 3rd down.
Now, big play here for this Liberty defense. You just give up a touchdown. You got a 3rd down opportunity. Have to get off the field here on 3rd down and medium.
Cook and Paul, the 2 backs, side by side now.
Go 3rd and long for Jacksonville State. They need it.
Wimsat's going to get a couple of blockers in front of him, trying to find a hole, reverses course. Liberty gets to him, and a critical tackle by a Corey Jones. Potentially could have been a 1st down, but no gain. And now Jacksonville State will bring the punt team out.
Jacksonville State's trying to go quarterback run. They have the lead blockers here, but watch how Corey Jones flows to the football here.
All right, so it looks like we'll see what Jacksonville decides to do, whether they decide to actually punt the ball, or if they're actually going to have some audacity and go for it, so to speak. We do have potentially a borderline red zone opportunity. SMU and Baylor. Let's go ahead and flip over there. Jacksonville State getting ready to punt the ball. Let's go ahead and flip over there now.
Reached out for that one, helping Jennings' numbers. But again, it just tells you the kind of athletes they have in the backfield. That's why they're using everyone.
Great change of motion there for TJ Harden. Show you once again this catch.
In addition, not only do we have Baylor and SMU like having a red zone opportunity with SMU looking to expand the lead, but we do also have Penn State closing in and encroaching on the red zone as well against FIU. They're still looking for their first points of the game. It's late in the first quarter, but for now, 3rd and 8 for SMU. We'll see if the Mustangs can tack on what's already a 7-0 lead. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He's got butterfingers.
Gets back to the original line of scrimmage, maybe a gain of 1.
All right, so not quite.
Yeah, this was crazy. I don't know how he got out of it. If you meet him in person, Kevin Jennings is not a big dude, but man, he is very slow.
All right, so that's probably not going to work out for SMU. They're likely going to settle for a field goal. Let's check in now. Penn State and NIU. They're going in on a 3rd and 7. It looks like.
Oh my! I mean, this is what college football is all about, man. But when you see the trading, the movement, the shifting, there's so much communication that has to happen amid the front 7 on the defense.
Third and 7, Penn State at the 20-yard line.
Aller on 3rd down, pressure off the edge. He drops down and connects with Luke Reynolds, the tight end, a 1st down for the Nittany Lions.
It's a really nice job. Talk about veteran leadership from Drew Aller, sitting in the pocket, know he's going to take a shot, like the combination route, a little delay outside and breaks back inside. Perfect ball location on that front number. And Aller says, I know I'm going to get hit.
All right, so that 1st down for the Nittany Lions is going to bring him across the 10-yard line. We officially have a goal line situation in the Penn State FIU matchup. We'll see if the Nittany Lions can punch it in. We got about 4 minutes left here in the first quarter. Still no score.
Looking.
And look at that. Just an easy touchdown throw for Drew Aller and company. Got a first score on the board. That is, in fact, going to give us another lead. Unless something wonky happens with the extra point, I usually like to give the benefit of the doubt there. All right. So we do have possibly... Are we looking at a red zone opportunity? No. Syracuse is actually on their own side. Texas Tech does actually score yet again. So let's check in. Looks like Indiana is trying to drive on Kennesaw State. Looks like they get to about the 25-yard line. Let's go ahead and check in on Indiana and Kennesaw State. And while that's happening, what I'll also do...
Big freshman
out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama,
with the stop.
You know, I didn't think it was going to be a competitive game necessarily, but I was hoping, like, at least, like, let's get out of the first quarter, guys. Like, what are we doing, brother? All right, where's Indiana?
They're going to call him
There
a
we
short
go. Look at that. First try, too. Look at your boy go to work. All right, Indiana looks like they got the first down, possibly.
Lee Beebe is a runner that they are really excited about. Obviously, he had an early fumble in the game a week ago, but they are so impressed by what they've seen from him. He was a walk-on wide receiver at UAB, and now he's one of the talented runners for the Indiana Hoosiers.
All right, so not only do we have a red zone opportunity happening in the Indiana and Kennesaw State matchup, or at least borderline, Indiana like inside the Kennesaw State 25. We do also have Virginia inside NC State's 25-yard line as well. And so with that happening, while that's still going on, when what Virginia does with its 1st and 10 is Chandler Moore drops back the pass. He's going to throw over the middle on the drag route, but just a misclimed throw there.
A little prematurely and fell forward, and the referees just want to make sure they get it right.
So I don't know how long it's going to take. Pitt's going for it on 4th and 1. They got it inside the 25-yard line, and
our white hat today.
They go for it on 4th down. They don't hit it
all the way.
So don't know what's going to happen there. Let's go ahead and check in on Virginia as well as NC State. While they're going to put a bookmark on the Indiana game, we'll go back to them in a second. We'll see what we got going on. Did SMU just score again? Or is that a replay from the first touchdown?
And they just do get the snap off. And right into the heart of the defense, nowhere to go from.
Yeah, that's not going anywhere. Okay, so it looks like SMU, they did tack on another field goal. So we'll make sure that they're taken care of. So SMU now with a 10-0 lead on the Baylor Bears. So now we get back to a 3rd and long as we try to see if they can make something happen here.
11th play of this drive. And Virginia's been terrific on 3rd down already, 4 for 5.
All right, so they call the field is impact of pound for Indiana. We'll check in real fast. We got first 3rd down, and what a throw. Inside the 10-yard line, Chandler Morris threw that on a rope. And while that happened as well, a long touchdown throw as well for Ethan Vasco and the boys, that they are going to tie things up against Jacksonville State. Woo! What a day that we're having right now. Speaking of touchdowns, do we have another one in Virginia and North Carolina? Yes, we do! Touchdown, Cavaliers!
With Virginia and already 4 rushing touchdowns for Jamari Taylor. And Virginia's got the lead.
Have a 9-yard score. All right, so they figured out what they were doing in the Indiana-Kennesaw State game. Let's head back over there now. We have a first opportunity for the Indiana Hoosiers, man.
They've had some great ones in the past at Camp Randall. Can make a case too many. That's why he was able to make his way to Indiana.
All right, here we go. 1st and goal.
Gonna mark it just inside the 10 at the 9. 1st and goal. Going for the corner. It's caught.
Bang! Another touchdown as Indiana strikes back once more. That's going to be an early 14-0 lead against Kennesaw State. Looks like they're quickly trying to prove, hey, man, what we did against Old Dominion, that's fluky behavior, man. There's a reason why Coach Dominion said a couple years ago, Google me. And boy, we are not being disappointed with this start whatsoever. So let's go ahead and see what's happening around the country while we're waiting until I get that score confirmed.
He only had 3
if there's
receptions.
any other possible danger zone situations. Looks like Baylor's going for it, 4th and 4 or across the 50-yard line. They convert this first down. Maybe
under 10.
let's see if they actually go for it here. Looks like they're kind of bluffing. Or no, they're going for it. They were going for it, 4th and 4. Robinson's in trouble.
And this one a completion.
Okay, it's completed inside the 35-yard line. Let's stay here and see if Baylor can get its first points today against the SMU Mustangs.
Aggressive call. Great job by Trig right here, just adjusting to this low football right there. He's a monster, okay? Speaking of athletic freak, this guy is a beast.
And everybody's talking about him making the move to the NFL, as we saw Washington, the ball carrier there.
Now, people may say, I'm going to get back to my statement of, oh, they're being super aggressive going on 4th down, but it's been a trend lately, not just in college football, but in the NFL, where people are really relying on analytics in terms of like, hey, if it says go for it, go for it. So it's more so they're being smart based on what the percentage is telling them versus being aggressive.
Hand off once again on the inside. Washington, the ball carrier. And he is wrestled to the ground at the 26-yard line. Brandon Booker making the stop there. Brandon Booker and Brandon Miyazono starting at linebacker.
I just saw a huge catch for Central Michigan there. The score at the 40-yard line, I'm just waiting for it to show on my screen tonight. Who's probably like a minute or two behind like the typical like live broadcast. So I do see you guys in the chat, and so we're monitoring closely. I just wanted to see it's actually confirmed on my screen before I changed the score. That was something that my wife did point out to me when she watched the stream being like a minute or two behind. But I mean that's a Hulu issue. That's nothing that I can really change on my end. This is a day like today. We got a full screen going, so the PC is working really hard today. That's what I'm trying to say in all of this. Meanwhile, we got another 4th and 4, and Baylor's going for it again. They are not trying for a field goal. We'll see if they get this first down. Short. They will not pick up the first down on the ground, and SMU is going to take over. So playing with fire a little bit in terms of all these conversions. Meanwhile, we got UConn getting deep in the Syracuse territory. It's a 1st and 10. So we'll check in on UConn and Syracuse at about the 25-yard line. Right about now. Nice little run to start things out. Nice little 5-yard gain on the play.
Quarter one. Well, Syracuse marched deep into the red zone and got to the 7 early before they were stopped. Now it's UConn marching here at the end of the quarter. Syracuse and UConn
so that's
scoreless after 1 in this battle of old.
All right, so we're going to put a bookmark on that because unlike what's happening in the NFL Red Zone right now, what ESPN is doing to ruin it, I don't believe in commercials. This is 8+ hours of commercial-free football, and I'm standing on that as long as I'm in charge of this show, right? So, with that being said, we're going to put a bookmark on that. We'll go back to it in a second. I just want to see how apparently there's a Central Michigan touchdown, as Luke Baumgartner did end up mentioning in the chat.
But he ended up going to Northern Arizona.
But here they are. They're inside the 40-yard line right now. We'll see what Central Michigan does. We got a run on the inside.
And it's Nari Biggins. Plows his way for a 2-yard gain. And now here comes the 3rd quarterback. You're going to see Jaden Glasser. Glasser is the redshirt freshman, and he is probably, when you talk about a specimen looking at him, they say probably the best runner out of all 3 of them, but has a really big arm. Still learning the quarterback position, but they just say when scouts come to watch Central Michigan, they say, "Whoa, look at this young man."
Yeah, 6'2", 230. That's a big boy in the backfield of the QB position.
3 tight ends. Glasser throws. He's got a man and overshoots.
Oh man, that was almost a touchdown in its own right.
That was set up perfectly. Seam route by Temple. 3 tight ends set. And Glasser just had pressure in his face, so he couldn't.
Not a newbie, dude. What's going on, brother? Welcome to College Football Red Zone. This is what Saturdays should be all about, and we're the guy with the audacity to make it happen. Welcome in, by the way, dude. Or do that if you're a female watching. Those do exist in the sports space. You would guess.
Call it 8. Brock Townsend is the back. He'll swing it out to Townsend. He's got a first down.
Wow, what a dynamic run from Central Michigan. Central Michigan starting to get into the red zone themselves, right? Well, it looks like it's getting ready to go together in the first quarter.
Brock Townsend's the one they call bruiser. And we saw it right there. He got to the first down, and he churned for that additional yardage with 2 Panthers on his back. So a great job by Townsend to run and keep his feet moving forward. They talked about Biggins and Cornish as the guys who are the engine. They're thunder and lightning. That is the end. Brock Townsend's a physical guy.
Okay, so that's also going to the end of the first quarter. UConn and Syracuse have not come out of their respective commercial break yet. So let's check in with Liberty and Jacksonville. This is the spotlight Liberty had for the noon off. Liberty did recently cross the 50-yard line.
And get in the backfield quickly.
He's Liberty getting the boys to make something happen.
Big fella 93. Great effort from him.
Oh, no, you good, Luke.
Von Blue, one of the many.
Oh, we have a red zone opportunity just unfolding right before our eyes. We have a much punt confirmation as Illinois recovers inside the 20-yard line. Though we're going to put a bookmark in Liberty in Jacksonville State right about now. Let's go ahead and flip it right back over to Illinois and Duke as the Illinois Fighting Illini now with their chance to get their first points of the day.
Position. Excellent job being
We do also see UConn and Syracuse coming back from their commercial break as well. UConn trying a double pass, and they got it! Touchdown UConn, and they strike first in the dome of Syracuse, New York. And UConn's going to be taking a 7-0 lead. They really did a double pass here, and they completed it. I thought it was going to be an overthrow for a quick second, but thankfully that was not the case at all.
So first down in the red zone to start the possession, and here's Fagan, and he gets drilled. A big hit to the leg, and that's what you need to do if you're Nick Morris Jr. He went in there low on Fagan.
He's one of the leaders of this defense. Downhill linebacker who praised his prowess in the weight room, and you got to bring that weight room to the table.
We really saw a double pass touchdown. Imagine that.
Really impressed so far with this Duke front. That was kind of the question. It's a much bigger, physical Big Ten Illinois offensive line, and so far Duke winning at the line of scrimmage and negating this Illinois rushing attack.
This is play 12, and they've had 7 that have gone for a loss. After the 1-yard setback on 2nd and 11, a quick toss to Beatty out in space, breaks a tackle at the 15.
All right, they're inside the 15-yard line now.
By Trey Freeman at the 14, a gain of 5, 3rd down and 6.
Seen Hank Beatty become one of the go-to guys.
Gotta turn up my personal speaker for Obama, man.
Veteran
Get
going.
Woo!
It feels like an important 3rd down here early. You get a gift like that. Got to find a way to cash in. Can they convert on a 3rd down? It's been struggle city here so far. Showing pressure here once again.
Altmaier with pressure in his face, steps up and throws to the end zone. It's caught.
Over, giving that a touchdown.
And it's a touchdown. Justin Bowick caught the ball.
See if that holds up for now.
And the ruling is he was in the end zone when he did.
Well, Bowick has been a red
Oh,
zone
and then
target.
while I was updating the scoreboard for Illinois Duke, we have an 83-yard receiving touchdown for Parker Livingstone. Illinois gets the Texas Longhorns on the board as well with less than 20 minutes left to play. in the first quarter for Texas, in addition to them. Wanting to get on the board as well.
Mark it around the 1.5
There we go. We'll get that going for Texas. Is up 7-0. We have, looks like,
outstanding.
yeah, Mike, MC3, I'm not sure about the touchdown either. I'm sure they're going to review it anyways. But for right now, Iowa State, we got a red zone opportunity for them as they're driving on the Hawkeyes. So while we're seeing that play out.
61-yarder early. Beautiful throw right here from Rocco Becht. You cannot defend that. On time and on target from the veteran, and the Cyclones are in business.
Meanwhile, Central Michigan is in fact in the red zone as well against Pitt, and it looks like Central Michigan is going to have a 3rd and short.
Up though by TJ Hall, the senior from Fresno.
Gus Overby is 6'5", an enormous target down here inside the 15-yard line. 6'5", 200 pounds, trying to go up against TJ Hall. Not small himself, 6 foot, but giving up 5 inches there on the jump ball.
2nd down and 10 at the 12. Abu Sama back in the game. He's had some big games for Iowa State in the past. 276 against Kansas State in 2023. He'll run it. Sticks his foot in the ground, cuts it back, and will pick up 3 or 4.
Okay, so Illinois, they did bring it back. It's like 1st and goal, but inside the 1.
Eskelson down the left sideline. Is the ability,
see if Illinois will still punch it in. Able to punch it in and make it a change the Illinois scoreboard. What I don't want to do is change it right away. We're going to have to change it right back anyway if Illinois punches it in. Couple plays later. We are monitoring that as well. We do also have Michigan in the red zone. Illinois, a red zone opportunity for them. And suddenly FIU, possibly a red zone opportunity. They're inside the 25-yard line as well. They have a 1st and 10 opportunity. And competing hard against Penn State. Shout out to the Panthers, man. They are playing hard and they're competing.
4th down and 6. And Matt Campbell.
All right, so they're going to probably settle for yet another field goal. Let's check in, see if Illinois punches it in against Duke. Okay, they do there. Central Michigan does have a touchdown, matter of fact. But how about FIU, man? In the red zone. They are in the red zone against Penn State again.
Jenkins. Under pressure,
throws the interception as soon as I say something. Oh my goodness. Literally can't make this up.
Second week in a row.
Oh my goodness, that's just devastating, man. That is devastating. Iowa State does tack on a field goal. They do get that. So it looks like Liberty and Jacksonville State, they are getting into red zone opportunity as well. It looks like it's Jacksonville State that's actually in the red zone.
Wimsatt pulls it himself. He sees the end come inside. Clean pull there. Nice job reading it, identifying it, pick up the 1st down.
Bodner in on the tackle. Coombs comes down in motion. Wimsatt has to pump fake. Pressure. Just has to get rid of it. And the pressure coming from Brenton Williams forces the errant throw.
The pressure up front made that play happen. Brenton Williams, the Auburn transfer, getting home to the quarterback there. Watch how the defensive line gets home, and then the coverage on the back end. No one is open. He's trying to go to his running back, Cam Cook, in the flat. Nothing's there for Cook. Great job on the coverage and gives Williams time to get to the quarterback.
Franklin Barrett Jr., redshirt freshman receiver on the field. Currently, the bottom of your screen, 2nd and 10. The handoff to Cook, moving forward, bulldozes the defender.
All right, so while we're waiting for Jacksonville State to call their next play, they just get into a 3rd and short. We do have a field goal attempt by Central Michigan. That field goal attempt was successful. So because I was successful. Thankful mission. Doing back it on the board.
Waltzing into the end zone. 11 yards.
And Jacksonville State is also going to score as well. We got a fun one in Jacksonville, Alabama. That's for sure, man. Let's see what else we have going on. Looks like Indiana may have something brewing once again against Kennesaw State, but they're going into the first quarter. Texas, meanwhile, Texas is in the red zone against San Jose. Let's check in on the Texas game right spanking now. Penn State also in. Well, never mind. That's game break for Penn State.
And when you look at Texas up front, they have a massive.
The NC State does also respond with a touchdown of its own in the bottom left-hand corner. Did not get to them, but there's a 27-yard touchdown for Noah Rogers, as that will allow NC State to tie their game up as well.
And running the ball, especially down here in the red zone, you see that difference right there. Texas very big, San Jose State not very big. And so when you get down here and it's hard to throw into these windows, you want to be able to pound the rock.
All right, here we go. Going opportunity now with Texas.
First and goal. Baxter cuts back against the grain, inside the 5, lowers the shoulder. And it will be second down from about the 3-yard line. Stearns with the tackle.
For those also wondering about Utah State and Texas A&M, they did also kick that game off as well.
They average 4.5 yards a carry.
There is a flag in that opening return kickoff, but if it stands, Texas A&M is in a very good field position.
These guys have been in the system a long time,
45-yard line.
and they're playing very well together right now.
However, looks to be in the red zone as well. Looks like you're going to have a
final
4th
half
and
minute here
4.
of this first quarter.
Talk about
And
4th
the
and
Texas
2.
offense lingering.
But for now,
And now
second
all
and
of a
goal
sudden
for the Texas
sees them
Longhorns. Can they expand the lead?
with a chance to score again. Quick strike to the
And they
end zone,
do.
and it's a touchdown.
Touchdown, Texas. And it's Parker Withingstone again with his second score of the day.
From 83
You love to see it. Syracuse, meanwhile, does look like they're going for it on 4th down.
4th and 2. UConn will take timeout as Jim Mora sprints down the sideline.
Timeout, Connecticut. That's their first charge timeout of the half.
Another
All right.
big moment in this game
Man.
coming. Second time
Opening up
Syracuse is
lead.
set up for a 4th down on the other side of this
All right,
UConn
so we'll put a
timeout.
bookmark on UConn and Syracuse to see what they decide to do there on the back end. Meanwhile, looks like Texas Tech is going to be set up inside the 5-yard line. Red zone opportunity. I will caveat this: if Texas Tech does score and the lead grows much further, I will probably stop checking in on this game all together because it looks like it is going to be holding up as very
Gain of 20.
very splattery-ish.
Backfield Texas stays in the backfield with Morton.
It's a red zone opportunity,
Pulls
though.
it out, looking to shoot end zone. So that slants. Virgil, who already has a touchdown catch of 35 yards. All right, let's revisit the journey for Kent State and for Coach Carney, with Kenny Burns placed on administrative leave just prior to spring practice and ultimately dismissed. Carney was named the interim in April, with a national search scheduled to take place after this season. And then later in the summer, his defensive coordinator also left. So a ton of turmoil, a ton of transfer portal departures, especially on this defensive side of the ball. Morton wants to redeem himself, and it's busted up. Caleb Douglas was the target this time. Terrell Miller among those in coverage.
Last 2 throws for Baron Morton a little high, and this one a little bit behind here. Has Douglas coming inside in the slant. Same play as the last one that sailed overhead, and this time behind him and gives the DB a chance to make a play on the ball.
Looking right this time.
Wow, so it looks like Kent State is going to be able to get a possible stand and force Texas Tech to go for a field goal.
Angelo Stockstill, a sophomore defensive back.
Starts left, looks back right, and
leads them over that way and just not on the same page yet. And that's why being out here today and the way the coach talked about with Baron Morton still important as they get valuable reps to continue to solidify that timing among quarterback and receiver. We know Caleb Douglas had a bad drop last week.
This Upton Bellenfant getting
All right,
his
so the
turn
field
in the
goal
place-kicking
attempt
game.
is going to be good there. We do have a touchdown happening on the opposite end. Baylor is going to respond to a touchdown of its own as Baylor gets on the board for the very first time today against SMU. Love to see it. Texas Tech does also force they get the field goal, so they're going to be up 24-0 as well. We'll now check in on Penn State approaching about the 30-yard line. But before we do that, actually, Syracuse is back from timeout. They are indeed going for it on 4th and 2.
See, maybe try to gift one. That's the way they're kind of acting. They're going to wait to the last second to snap this.
Nixon in motion. They do snap it.
All right, so Syracuse, they're going. He hits from behind.
It's still loose. Rolling on the turf. Doesn't matter who's on top.
Wow. So UConn is actually able to hold. Incredible work being done there. All right, so Penn State is getting settled in. Looks like they're about the 24-yard line on 2nd and 4. So now we'll check in. And looking for a touchdown. Doesn't get it.
For him to get through the defensive back.
You seem like there's a flag at Ivor.
Yeah, try a little wheel route with Hudson.
All right.
We've seen that called. We've seen it not. Often the DB has to turn and look. Not happening there. Usually when the wideout has to jump back into the DB on an underthrown ball, you do see PI. James Franklin looking at that replay as well, and I feel like, Coach, I mean, I feel like we always see that get called when is an underthrown deep ball.
9th play of this drive.
There we go, 3rd down. Penn State got to convert.
Allen and FIU.
All right, so it looks like it's going to be about
4th down.
4th and 2.
Yeah, I think it's 4-down territory. If you're Penn State, you're this offensive line. You know what their schedule is, right? You know, they got Villanova, and then they get a bye, and here comes Oregon. I think that you're saying to yourself, guys, we can get 1.5, 2 yards. See if we can keep the drive moving along here. The challenge is what they usually do here is they will give you some sort of trade, shift, motion.
All right, 4th down, 4th and 2. Are they going to go for this? Or is this simply to draw them offside?
He'll get it.
And it's short. I don't think he got it.
Close to the line again. FIU thinks they stopped him. Penn State players are pointing, saying we got it. And the official ruling is turnover on down.
No, man. Yeah, they did not get it whatsoever. Oh, wow. What a development there. The FIU defense giving Penn State today.
Thanks for not keeping it.
Looks like Pitt does have a red zone opportunity brewing for them as well. They're officially crossed the 20-yard line as well. Let's now officially check in on Pitt and Central Michigan as the Panthers look to expand their lead.
Pace, no huddle offense. Cade Bell gets in about 3 to 4 plays, and they operate very quickly out of that, so you don't have time to switch off as players are trying to leave the field.
Holstein got someone to jump. He'll take a shot to the
Ooh, almost got that. Almost got that in do. This didn't quite have it for like a one-handed grab.
Hey,
didn't have the mitts for it.
Get him to jump, and it's not full unabated to the quarterback. That's a free play for the offense.
Defense, number 56. 5-yard penalty. Results in a 1st down.
Corver Dimma again on the offside. Yep. Second time he's flinched a little bit too soon. And in that one, that was a great job just running that back corner pylon route by Hicks. Very similar to what we saw when there was a penalty in the other direction, the first quarter. So you wonder if they'll come back with a similar type of play again with a little wrinkle.
So that does provide an automatic 1st down. We do have Duke coming in at about the 24-yard line. That might move into a red zone opportunity as well.
Play fake. Holstein throws to the end zone.
Touchdown, Pitt.
Justin Holmes, the tight end. All alone in the middle of the end zone. And a great play by Holstein.
All right, so that's going to lead to a touchdown for the Pitt Panthers. Duke looking in at a 3rd and 4. So we'll check in now. Duke and Illinois. Duke wants to respond and trying to get the lead back.
He's learned, he's got more experience, and he's really got this program in a good spot here, year number 2.
And 3rd and 2, Castle.
Get the first down, so Duke now firmly in the red zone right about now.
By the App State transfer, Anderson Castle.
Most physical running back, but it's the footwork.
20. Little jump cut to the right. Avoids the penetration and moves the chains for Duke.
Yes, it is in fact the 20-yard line.
Here he is again. Oh, he gets popped by Dylan Rosiak, but just bounced off. One of the things when the coaches were describing Anderson Castle they did not mention yesterday was his feet. They talked about his toughness. He was a high school running quarterback, just a bull, a short yardage back. And you saw that physicality there on that last play. Rosiak, who had the hit, got the worst of it. But it was the great athletic movement on the last carry. Got an injured Illinois defensive lineman, James Thompson Jr. He missed 10 games last year at Wisconsin due to injury. They'll check on him and we'll step away.
All right, so we're going to put a bookmark on Illinois and Duke right about now. But we do have some interesting things happening. Indiana
actually helped put the game away.
Is going into a red zone opportunity. Iowa offense in the red zone as well. We're not going to check in on that game just yet. We're going to put a bookmark on that one as well because that just got to the end of the first quarter. Indiana, though, inside the 30-yard line.
Field position. And this defense stood tall.
Indiana looking to extend their lead even further.
They played really well and done a nice job with this offensive line since the first 2 touchdowns.
Looking pattern drop. E.J. Williams.
That's tough. He could have had. He might have actually had a touchdown too.
Before he brought it in.
If that was actually thrown remotely accurately.
Nice job and nice poise from Mendoza. It's an RPO. You can see you just got to get around the linebacker. Is it a touch behind? Yes. That ball has to be caught by E.J. Williams Jr.
Yeah, you got to bring that in, big fella.
3 wides to the top of your screen and Omar Cooper to the bottom. There goes Black. That's a shoestring tackle in space. And a dandy by Isaac Paul, the redshirt sophomore from Panama City. Took a big leap a season ago.
Tim, not only shoestring, that's a touchdown saving tackle because
it was. I mean, he didn't make that tackle in the open field. I'm at another touchdown on the board for Indiana.
Going to be a touchdown, and he'll be off to the races. Outstanding job of tripping those feet up to get him to the ground.
Nowakowski in motion now, gets into the slot left. On 3rd and 7. Mendoza for the corner. It's caught. It's Surratt. Nope, it's incomplete. He had it. He dropped it.
Oh, he almost had it. Got to wrap your hands around a big fella. You just had to do it.
Was there, stayed with it.
You got to wrap your hands around a big fella.
Outstanding defense. He's in phase the entire time, and because he's looking back, they're both jousting. The tone was set on the first drive. They are going to let these guys play. Offord is there with his eyes back, and he continues to
All right, so we have a little bit of a game break in Texas as Arch Manning does throw yet another touchdown pass. This one, not to Parker Livingston, but it's Jack Andreas instead. He gets a 36-yard strike to extend the lead for the Texas Longhorns. Not going to make it 20-0 yet. And then we should also see a field goal attempt here too, with Texas Tech going to make it 30-0.
We got a whistle pre-snap.
I don't know. That's turning into a field goal attempt, so I'm not going to worry about it too terribly much. But Illinois and Duke, they're finally back from commercial break.
Walking down the side
let's get back into the Illinois and Duke game, shall we?
Something to monitor amongst
What
the
happened?
linebacking core for Illinois.
Finish off this drive-off, yeah? Did Duke take the lead back?
Two-time captain, the meat and potatoes of this defense. Aaron Henry said, Rosie makes
And it
this
looks like we do also have a touchdown to Texas A&M matchup. Big score within the first 4 minutes of the game. Texas A&M, which kicked off at 12:45, by the way. So let's score games up compared to all these other matchups.
Stays in bounds at the 10, and then chopped out at about the
All right,
8-yard
so
line by Miles Scott. It'll be
Texas A&M, they just scored. Duke, they just got it inside the 10-yard line. They have a first and goal opportunity. In the meantime, on top of that, looks like SMU in the red zone as well. The Mustangs looking to make it a 2-score game once again. They're inside the 15-yard line, but it's a second and 7 opportunity.
Rushing yards. Illinois has -6 so far here in the first half. Mensa, pump fake, turns the other way, lobs into the end zone.
Hey, what a throw! Touchdown!
Couldn't hang on. There are
No, it's
flags on
not.
the field.
Oh, I thought he had a
So
easy
2 drops
touchdown.
here on this drive by Duke.
Oh, I got so many questions. What happened there?
Great call.
You're a hold or
by
defensive pass
Jonathan Brewer,
interference?
the offensive coordinator, executed beautifully by Mensa. King just put it on the ground. Duke had a drop touchdown last week.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Offense number 53. That penalty is declined. Pass interference. Offense number 85.
Wow.
15-yard penalty. First down.
You
That's a
do
big
not
penalty,
see
taking him from the 8
offensive
to
pass
the
interference happen
23.
too
That
much.
was
But
the
what
tight
we
end,
are going to
Jeremiah
see, though,
Hasley,
is
with a
SMU
pass
drive their way
interference.
into the end zone. Touchdown.
Right tackle Brian
SMU.
Parker. He's
And
going
then
to
we
get
also
up
have
the
another
field,
touchdown.
and
Texas
they're going to
Tech.
draw the flag. I
I
love
think
the
it's safe
play
to say
design here. Not
it is a
executed properly,
penalty.
but Brian Parker gets up the field.
And so,
Alec
with
Bryant
it being
gets that pull,
30-0
draws the
before
flag, but a mistake.
before you end the half, there's just one thing and one thing only that we have to do. Just imagine this going in the background. In the arms of an angel far away. Yeah, so imagine that Sarah McLaughlin music. For as little as $1 a day, even you can donate to the Kent State NIL Fund in order for them to prevent from being a poverty program. That is all that you would need to do. $1 simple a day is what it would take to save Kent State football, or to play with them a bunch in an EA 26 Dynasty. So I just wanted to get that out of the way real quick. Yeah, tough day, very tough day for the Golden Flashins right about now. Yeah, absolutely hate to see it, man. Okay, so hang on. So what did I do? So I need. Where's SMU? Oh, I got so much going on at one time. Oh my goodness. Okay, so yeah, SMU's got that going. Duke on a 2nd and goal. There's still a goal line opportunity here. Interesting enough,
Xavier Scott,
but I don't know. Well, and I guess I was in the red zone too, but nothing too consequential. They're throwing for a field goal right about now.
I mean, there's a little contact.
Both guys.
It looks like they actually missed the field goal. Yikes. And it was not a long field goal line. It was like a 35-yarder, if that.
The secondary, Xavier Scott.
I hate to see it, man. You truly do.
A good job down the field in coverage as Mensa tries to take a shot.
Now 3rd and goal on the 18 of Illinois.
Yeah, and the Durham faithful right now, not.
Offense. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
So because Illinois
Keep in line, y'all. This was a goal line opportunity. They were at one point, I think they were inside the 5. And now Duke has been pushed out all the way outside of the 20-yard line. Literally cannot make this up whatsoever. Literally cannot make this up at all.
Game here.
One opportunity, so we'll
on subbing his
see if
guys
anything
out.
comes out of it.
But if Duke changes personnel, Illinois got the
But
opportunity.
man, it's not looking good right about now, guys. Might be seeing Duke settle for not yet another field goal potentially.
Mensah on the rollout. Throws it inside the 10.
Yeah, that's going to be incomplete. So. All right, so
bounds.
that's so we'll go ahead and put a bookmark on that. Duke's probably going to settle for yet another field goal. We do have 2 red zone opportunities happening. First, we'll check in on Virginia and North Carolina State. That's a game that we haven't checked in on as much, at least it feels like. So definitely want to show them a little bit of love first and foremost.
Rushing as a team here in the first half. And it's not like it's just been 1 or 2 big runs. There have been 1 or 2 big runs, but there have been other 10.
We do also have Syracuse in the red zone as well.
This Virginia offensive line is dominating the game so far.
Last week, East Carolina only rushed for 30 yards total in the opener against this NC State defense. Already over 100 yards in the first half for the Cavaliers. Morris, clean pocket again, delivers a strike underneath. Down to about the 10-yard line goes Sage Ennis. And now,
all right, and then for those, in case you guys are wondering what's happening in Jacksonville State and Liberty, there is a weather delay that just came into effect. It's still 14-7, about 7:50 left to play in the second quarter, but there is a significant weather delay. I'll let you guys know if anything does happen out of that, but for right now, they are vacating the stands on both sides of the stadium in Jacksonville State.
Sickness getting in the way of tonight's gig.
And that is we don't do commercials here. You guys already know this song and dance before, right? So while we're waiting for them to get back from commercial break, we'll check in now. Syracuse and UConn. Syracuse in the red zone right about now. And they're still looking for their first points of the day.
Eligible downfield here. See the nice break by number 40 right in the middle of your screen.
It's the Penn State transfer Tyrese Mills. The starting role with an injury to Malachi McLean this week, and he's been fabulous. 3rd and 11 for Syracuse, again stalling out in the red zone. Angeli gets it out quick, and he overshot Will Nixon. The first down was there if he brought it in.
He had it. At least would have made it much more manageable fourth down.
Put the heat on, maybe force that pass to be a bit high. And for the first time this season, Syracuse will kick a field goal.
Yeah, I mean, actually you got to take that, but bringing some pressure, disguising, he has it just a little bit off target.
Okay, so we do have another game break as we are actually going to see Texas and San Jose State. San Jose, they just turned the ball over. Walker Egat threw it into the teeth of the Texas secondary. It was a bold strategy for Collins. It did not work out. And so Texas inside the 5-yard line. We're going to hand it off, and it's
but he
not quite, but they do get a little bit closer.
The nose tackle, Nafafunga.
In addition, Pitt does into red zone as well, and they're inside the 5-yard line there. And they'll have a first and goal opportunity too.
Level, and oftentimes down here, low man wins.
Still waiting for Virginia and NC State to get back from commercial break.
Really active and makes plays for them.
You know the big defensive lineman where it looks like you can't tell if they're wearing shoulder pads or not wearing shoulder pads?
That's him.
That's him.
That's him.
2nd and goal. Nick Townsend.
And Pitt does end up finishing the drive. They get a touchdown there on the ground. Same thing with the Texas Longhorns. As Texas is going to extend their lead further. With 2 touchdowns happening simultaneously. Texas and San Jose State. And then Pitt does score against Central Michigan too. We are seeing NC State and Virginia. Oh no, never mind. The Texans are going to be.
And number 73, 15-yard penalty from the previous spot.
All right, so I take that back. The touchdown is wiped off the board because of the penalty.
This is the triangle you're
all right, so we'll go ahead and put a bookmark on that. We know that Texas is still in the red zone, but with that being said, we are still also going to see NC State and Virginia. They are back from commercial break, or at least from what we're seeing on my screen right now.
That was embarrassing.
Oh, and Texas Tech, for those that are still watching for those updates, they do get yet another touchdown on the board there, too.
Nowhere to go for Jamari Taylor on second down. He lost a couple of yards, it looks like, back to the 12. Sean Brown, one of the team captains, along with Caden Fordham, in the heart of that NC State defense, came through to make the tackle. So 8 for 10 on third down are the Hoos facing third down.
All right, so Texas actually does score shortly after, even with the chalk block. Jack Andreas does get his second touchdown of the day. And Jack Andreas now officially makes it 28-0. This one is not going to be taken off the board this time. So Texas makes it 28-0. All right.
So they play conservatively on third down.
So we got games that are officially flattering right now.
Was their first for NC State, and here will be a field goal attempt for Virginia.
Okay, we have a goal line situation for Utah State and Texas A&M.
You can hear the 12th man awakening here at Kyle Field.
Utah State looking for their first win for the day. Syracuse in Virginia, both of those teams settling for field goals.
Inside the 5 at the 4.
We'll probably see the same here. So Syracuse makes their kick, Virginia makes their kick as well.
Will Lee with the tackle. Does Bronco Mendenhall leave his
All right, so break.
offense on the field on a 4th and goal from the 4?
And Syracuse actually gets on the board. Took you guys long enough. But hey, you did it. You got on the board. Congratulations.
Not even offer like, oh, we're kicking a field goal here.
Well, if you thought the 12th man was loud on third down, wait for this.
And Utah State is going for it on 4th down. And I'll tell you what, I respect it. I respect the hustle. They're not playing to be competitive.
Now is this going to be a throw? Garcia back shook. Did he get it? Yes.
He got it.
Garcia, the wide receiver.
Oh my! Touchdown! Utah State.
Davis.
Oh my goodness!
4th down, touchdown.
I can't believe it. All right, so to kind of explain what just happened right before my eyes. So
and the 12th man goes quiet. They had Garcia in there. He snuck in.
I'm surprised they didn't call that a forward pass like the first
so
one.
Out there, but he's a quarterback. Came to Utah State as a quarterback. But we talked with offensive coordinator Kevin.
And then in the meantime, we saw another touchdown happen on our screen. Baylor scored a touchdown too.
Even here on the point after.
What a time. What a day. We have a day unfolding right before our eyes right now. I swear to you. I swear to you, I swear to you, I swear to you. This is what college football is all about, baby. I'm telling you what, man. So let's see. We're trying to figure ourselves out, right? So, let's see. Blowout.
Here's the 2.
Hey, hang on, Texas is going for the 2-point conversion.
Here's the throw over the middle, incomplete. Garcia again.
I'm actually very surprised that they went for the 2-point conversion there. I actually truly am.
Even if Josh Sturzer caught that, he would have been short as Bryce Anderson.
A decision was made. I don't know if it was the best of decisions. I'm going to be honest with you there. I'm a little.
Think about that.
A choice was made there. I respect the aggressiveness. They're not going down quietly. It's like Illinois and Duke. Illinois just got to about midfield. Now we'll check in on Illinois and Duke. And Illinois will try to create some separation, really. A very close game happening right now in Durham.
Got a stoppage of play here.
Previous plays under further review for potential targeting.
Ooh, targeting?
This was something that was instituted a couple years ago, that replay can initiate a targeting call, because there was no targeting call on the field. And it was on the run play by Valentine.
Okay, so we're gonna put a bookmark in Illinois and Duke while they're going over the targeting call. We do have Kennesaw State in Indiana territory.
I'm at the quarterback position.
Bennett. Oh, it opens up like the Red Sea. There he goes.
And they're actually in the red zone. Hold up now. Wait a minute. You know what? I think we're going to go ahead and get away from the Illinois game. Let's go. We're going to stay right here.
He's got great contact balance, Coleman Bennett does. And they're going to go fast here to keep Indiana on their heels.
Also played with the Redskins, his dad. Nothing doing this time. You know, Odom, the book on him, the mom.
Actually, Mr. Nye will see all that happened. But not a lot happening in the Cyhawk Trophy game. I'm going to be honest with you there, guys.
The WNBA. She was actually coaching at UNC Central when Coach Mack was the head coach of that program.
SMU does also score another touchdown as well.
For Indiana.
So SMU does, in fact, start to pull away a little bit there, too.
First time in the red zone today for Kennesaw State. Odom. Well, that was a late developing play to Moss, but he got him on the curl down to the 10. Well, it's pretty clear that the senior from Kennesaw, right there in Kennesaw, Georgia, is his favorite target.
Yeah.
3rd and 2.
So 3rd and 2 here. You can see that they've loved what Amari Odom is capable of doing in the run game. So if it were me, I would make sure I pick up an extra blocker and allow him to get behind his running back, Coleman Bennett, and try to pick up this first down.
After going 0 for 4 on their first 3rd down conversions, they've hit their last 2 in a row. Let's see if they can make it 3. Pass thrown behind.
Oh, that's a tough break. They had the Kennesaw State on the first down, too. Potentially a touchdown if it was thrown accurately. But unfortunately, Dexter Williams couldn't throw it on the money there. Penn State going forward on 4th down. They get it. It looks like Penn State does get into about midfield. Just wait a quick moment to see if the Owls end up going for it. No, they look like they got their field goal unit out.
We see that look again. I'm going to get you that football right away.
So we'll go ahead and put a bookmark on that.
Get a little swag.
Now we're checking on Penn State, where Drew Aller drops back to throw over the middle, and it's incomplete.
Good defense that time from Josiah McGrew. The previous play, Yogi, is Aller actually making changes, or is he trying to get the defense to think they're not going to snap it?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. You saw him the first time, you're thinking, okay, he's just trying to see if they can get him off sides. And oftentimes, Drew Aller, with his expertise, you see him going to his wristband. There'll be multiple plays that he's got to read through. So get from the line of scrimmage, see if you can get them to jump off. If not, look at the sideline, get the offense.
Baby Dicks, guys, we have a exciting Mr. College Football Red Zone in the building. Make sure y'all go ahead and give us love, man. You guys will not really see here, like in the streams themselves, you know, but what he does in order to make College Football Red Zone happen on a weekly basis. That is an incredible woman. That is an genuinely incredible woman there, and you know, wouldn't be able to do this without her. Couldn't ask for a better partner in life, period, or as a better mama.
Look, there's this thing in football. Everybody knows, like in Florida,
bunch of love for
competition.
This College Football Red Zone, 100%.
Away from this stage, majority of the starters from the state of Florida, most in South Florida, in the Miami area.
Play clock at 6. Aller pressured, stays up, and goes down.
Oh, he goes down. Penn State's going to have to settle for a field goal. We're getting ready to go into halftime. FIU playing Penn State extremely tough. It's still 7-0 with about less than a minute left to play.
FIU takes a timeout. 30 seconds. And now it's 4th down.
Yeah,
and they want some time to get the ball back.
Yeah, that's a nice job from Willie Simmons you could argue.
Okay, so we know what's
Really
going to happen there. We do have Pitt trying to put together another little something of a drive. Virginia and NC State as well. They're in the red zone too, or at least approaching the red zone. There is an injury timeout there.
Here's Desmond Reed. Dakota Cochran.
Bit of a ragdoll.
Yeah, he was a little tussle with Desmond Reed. Tried to slam him at first, didn't he?
I mean, I did that to my kids when they were young. You know, you play, bring around the Rosie.
Oh, wait a minute. UConn got a big run down the sideline. Is able to break it to the crib. Touchdown, Huskies. And less than a minute left to play in the first half. UConn is going to go ahead, and they're going to expand their lead as well.
On that moment.
How about that?
He's not
UConn
small, he's just little.
making their presence felt versus Syracuse,
They're going to
man.
go 5 wide here on 3rd down. Holstein to keep it. Finds a crease, got a first.
And that's going to officially put them in the red zone. Virginia is creeping in as well. They're inside the 30-yard line.
Hold over there. Not sure who that was. It was Lyndon Cooper.
Holding. Offense. Number 56.
And just like that, that's going to
3rd down.
take that momentum back.
I don't like to say that I can call him, but former offensive lineman, there's things that look very similar. And once again, he just clutched a little bit too long. Let's not call it a hold, but he clutched a little bit too long.
All right, so that's going to take them to, looks like really about the 40-yard line.
Yeah, you can't grab the outside of the so you have to be within the framework there.
Okay, so we're going to put a bookmark into that, man. I don't know if that's going to actually develop into anything or not.
Final coming up at 4 Eastern.
All right, here we go. Virginia, North Carolina State.
Cut down by Caden Fordham.
Bob, initially I was thinking that after a big
Pitt on a 3rd and 18 did try to take quite a few yards back, so I do got to give them credit where credit is due.
Looking at the clock, they understand they don't want to give.
And then Texas A&M and Utah State. Texas A&M did recently enter the red zone as well. I want to see what happens with 3rd and 5. If they don't get the third down conversion and they bring their field goal unit out, I will switch over to the Texas A&M game as well.
That is exactly what Chandler Morris is going to do. A hard count to see on 3rd and 5. If you can get NC State to jump, they do not. So we have reached.
Okay, so they're going to a timeout, so we're going to put a bookmark there.
Against Utah
Texas
State
A&M.
today. You've already seen it.
Inside the 20.
Here's a carry that goes the wrong way.
Still inside the 20, but actually losing some yards there. Nice.
As it was Naki Faina on the tackle, lost the 3.
Yeah, Faina got upfield quickly, kind of muddied the read. You could see defensive coordinator Nick Howell aggressive right there. Brought both his inside linebackers in the A gaps, either side of the center. There's not a lot of running room, so you're committing your defense to stopping that run inside out. Good job on the edge.
3rd and 13, and
well, it looks like Utah State might have jumped off sides, and they knew it too. Their defense was walking back 5 yards.
On the double clap. Wisely, the offensive line just reaches out and taps him.
Offside, defense with contact, 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
It's already 3 penalties in the game, Matt. Utah State had 11 last week.
We've seen a couple of big ones, right? You think of the holding on the opening kickoff, then a personal foul, hands to the face. They had yards to give because it was 3rd and 10 plus, but you still don't want to cede those 5 yards over.
And Utah State hold Texas A&M to 3. Reed on 3rd and 8. He's pressured. Can't get out of there.
Can't be brought down. So it's like Texas A&M, they're going to have to settle for a field goal. We're still waiting for NC State and Virginia to get out of their timeout for whatever they have going on. In the meantime, though, we do have Illinois, interesting enough. They just entered a goal line situation against the Blue Devils. They're only up by 1 at the moment.
Play fake. facing pressure again from Anthony, who's got 3 sacks, and so he has to throw it away. A flag is down. And Anthony getting into a shoving match with an Illinois offensive lineman behind the Duke bench. As the Illini did not like the way Anthony shoved Altmaier out of bounds. That was Josh.
All right, so another red zone opportunity also happening for Indiana, as Indiana's going to be able to punch it into the end zone. That's going to be a touchdown for the Hoosiers.
Holds on the right
that will get
Melvin
Indiana the lead, or at least an even bigger lead. So that'll be 21
penalty marker for the extracurricular activity.
There.
Priestley just going to get him with the hold on 4 Josiah Green. Hand just outside the framework. I got to tell you, I'm surprised they didn't get Vincent Anthony Jr.
And then actually San Jose does also get on the board too. Shout out to San Jose for making that happen. We do also have a red zone opportunity for Iowa State too. Iowa State just getting into the 20. Now they're inside the 15.
And it's Lafferty. And he's able to break an arm tackle and get down to the 9. As somebody that knows Josh's dad, Olin, quite well, because you played together with the Bears, I know you're not surprised that he went to the aid of his quarterback after Altmaier got shoved out, perhaps late by Anthony.
I would imagine Dad is watching at home and very proud of watching what Josh is doing. And Olin, his father, the toughest player I ever played with, and one of the best leaders I've been around. And when you watch Josh Kreutz on film, boy, he is a carbon copy of his father. And talking with his quarterback, his head coach, they love what they're saying.
All right, so Iowa State also getting, looks like it's a goal line situation as well. And then same could be said about Baylor. Baylor is also inside the 10-yard line. Lots of games happening at the same time. And Baylor punches it into the end zone. Touchdown, Bears. And it looks like we have a scatter for Washington. The Baylor Bears are going to get back to a field goal game, interesting enough. Definitely our most answering game that we have seen so far over the course of the noon window.
A big catch earlier. He had 2 touchdowns in the opener, bottom of your screen.
Then all of it, Virginia finally back out on a timeout, but one big goal line happening right now. Iowa State inside the 5. They're getting ready for a second and goal. Illinois on 3rd and goal. Got it.
And it's a touchdown. Cole
Wow.
hang on to the ball as he hit the pylon in the back corner.
Baby. All right, Cole Rush is going to score there. So they'll wrap up their drive for the time being. Iowa State, we haven't seen any touchdowns there yet. If Iowa State can finally break that down for us and finally lose their quote-unquote
before one of those Battle Hawk games on the field before the playoffs this last spring. Easy guy to root for. Humble, very courageous, good talent.
And he'll run it straight ahead. Sama. Look at the drive. He's a little guy, but with powerful, powerful legs.
All right, so now we get into, remember right before the first down play, I said I think they might have 4 downs to score here. We're going to find out with this play call. If Matt Campbell tells his coordinator, Taylor Mauser, that he's got 2 to score.
All right, and then Virginia also gets inside the 5-yard line as well. So a goal line situation for the Virginia Cavaliers. That's going to be 1st and goal from about 3. And then Iowa State on 3rd and goal. Goes for the end zone. Got it! Touchdown, Iowa State. All right. All right, so that ends in a touchdown.
You have the ball
all right, cool.
Red zone. You have all your timeouts. You're dominating time of possession. You're dominating when it comes to plays run. And every run that you have, you're falling forward, not backwards. So, yes, the entire playbook is at your disposal, but this is brilliant clock management. If you get a touchdown here, you don't leave any time for NC State to score, and NC State gets the ball at halftime, so you don't give that 2-for-1 opportunity.
Yeah, when you grind the clock down to 22 seconds left,
All right, so we have a new red zone alert coming in. Kennesaw State with a big-time catch down the sideline. Dexter Williams, playing against his old team, by the way. He's a Indiana transfer for Dexter Williams. And we now have Kennesaw State in the red zone as well, as they're looking for their first touchdown of the ball game. But first, we check in on Virginia and if they can finish this drive out or not.
Ends and Jamari Taylor back in just behind Chandler Morris. First and goal, it's play action. Morris floats back to the goal.
Got it. Yes, he does. So another touchdown for Virginia. It looks like it's going to be 24-14 at the half. So now Indiana jumps in.
Odom does it right there.
So the 2-minute timeout.
Hey Tim, I got something for you. The safety's
All right, so we'll
low.
put a bookmark on Kennesaw State and Indiana for a quick moment. I'm starting to see a fair number of games getting into halftime here shortly, as Duke might have something down the sideline. Is he going to be able to go all the way? No, but it looks like it's going to be on the 25-yard line. There's a game we're going to temporarily jump into.
Duke comes right back with an answer.
While waiting for Kennesaw and Indiana
Well, initially
to get back from break.
To Quayshawn Brown, but Chase Tyler just sitting there wide open. An excellent speed after the catch on the explosive play.
That was a 62-yard pass play.
Yeah, you hear that, guys? 62 yards.
And now Peyton Jones gets the carry.
Whoa,
and there's nothing there off the left side with
David Johnson.
Illinois' front led by Gentle Hunt. What a great name for
Man, that's
D lineman
that is so
making the
tough to
play there.
see.
Not very gentle there on first down. Plays with really good.
Man, rest in peace to Davy Johnson, man.
Inside, only 5'11" and a nice stop in that initial play.
And how about Darian Mensah
All right,
keeping
so we
his eyes
do
downfield
officially
a
have
couple times in
halftime.
this game, right? Could have taken
They do
that short throw.
tack on a field goal.
Really good on the move.
But how about that, though? FIU playing extraordinarily tough against Penn State right now.
Throwing again into the end zone.
Oh, that was dropped right in the bucket, too. 85 just did not make the play.
Bailey in coverage may have gotten a piece of the football, and it's third down.
Matthew Bailey's in great position here, and that ball just a little bit too far for Hazley. He's throwing that back pylon.
Yeah, that's a tough sight right there. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I mean, I don't know how many can throw any better than that.
Great throw from Derek Minson. The coverage is good. The throw was better, but Hazley unable to bring it in.
That's 3 drops now for Duke. Not helping their quarterback.
We haven't heard Gabe Ackus much today. Defense could use him right here on third down to get a pass rush off the right side.
On 3rd and 10 from the 13. Mensah stepping up in trouble, gets hit back.
Oh, he's done. He's hit from behind. It's fumbled. It's recovered by Illinois.
Recovered by Bailey. And it was Gabe Ackus who had the strip sack for Illinois.
Well, Mitch is going to move to his left, and it's the second effort by Gabe Ackus. He doesn't win clean, but he stays with it, and he punches this ball out. 6th career forced fumble. Just stay with it. Once you get to the past the quarterback, shut it down, work back, and don't just get to the cue, punch it out. It's crazy. We were talking with Brett Bielema yesterday. This is something he's continued to work on, and Brett Bielema was harping on him. When you get there, get that ball out. We see the break that ball loose, and the first takeaway.
All right, so that's not going to end where we think it's going to end, but we'll have a little bit of something going here. See how Syracuse plays this last 10 seconds, but they can't. So that will probably the last play before they go into halftime as well.
King, number 10, was
last 5 seconds there. But now Kennesaw State and Indiana, now they do get back into
identification of Isaiah Jones, 46, piercing through there the moment he read
get that going so we don't have as much lacrosse talk going on.
By the QB1.
Meet up, Is it like an actual, what kind of simulation do you use? Are you using like a NCAA 26 or what's not? EA College Football 26 is technically the correct term.
Is really excited about the redshirt junior. They said if it weren't for Fisher being the green dot, he would be a 4.0 student here at Indiana.
Well, yeah, the Hoosiers covered up Gabriel Binyard so far. I mean, he's not gotten a sniff. 3rd and 11. Quick curl, it's caught. Shy of the 10 by Moss. That's really been the guy that Odom has found since coming in. Lewis Moore does wrap him up.
You don't know how many opportunities you're going to get down here, Tim. I think you have to go for it here. Yeah. And that's what they're thinking about doing. They're leaving their offense on the field, but now changing their mind. I would have loved to see him go for it. Your quarterback is hot. He's moving around well. He's seeing the field well. Yeah. I would have loved to see him get an opportunity, but don't forget, there's still a chance for a fake.
Yeah,
right?
that's
you don't
true.
know how many
All
opportunities
right, so
he's going to have down here.
So Kansas State's settling for a field goal unless something like spicy happens. Eli Holstein, on the other hand, he just threw an interception, and Central Michigan does return it back into the red zone as well. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to jump into what we got going on between Central Michigan and Pitt and see if Central Michigan can convert off of the turnover that we just witnessed, right?
They're really running a cloud.
By the way, the Kansas State field goal, that is good.
And caught that ball out of the air, snatched it out of the air, and then you see some of the offensive vision there to get the ball down into the red zone for this Central Michigan offense.
He's the team leader and captain of that defense, led the team in tackles all last year. Angel Flores is
UConn and Syracuse does also go into halftime as well. And UConn does carry a 14-6 lead.
And Flores is inside the 10. Chippewas do have 2 timeouts, and we're under a minute left.
So you want to be expeditious with this. So you know Pitt only has 1. You have to think they're not going to try and use that in this moment. They have an opportunity.
Now,
Michigan, next second.
For the Chippewas.
30 seconds. Please reset the game clock to 43. 43, please.
And this Central Michigan offense can get another first down if they get inside the 4-yard line to get a new set of downs. But the biggest thing for an offense that's been stagnant in the last 3 series.
I mean, we were given the gift basically starting at about midfield. Or not midfield, but like for Chippewas, you started inside the 30-yard line for Pitt. You got to turn this into something. Enter, what's going on, man? Those Cavaliers, they're doing some work offensively, ain't they?
Need 7, yes, but you can't walk away with less than 3 in this opportunity.
Basically a goal line situation for Chippewas too. They're at the 10-yard line. It's a 2nd and 7, so they can pick up the first down without scoring.
Left side.
I'm sure they're going to really prefer a touchdown more than anything else right now.
Not a team that airs it out. I mean, there's times we've seen them trying to air it out. It's been sack after sack or a missed opportunity, so they're going to keep it on the ground. Another timeout called here by Central Michigan. This is a big 3rd down opportunity. They haven't converted in a while, so you want to.
That's the second drive actually that Central Michigan has used on this drive as well. They don't have really any more timeouts that they can necessarily work off of.
About another 12 seconds off the clock that you don't have now by rushing the football.
Illinois Duke.
That's the last timeout for Central Michigan.
And imagine if you're Coach Chapin, you got to send in 2 plays on this moment. 3rd down play and a 4th down play, or you make that the 1st down play on if you get the conversion on 3rd down. But you got to keep the momentum and you got to go a little bit up. You got to perform what Pitt's been doing. You got to be at the line of scrimmage if you want to be able to take advantage in this last 27 seconds.
And the interesting thing here is for Central Michigan, they've got guys who've got some height. So if you even wanted to pass, we've seen
I don't get to send many messages while I'm always listening while I'm working. This is an awesome idea. You know, Edgar, I truly appreciate that. And, you know, as long as you know, the support system around me is, you know, okay with me doing this. I'm absolutely going to try to keep it rolling, man. So I appreciate those words of encouragement. I genuinely do. That's going to be an offside.
He's going to free play. And again, they looked. That's a free play right
They tried to get a
there
late substitution in.
Man running off the field. They made a substitution.
At the last
One
second.
guy did not get off, so that's a free 5 yards. So you wonder if they're flirting with automatic first down.
They were looking at the tight end, Nathan Van Timmeren.
We do have a red zone opportunity happening in the Texas A&M and Utah State game as well.
27 seconds. 27. Thank you.
So with that going on and with that in mind,
We go from a third and 4 to it looks like a third and
we'll keep an eye out on what's happening in the Texas A&M Utah State matchup.
because you're inside the 10. You can't get the full 5. So they got about 3.5 yards on that penalty. Additional conversation by the judges.
And that penalty, that offsides penalty, not only gives them...
The previous play was not legally snapped. The clock is correct at 27 seconds. It's third down.
Okay, correction. Yeah.
So call it 3rd and 1. From about the 3.5.
Okay, so it looks like Texas A&M, they do capture...
With Central Michigan.
Did they get the touchdown there?
This is what you would call goal line personnel, but for this squad, it doesn't necessarily have to be.
Oh, he dropped it. Never mind.
Glasser's going to keep it. Left side, trying to power his way forward. He's got enough for a first down. And they're going to have to line up quickly. They've got no more timeouts.
Got the first down. Clock doesn't start until the marker's set, so they do have that on their side. The ball's now going.
All right, so Duke is also in a red zone opportunity as well. We're going to try and score before the end of the half, less than 25 seconds that they're working off of as of right now. So Duke does use a timeout. They have one more remaining. Central Michigan, on the other hand, does not have any timeouts that they can work off of at all.
Get set before you can blow the play, then the clock starts running. So very heads up play by Angel Flores to know that and have that in his back pocket.
Glasser will stay in at quarterback. Now from the gun, Townsend in the backfield, fakes it. He's going to throw, and that's
he had him too. He just straight up missed him.
That was Tommy McIntosh, one of the receivers we talked about. He's about 6'5",
and he had him wide open. If he just led the ball to the outside for Glasser, not throwing to
all right, so Texas A&M does have a goal line situation on its hands. First and goal inside the 5. Marcel Reed in the shotgun, hands it off, and he keeps it himself, actually, and he's going to find the end zone. Touchdown, Texas A&M. Even for yet again.
But still has a ways to learn.
He'll throw again. Steps up. Dives.
Is he it?
Touchdown, Central Michigan.
We're going to give it to him. Okay, that's a touchdown. All right, so now Duke is in the red zone as well against Illinois.
Benson throwing again as a completion. Higgins gets out
of bounds right away.
Immediately, so they don't have to burn that final timeout, stopping the clock with 19 seconds left, and it's third down.
Smart play right there by a veteran Higgins, getting out of bounds as quickly as he can. Nice pickup.
I mean, Duke has a chance of time before going to half. I'm really curious as well. Texas Tech just score another touchdown against
Benson rolling left and throwing into the end.
So it looks like it's going to be 48-0.
Come up with an excellent coverage by Torrey Cox Jr. Daniel Brown had pressure, and there's a flag down in the backfield.
This is going to be rough in the passer on Daniel Brown. Just gives a shove well after the pass.
Personal foul, roughing the passer. Defense number 4. After this is 2 to go. First down.
No need need for it, Dave. No need whatsoever. They got
Yeah, I
pushed
hate
out.
to
They
see
did
it.
what they needed
You
to
truly
do.
hate to see it there.
And Daniel Brown is well after the throw. A shove at Darian Mensah.
Got the technical difficulty because so we can't show it to you. They did have it on the Jumbotron here. It was clear. It was a shove, as you mentioned, Dusty. So instead of it being 4th down, the offense stays on the field. 1 timeout left. 14 seconds to go. 1st and goal on the Illinois
And then
5-yard
after
line.
this Duke touchdown, I'm going to.
Cooper Barcade up top in the slot.
Yeah, so Edgar, what's happening is we have more games happening on at the screen at one time in the background than what we had last week.
To the right, back, throws back of the end zone.
Is it caught?
Did he get a foot down? Waiting for the signal. Yes, he did.
Yes, that's a touchdown for Duke. We'll see if they go for 2. So Edgar, to kind of repeat what I was going to say, so we have more games going on in the background than what we've had last week because there's more FBS versus FBS matchups happening over the course of the Saturday slate. I think last week it was like anywhere from like 6 to 9 that we saw happen at one time, whereas right now we have 12 games happening at the same time. So all that, like, long story short, what's happening is my PC is working extremely hard just to keep an eye on all these games happening at the very same time while giving you guys that game audio that you guys are looking for. So, you know, the PC is hanging on. It's trying to be tough. So we might like cut out from like one of these like blowout games that we're seeing. So, like, for example, Texas Tech and Kent State are about to go into half. So we'll go ahead and
I think this is going to be upheld, Dave.
I'll probably close that for now.
Outstanding concentration, back line, knowing
create like
exactly
a little bit of
where you are.
these memory use, give us ourselves a little bit of
a
relief, so to speak.
It's a touchdown.
Even though, well, actually, that would be a good call because Kent State and Texas Tech.
No, it's early in the game. No, early in the game. I think walk away.
That's a noon game happening anyway. There's no other games happening on TNT. Yeah, Edgar, that's what's going on, and that's why we have
I think so too. It did look like he secured it.
Happening to us right now.
The ball
in the meantime, we're reviewing this touchdown. So while that is in fact happening, I'm going to go ahead. I have to use the restroom, and I want to make sure the dogs get taken out as well. So I'm going to flip it over to the Iowa and Iowa State team real fast, because there's some action going on over there.
A gain of 16, 1st down and 10 at the 23. Gronowski bounces it, looking, and he'll just throw it out of bounds. Ezeagu with pressure for Iowa State.
Yeah, this is a difficult position because what Iowa wants to do is try to use the aggressiveness of Iowa State against them, so they want to be able to use the run fakes and the play action. But in this setting, you're a minute 9, only 2 timeouts for Iowa. I don't think that Iowa State is going to be biting on some of that. So it's just up to the passing game and the route structure in order to get free, and they've been unable to get separation.
12th play of the drive. It started at the 13. They'll run it. Williams keeps his balance. What power. Xavier Williams gains 9. Timeout on the field, 56 seconds remaining. 13-3, Iowa State.
The new Crafted Flats from Pizza Hut. 5 handcrafted recipes with more toppings, all for you. There's no reason not to get one or try all 5. New Crafted Flats are just $5 each till 5 p.m. and available till close. Only from Pizza Hut.
Buy the Old Spice NFL collection.
Buy the Old Spice NFL collection.
No, like this. Old Spice NFL collection.
Old Spice NFL collection.
Old Spice NFL collection.
Old Spice NFL collection.
Okay.
.56 seconds remaining. Partner, your thoughts on this first half?
Well, it's been dominated really by Iowa State, and this is just a total bonus if Iowa is able to drive down and get a score. Now, I'd much rather have a touchdown. 12 plays, 71 yards. I would go for this on 4th down. I think they've got 2 plays to get it, but knowing Kirk Ferentz, he's probably thinking field goal is a good situation as well.
3rd down and 1 at the 14. Gronowski looking for the first. He has it, and a little bit more. Dragged down at the 10.
Coming out of that last timeout, you would think that they have 2 plays called. So they got that quarterback power, they get the 1st down, and now they've got another play ready to go in the no-huddle, and that's exactly what they've got.
1st down from the 11, 50 seconds left. Gronowski checks it down. Patterson, and he'll go out of bounds inside the 10. Gain of 2, Hawkeyes with the timeout remaining, as they continue to knock on the door.
Boy, what a drive here. You know, a couple of conversions.
All right, we're back. Appreciate everyone's patience.
There's a timeout on the field. I believe that there was an Iowa State player that was slow to get up. And so he's off to the sideline, and they'll be back out on the ball. But Gronowski has been really good on this drive.
2nd down and 8. 44 seconds left. Gill in motion. Play fake. Far side. Ball thrown low and incomplete.
Yeah, hate to see it.
Gill, the intended receiver.
Here we go. All right, so that's the game that's on right now. Iowa and Iowa State. That's what we got going on in the background.
I think that this is a bad thing for Iowa that this was incomplete. I think you would rather it be incomplete, save the timeout for only 2 yards. You're going to save time on the clock. I get it, it's 3rd down here. But you got a couple of plays. Probably going to settle for a field goal unless you get down into that 4th and 1. So this is a ball that almost certainly will be thrown past the chains.
3rd down and 8 at the 9. And this time it's Iowa State calling a timeout.
3rd and final charge of the half.
And we'll stay right here. Matt Campbell wants to talk things over.
All right, and then looks like it's Iowa and Iowa State. The only game that's on commercial right now. So we're seeing like slowly but surely get ourselves back updated. Looks like UConn Syracuse is actually back at the half.
Coming in fact, last year they were the worst team in the Big 12 in terms of pressure. Only 16 sacks on the year. They only have 1 sack so far through their first 2 games this year. The lack of pressure has shown up here on this drive. Gronowski has had lots of time to throw, and he's been able to move the chains, but no play more important than this one.
Yeah, it actually turns out there's actually quite a few games back at
this area, Joel.
Halftime, but
unfortunately,
all right, all good. That'll help us get nice and caught up there for a split second.
Timing and spacing, and you need to have a matchup.
No, I'm a tad behind as well for the Iowa State game.
He's been doing a great job with his secondary, being aggressive, sitting on routes. I feel like Iowa State feels like they've got the better matchups. They could probably play man coverage, try to get a little pressure on the quarterback.
Watch Gill. He's in the slot at the top of your screen.
And it looks like you do have man coverage up here.
Gronowski looks that way.
Bang.
Caleb Bacon. Only 5 snaps a year ago. Came into camp. They voted him captain.
All right, so, oh, wait a minute. There's a flag, though.
He's a walk-on. Let's see, though. Flag.
We do have 2 teams approaching the red zone, though. We do have Kennesaw State actually approaching the red zone once again. And then UConn actually might just be inside the 15-yard line.
There was some extracurricular as they were getting up off the ground. An Iowa player hit the ground. Bo Stevens kind of hit the ground. I'm wondering if this could be potentially on Iowa State.
The sack, holding defense number 19.
Oh, that's a backbreaker.
Unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 53.
2 penalties in one go.
Is half the distance to the goal. Automatic 1st down.
Oh, no.
So let's first look at the coverage. So this is Tayshawn James, number 19. He's in coverage on the tight end. That's Fanami. That's the hold. You see the flag pop in, and then after the sack, here's Caleb Bacon.
Disaster.
And it's hard to see.
That's a complete disaster of a play there, man.
Stevens.
UConn is actually officially in the red zone now, but they're facing 3rd and 6.
Right, and he just hits the ground, and the flag comes out right there, and all of that leads to a first down.
And it looks like Penn State got
goal for Iowa.
Field goal once we
seconds to go. Iowa still with 1 timeout left. Patterson.
1st and goal.
Next to Gronowski. He'll run it. Trying to get it.
And he got it. Wow. Those penalties right there cost them a touchdown. I mean, just a complete disaster there, man. Complete disaster. And then we do see Kennesaw State. They get a field goal. Field goal is good. So we get another field goal up on the board.
Patterson, and then 11 does the rest for the touchdown.
Okay.
17-play drive, covering 85.
All right, and then let me get this live for them.
With Alabama and Louisiana Monroe, there's one more after.
All right, so Texas A&M looks like it's the only team right now that is across midfield as of right now
war is being
that I've noticed.
14 years.
You know, we were there. How many years was it when they played Kansas State for the first time?
2 years ago.
Yeah, and it was like they hadn't played each other forever since they joined the league.
It was the 99th meeting of those two schools.
Well, that was an epic game.
It sure was.
How many yards was it? 56 yards?
62.
Only 62.
All right, we'll see what Texas A&M can do, man.
Before the delay of game.
Hey, you're still upset about that. Reed pumps and throws, and it's caught by Concepcion.
Now officially get him inside the 30.
See if they can get him going. That's 11 for KC.
Well, Ugo, he got up clapping his hands. He ought to be thrilled. You know, you're on an island out there with Concepcion. Ugo, yes, conceded the catch, but got him to the ground quickly. Obviously, first down yardage, but that's a dangerous guy to be on the far side of the field all by yourself with.
Rio Craver still looking for a catch. KC's got a couple. Back to the ground to Daniels. Amari. A couple of bursts on this drive. He gets down to the 21. It's a 9-yard pickup for him.
That's a great description. I mean, he really did hit the hole. Put his foot in the ground and got downhill quickly. See the Aggie offensive front doing a good job on their combination blocks. You know, Utah State, both the guards are uncovered. The offensive guards are uncovered. You're working in combination with the center or the tackle almost every snap.
Another handoff.
Texas A&M with a run, and right just short of the marker. Do have something interesting brewing in Happy Valley, though. FIU looks like they're about midfield right now. They are facing a 3rd and long, though. But again, I mean, shout out to FIU. They are putting up a tremendous fight right now. A tremendous fight. Definitely deserve all the love in the world right now.
Last season at center, he's in there at right guard.
Them boys are hooping.
Straight at Moss.
And that's going to be a touchdown for them boys in Aggie land. They're going to extend the lead further. It's going to be 24-6.
First time he's crossed the goal line in over 10 months. And it's a 21-yard score.
Okay, so let's see. UConn, they actually had their drive stall with a field goal. And FIU is looks like they're also they're punting the ball away.
59 yards rushing, Reed 35, Owens 31.
Let's check in.
Daniels has a few yards rushing.
Baylor and SMU. I don't know if we'll stay there long term.
This game, the incompletion, a little scramble here.
Well, we do actually have a touchdown.
See what Coach Lashley throws at him in 3rd down.
NIU just not NIU. NC State looks like they scored again.
Jennings scrambling
3rd and 10.
Pressure, but wide open on the left side.
All right, so we got something brewing here with SMU and Baylor.
I mean, this is just pretty. He's able to extend the play
It's been
and keep his eyes downfield.
really the most entertaining, one of the most entertaining games that we've seen thus far. And then NC State also encroaching in on the 25-yard line as well.
Quick pass to the tight end again.
They'll be looking to take the lead.
And here's that tempo offense.
No one in the red zone, but NC State and SMU trying to put together the drive. They're both inside the 30-yard line.
Harden, the ball carrier.
I mean, you can't even get a sip of water here. No. They are flying right now on offense.
Another first down. And this tempo is what defenses have nightmares about. Jennings tripped up by the official. And he's going to have a complete pass.
Wow, that is one of the more
looks like he lost the football. It looks like he fumbled.
Yeah. And then the fumble.
So he runs into the judge.
He drops
who
the ball
fumbles
there,
it.
so it's still a live ball.
He picks it back up.
I think he might.
One more bizarre play. All right, so we'll put a quick bookmark into what we have for SMU and Baylor because of the significant loss. NC State actually in the red zone, though, and with that first down run, looks like we're now staring down a borderline red zone, well, not red zone opportunity, but a goal line opportunity brewing for NC State as they look to, at the bare minimum, tie it. They may be looking for the lead. I know that's probably what they're ideally looking for.
Of that Virginia defense, the doubt is starting to creep in.
It's been the ground attack for NC State to start the third quarter, and this time the defensive front for the Hoos bows up. And they get a stop. Mitchell Melton and Jason Hammond sandwich Scott behind the line of scrimmage. If Virginia can hold to a field goal, we'd have a tie game. But they need a red zone stop to do it. And these are two very impressive drives by the Pack to start the third quarter.
A lot of confidence, a lot of remembering who you are. That first half was not who NC State is or who they want to be. Now they're trying to show who they are. Explosive in the run game with a dominant quarterback.
There you go, second and long.
Off the edge, makes a man miss. He'll take off. No one out on the edge.
Dog, NC State, man. Listen, CJ Bailey? CJ Bailey, he might be that dude, man. I'm not going to lie. He's going to get some ACC teams some struggles all year long, man. What a run for CJ Bailey, avoiding the pressure.
Landon Danley may have grasped less than air. I mean,
Oh my
CJ
goodness.
Bailey sees the blitzer come, and he sets him up. Watch him. He just waits. Boom. Set him up with that inside little shimmy.
All right,
And then all he sees is green grass. Yeah, we talk about the weight that he's put on, but the maturity and the growth that you're seeing in the decisions from CJ Bailey are what could take him to that elite level.
All right, let's go ahead and swing back over to Baylor and SMU, where we were originally at. They figured out what they wanted to do there.
Derek McFall.
We'll actually scratch that. We'll put another bookmark into that. I'm so sorry.
in the run game,
Indiana is in the goal line situation against Kennesaw State, so we'll still put a bookmark.
Track down the running back
from SMU and
stop
Baylor,
that play from getting in the end zone. And remember,
just to see if anything comes up out of that situation there.
Better in the first half. Can they continue?
But in the meantime, Indiana with a goal line situation against the Owls of Kennesaw State. Can the Hoosiers punch it in? I mean, oh wow, wide butt naked open. Wide butt naked open. Touchdown, Indiana. I mean, Elijah Derrick, he just scored the touchdown from Fernando Mendoza. Literally nobody within 5 yards around. And in the end zone like that is wide butt naked open.
This is a really nice design. He's going to go in and out. However, they're linked
Indiana
in
will have to
man-to-man
eventually
coverage.
play
So he gets
slightly
his
harder
foot right from the
competition.
ground, and he comes back out with the run fake offered because
Okay,
he's
so
done
what we have
he
going
keeps his eyes in
on
the backfield. And Tim, if you're in man-to-man coverage and you look in the backfield,
is
you're going to watch passes get completed.
That's
really
a
a touchdown for
we got a
Surratt.
touchdown in the Penn State game. Devontae Roth got held, and he still makes the play. So it looks like, unless it's telling me it's a
double move by Surratt.
who you call
It's
it?
like the Sheik. Sheik to Sheik.
Lead those kids behind.
Wisconsin.
Oh, a lot of commercial breaks happening right now. We got to be better. All right.
Sailed a little bit to the outside, tight coverage on the play.
This looks like it's the only game that's not in commercial.
Cruz Brookins, the strong safety.
At least I've noticed in Jacksonville State and Liberty, they're still at
field for their safeties as well as their corners. So they're going to have guys who are more likely to be on the tight side of the field and other guys who play on the more open side of the field of play. And Brookins is one of those guys that's usually a boundary guy.
And look at this. Penn State's going for the 2-point conversion. I may need to update the score bug here shortly.
Labus will keep it.
And they got it.
Harrison makes the stop, but a 5-yard pickup.
They can have that yardage, make this a third and manageable. You know, where they got into trouble for Central Michigan, you try to
All right, so they do succeed in the 2-point conversion.
Second and long into a
Now, I thought I had the game audio on that.
In those situations, but a great job by Labus to see the lane. Doesn't seem to be like downfield.
But I actually did not. That's my apologies there, guys. All right, so we're actually on Central Michigan. There we go. All right.
Again, straight ahead. Maybe 2. 4th down coming.
Quarterback design, keeper, lead play. See the right guard, Neff, come in and run the lead with it. But a great
Finally, that touchdown or at least a 2-point conversion for Penn State.
And Rasheem Biles does a great job of locking in and tackling the legs of Florida.
Oh, no, they actually ruled out the 2-point conversion. They actually got rid of that.
Standing at his own 15.
Wow, I'm actually a little surprised by that, to be honest with you. All right, so it's actually 20-0.
45-yard punt, no return. Pitt football for the first time in the second half.
All right, so for UConn is deep in their own territory. NC State's getting ready to kick it off. One game that's not as commercial right now is Utah State. They got a 3rd and long. See if they have the audacity to pick it up.
Barnes loads up, throws the
They're going for it. Almost a big play. You know, close don't count for the horseshoes, hand grenades, and nuclear missiles, though. So it looks like that is going to, yeah, that is not going to. So Utah State, they're obviously going to punt that away, right? Let's check in on Baylor and SMU. No one really threatening at this time.
Fresno State versus Oregon State. That's coming up next, only on the CW. Defense is coming up strong here in the 3rd quarter, stopping each other on their drives as we see Robertson over the middle, and he misses his receiver. Looking for Kobe Prentice.
Yeah, great stop by Baylor, keeping points off the football. You saw some uncharacteristic offense from Kevin Jennings and SMU. Really did a great job keeping points off the board, and now you got a chance to go
SMU coming in ranked. Maybe on a little bit of an upset from Baylor right about now.
Robertson with Caden Knight.
Keep an eye out to see if anyone gets into scoring range. To be honest with you, I'm not really looking around. I'm not really seeing it anywhere. Oh, but Baylor is. What a call by yours truly, the host of College Football Red Zone, coming in here and making the Baylor SMU game, because Baylor, off of a big shot throw, that was across the 50, and they are officially in business right now, trying desperately to take the lead against SMU.
Putting on an impressive performance here, and quick out to Kobe Prentice. Robertson.
And hang on now, there's a big one happening down the sideline in the other game. Virginia and North Carolina State down the sideline, and it looks like Baylor with over 150 yards on the day, his 3rd rushing touchdown to Maury Taylor, putting the Virginia Cavaliers on his back, and they have the lead, now making it 31-28, pending the extra point, of course. I imagine they'll make the extra point. Probably.
Either
hopefully.
Professional practice or some
I want to
colleges,
update this scorebug point.
A red line that's maybe about 5 yards yards from the sideline, and usually that's designed for the receivers to run on that to give the quarterback room to drop the football on the outside. So you can see right there, he did a great job holding that. We call it holding the red line to catch that football on the outside.
3rd and 3 for Robertson. Washington's in the backfield now as he goes into motion. And Robertson's going to carry this one wide open. And he'll slide down for the first down.
That was an awful looking slide. I'm not going to lie to you, but hey, man, whatever floats your boat at this point, you know, whatever you got to do, you got to do. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They were putting it on the red zone opportunity. They just got inside the 25-yard line. Just that run from Sawyer Robertson.
Before the game, down on the field. Very
and then Iowa State and Iowa getting out of halftime break as well.
His kid's attitude. And right now, Robertson has the perfect attitude as he throws over the right side into the end zone over the head of Kobe Prentice.
Yeah, Coach Arenas is big on the on ball, bro. Looks like we got a
go against Baylor.
Offense, number 72.
Yes, it is.
10-yard building.
Holding.
First down.
Tough.
Bolton Price is going to get called for that one, but go ahead, Will.
Yeah, Coach Arenas, he's big on ball brotherhood battle. He wants to know, like, why do you love football? He asks all of his guys to speak about why they love football, why did they play this game. Also, he's big on, like, learn about your teammates. He said it's important that when you go to battle with your teammate that you know what he's about, you know what he stands for, you know his culture, you know he's thinking, his identity, so you can trust him more. So yeah, he's a very, very deep coach in terms of his mind and how he thinks.
Trying to build that culture with the Bears in his 6th season as a lot of time here for Robertson. He's going to tuck it under the right arm.
Ooh.
This one might get called. 22-yard line, no flags. That was
I'm actually very surprised they didn't call the flag there.
Put the shoulder pads on him when he was going down.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. Listen, I've seen that one called several times. He does duck the head. You know, I'm not trying to call anybody out there, but I have seen this one called. But hey, let's move on.
No call on that one. 2nd down for Robertson. Kicks it out into the right side and complete to Washington. Washington, such a versatile back.
Okay, so we have 3rd and long, but we do have Texas A&M. They are firmly in the red zone. They're trying to finish their first half strong. The only team that has not at least started the second half yet. They actually have 22 seconds to go before halftime.
Are we assuming this is 2-down territory here?
There are 2 tabs on Texas A&M, but meanwhile, Sawyer Robinson and the boys, 3rd and long coming up. See Robertson can make something happen here. Looks like it's going to be a run. He's going to get some first down and gets inside the 10-yard line. 1st and goal coming up for Baylor.
Like, he does a great job capturing the edge on the outside and has daylight to get the first down. It was almost too easy.
Great blocking scheme there by the Bears. A lot of room to run.
Oh man, Indiana got something brewing on the opposite side. Big play down the sideline. He's going to be untouched. Can he make it all the way to the end zone? Yes, he can. Touchdown, Indiana.
Washington moves to the right. Hit at the 5-yard line, falls forward, but a penalty flag on the play. Wachovia on the stop.
Holding, offense, number 12, 10-yard building, first down.
One of the things that Coach Dave Aranda was proud of was the no mistakes.
The extra don't hurt yourself. 35-9. We're probably up with the update. Texas A&M actually does also
in this situation they do.
Get a touchdown there as well.
You got beat trying to block, got blown up and held on to the jersey. That was an easy call right there. Still first.
All right, here we go. 1st and goal, but Baylor still inside. Like, looks like about the 20-yard line. That got blown up.
Almost in time to pick that one off.
They're going to rule it incomplete, but man, did my man take a shot. It took a massive shot, too.
That's dangerous because that's a top play for Baylor, and he threw that one pretty late. Unfortunately, his receiver was able to get up on that. made. That's a dangerous play right there. You got to get that ball out very, very quickly because these defensive backs all game long, they've been aggressive, getting out the breaks, making tackles, being physical, being tough.
Harmon right there in time to break that one up for the incompletion. And now it's 2nd and goal. In from the 17. Throws off to the left side again. This time complete. Hawkins.
So that'll make it a much more manageable 3rd and goal. But still, you're looking at 3rd and about 9, realistically. Not an ideal spot, but it could certainly be a whole lot worse. Be a whole lot worse there, man.
We'll take a shot to the end zone here. You're already in a
Looks
situation
like
where you
actually did miss the extra point.
But right now, I'm gonna take a shot to
So
the
it's
end zone.
30-6.
And if I don't get a touchdown, then I'm gonna take the points.
We've seen him run it in too. Let's see what Washington does in the backfield once again. Robertson.
Yeah, I'll work the tight end in the seam if he's available.
3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Pressure. Robinson rolls, flag on the play, and he throws it away. But looks like it's going to be another holding penalty. He throws the ball away, and more than likely they should have thrown it right to their receiver, to his hands, even if he was in coverage, because with the penalty flag.
Yeah, well, if it's on Baylor, I mean, you throw it to the end zone.
Offense.
Oh, man, another holding for Baylor.
4th down.
You throw it to the end zone, you get a chance of an interception.
Okay, so it looks like SMU is going to be able to hold Baylor. It looks like to a field goal attempt. Should be makeable inside 30 yards. But NC State scores yet another touchdown. We're waiting for Baylor and SMU to play out. That's a touchdown for Hollywood Smothers.
16-yard line, a 26-yard attempt.
But let's check into Illinois and Duke, where we do see right now the Illinois Fighting Illini. He just got inside the 30-yard line.
So that is 5 catches for Hank Beatty. Illinois lost a lot at receiver. In particular, Pat Bryant, who was a 3rd-round pick by the Broncos, is going to be a big part of what they do with Bo Nix and that group this year. Yet we've seen guys step up. Bowick last week with a couple of touchdowns, had a nice catch.
Beatty having a nice day. 5 catches, 82 yards.
You know,
he's having a solid day. You know, not a liquid or a gas by any means. He's having himself a solid little day.
They really like a lot. We've talked a little about Colin Dixon. But really, it's the veteran.
Taylor Weaver, though, leaving the field. That is a senior out of Houston. Pivotal part of the Duke secondary. So hopefully he's all right. Thankfully, walking under his own power.
Coming into the year at receiver.
So another Duke mistake leads to an Illinois 1st down, and now they're on the move inside the 30.
The turnovers
Illinois doing a nice job passing thus far. I mean, they're Illinois defensively, like we're talking about them.
Knowing or whoever is unaware that there should be a jersey
we're talking about them averaging like almost 10 yards a pass
on the field. Just can't happen in a situation like that. And to Illinois' credit, boy, they strike immediately after the miscue from Duke and put themselves in prime real estate.
So here we go, inside the 30-yard line. Illinois tries to extend the lead further.
Altmaier with a pump fake and throws, and it's almost picked off on the redirection. It hit Nick
And then not to be overshadowed by any means, but Central Michigan's got something brewing as well. As the Chippewas down by a couple of scores, they just got to the 30-yard line of Pitt.
You're going to see Chandler Rivers come in with that left
So
hand
we're
and
keeping an
punch
eye as
that
well, see
football
what
out. That's an
Pitt
excellent
can
job.
do defensively to hold back Central Michigan.
And knocking it loose and creating the pass breakup, because Hudson Clement was wide open, pass was there, but a really nice job by Rivers with the left hand.
But he's out because he's banged up. So you got 2 starters right now down in the secondary for Duke. Injured on this drive. Altmaier has a completion.
Looks like that. Illinois inside the 20. What is down as well?
Tackled by Robinson. Another first down for the Illini.
It's a great route by Hudson Clement. I mean, he's just going to sit down.
We have a big play in the Virginia game happening down the sideline as well. Virginia getting to about the 35-yard line. Looks to be about a 40-yard run. And then for those that have been wondering about what's been happening with Liberty and Jacksonville State, we finally get some movement on that after a 80-minute weather delay. Liberty and Jacksonville State, they're finally getting back at it. Took a while for the weather to clear up and be safe enough to play, but it looks like Jacksonville State and Liberty are top right team that we have for CFP elimination purposes. That game is going to finally resume.
Pull a couple of backside linemen, but nowhere to go, no space created, and that's that vertical penetration downhill from the linebackers of this Duke front seven.
And then we get to the end of the third quarter, Virginia and NC State. 4-point game going into the final quarter. Who is going to jump out to 2-0? We're going to find out about that very soon, but it's becoming the top priority game.
A receiver, but Dixon, the intended target, could not catch up to that bullet thrown by Altmaier. He was facing pressure. Maybe had to get rid of it quickly there.
Well, that will become our top priority once we get back from commercial break is Virginia and NC State in the fourth quarter.
And he's got him. If he just puts that pass a little bit more on the numbers, it's a walk-in touchdown.
A 3rd down and 9 for Illinois.
Showing a lot of pressure, checking at the line, Luke Altmaier.
Play clock down to 1. Snapped in time. Altmaier has a receiver open. And
ooh, what a hit. 4th and short coming.
Inside the 10 and out of bounds at the 8.
See what Illinois decides to do. If they settle for the points or if they straight up go for it.
Illinois lucky they didn't draw a hold call, sorry, my apologies, from Justin Bowick on the perimeter.
They're going for it here, Dusty. You like the decision?
And you got
I like the decision to go for it here from Illinois.
4th and 1. At the 8, they've got again Caden Fagan in. He picked up a first down on 4th down in the first half. Lined up behind Altmaier.
Here we go, 4th and 1.
And Fagan
they got it. 1st and goal coming up inside the 5.
1st and goal for Illinois.
Good double inside by Josh Kreutz, the right guard, Brandon Henderson. They finally got some movement at the point of attack, and one of the better jobs we've seen. Watch this double right here as they work up. That's exactly what
Edgar, I can certainly see the vision there, man. I mean, I will say this, at least from what we've observed in the first couple of games, this is absolutely Tony Elliott's team. He arrived from Charlottesville. So shout out to what he's done over there. And it's creating a really fun game that we have in NC State.
And an extra offensive lineman as well. Altmaier throws, and it is caught, and it's a touchdown.
All right, so that's going to be a touchdown. We're still waiting on NC State and Virginia to get back from commercial break. For the time being, though, Iowa is in the red zone. We've seen Iowa get 1 offensive touchdown so far. Can we see them get 2 offensive touchdowns? We'll see if Iowa State can hold it down.
In the land here in the great state of Iowa. 3rd down and 3 at the 19. Gronowski tries to follow his block. Ebel with the tackle, a gain of 1.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, I know Kirk Ferentz. I was about to say, like, this feels like a go for it, but I'm like, I know that man over there.
You know what? I love that about him.
I know.
No analytics. No, we're going to take the points.
That's exactly right.
That's it.
You know, it's been such
I mean, I think that's a fair call. You have a chance to tie the game and what's been a defensive rock, but I think Kirk Ferentz, it's a good call. Central Michigan in the goal line, they can punch it into the end zone here. Not gonna lie.
Equalizer.
But and Central Michigan does. They do in fact score.
There's a flag.
ESPN. And take a look at ESPN Plus. Jim Mora and UConn.
Central Michigan might have messed around,
lead in the
and they did.
Syracuse.
In fact, All right, penalty decline there too.
Yikes, that is an eye-opening score for Syracuse.
All right, let's now check in. Fourth quarter, Virginia and NC State. This is going to be our spotlight game.
I think the only two people in the building
One score game in the fourth quarter. We are getting it the undivided attention. Unless it's at commercial break.
This matchup between NC State and Virginia, it has been a shootout. Both teams have run the ball incredibly well, and now a big third down to start the fourth quarter for the Cavaliers.
And don't be afraid if you're Chandler Morris to use your legs. We've seen a couple third and medium, 5, 6. They've had the running game. Maybe a play action on this.
False start instead, possibly.
Oh, yeah, you hate to see that.
False start. Offense. Everyone but the center. Penalty. Third down.
Yeah, that's really on the center there.
Huge penalty, because now it makes you one-dimensional. There's 3 or 4 third and medium or fourth and short where Virginia decided to run the ball. Now they have to pass it 3rd and 11.
Only UVA's third penalty of the day. It's been a very clean game penalty-wise both ways. But that's a big one to make it 3rd down and 11. Chandler Morris dumps one to a crosser. Cam Ross makes a man miss. Stood up at the 30-yard line.
All right, decision time here. Could they go for the field goal? Because they are inside effective field goal range.
From here, you're looking at about a 47, 48-yard field goal.
But it would still have Virginia down by 1, or do you go for it?
Will Bettridge out to try and make this a 1-point game.
I like
Very difficult decision here.
The decision. You kick the field goal. Your kicker made a couple last week. You trust Bettridge. Get it to a
All right, looks like they're bringing the field goal unit out.
I like the decision.
Holding an offense in this game to a field goal attempt to win. NC State just got to win. And Bettridge on the way. No good.
No good.
Caught the upright, and UVA comes away empty on that drive.
All right, we're about to go to commercial break. We don't believe in commercials. What I do believe is that Jacksonville State actually has got something brewing here. I ain't gonna, it doinked off the upright. That really did doink off the upright. I hate to see it.
Faces the toss, one-on-one outside. It's the big target, Johnson. Well defended on the perimeter.
All right, so Jacksonville State does have something brewing. We'll get back to the NC State-Virginia game in a second.
There was this shot by Jacksonville State.
But we got something brewing here with Jacksonville State. Let's check in on them while we wait for Virginia and NC State to get back from commercial break.
Receiver a chance to make a play. Overthrows him a little bit. You'd rather almost be underthrown on this to give your receiver who's got the height advantage a chance on a jump ball.
Makes it 2nd and 10. Hamsley comes down the formation. Hand off to Paul. Chops the feet. Stopped for about a gain of 3. Now a critical 3rd down for this Liberty defense.
Yeah, this is for Liberty, where their front 7 can load the
All right,
box.
3rd and long.
Gavin Wimsatt has struggled to throw the football in this game. We'll see how if they come after, if they play off coverage right here. We only see 3 down linemen at the line of scrimmage, so maybe they will play off and force Wimsatt to throw the football.
Also an empty backfield right now for Jacksonville State. They go with the screen to Rexsteiner, and that is snuffed out. Liberty all over it. Brylan Green coming downhill, forcing the loss of 1.
All right, so Jacksonville State, they are leaving the field. We got something brewing here. We're still waiting for NC State and Virginia to get back from commercial break, but in the meantime, we got a big kick return for Pitt. As after Central Michigan got the touchdown, so Pitt with really good field position to work things off, starting at about midfield. Is they're going to look to respond after Central Michigan has worked themselves back into the game. Plus, in the meantime, we do see Jacksonville State They were able to finish their drive off with a field goal. First points that we've seen from them in really a minute.
Made the stop. The Central Michigan defense is feeling empowered. You know, when you take the drive like they did, over 7 minutes consumed on that, you get a chance to get a blow. So this high up-tempo offense doesn't really get to burn the guys out and they come out fresh. Here's Holstein. Rolls, throws, downfield. He's got a man. It's Poppy.
Bang! Touchdown pick. All right, so they got the response that they're looking for. And man, I'm not gonna lie, they kind of needed that one too. All right, so NC State and Virginia have gone back from commercial. Let's go check back in. Virginia and North Carolina State locked in a 4-point battle right now.
In vain to stop. This time a good gang tackle of Hollywood Smothers. Fisher Kamak led the charge, but boy, NC State put on a show on the ground in the third quarter.
The 50-yard touchdown, by the way, for Robert Williams of it. I'll give him back a 2-score lead once again.
And then C.J. Bailey using his legs as well. The run defense has been abysmal for both sides, but NC State has taken advantage in the second half with their confidence and their commitment to giving the ball to their playmakers.
C.J. Bailey to throw. Incomplete on the dive for Jolie. So now a chance for Virginia to get a stop on third down, facing 3rd and 7.
The problem with that incomplete pass is that you can no longer use what you've been using the entire game. Hollywood Smothers and the opportunity to give him the ball in the handoff. Sure, you could pass it to him, but it's going to be on C.J. Bailey to make this play.
Hard to believe NC State's got 35 points on the board and doesn't have a third down conversion yet. And they still don't, unless a flag comes out. Justin Jolie couldn't haul it in. Devin Neal there in coverage.
So Jolie runs a nice route, but the coverage has been...
timeout on the field for injury.
The defensive backs have been like blankets on these receivers for NC State.
Oh man, hopefully Big Dog is okay.
But also the rest of the DBs.
Oh, it looks like it is just a cramp. For those that can't tune in physically.
Injuries on both offensive lines they're dealing with right now.
Looks like NC State's going to have to punt the ball away. All right.
It's me.
We don't believe in commercials. You guys know this. I know this. You know this. Your mom knows this. So while we wait for NC State and Virginia to get back at it once again, tie ball game late in the third quarter. SMU trying to put together a little bit of a drive. First and 10 coming right up. It looks like they're inside the 25-yard line.
They're going to give the ball off to Harden. Harden moves right. All the way down.
And that's almost a first down for the SMU Mustangs as well. Red zone opportunity will stick around here to see the conclusion of this drive.
And Harden has put up some good numbers today. He'll get the carry again. This time looking left, but has a mountain of Baylor Bears in front of him. Maybe a 1-yard gain, which would be 1st and 10.
Yeah, TJ Harden, the UCLA transfer, has been absolutely phenomenal in pass protection today. He's been just phenomenal what he's been doing, blocking down the field, even getting around the edge, blocking to get Kevin Jennings down the field. So he's a wonderful all-purpose back.
Last week he carried 8 times for 42 yards. This time Jennings is going to throw. He goes to the end zone.
And it's picked off. What a play.
Jacob Redding picks it off.
All right, so that's not going to lead to anything. So no other red zone opportunities happening right now. Penn State is across the 50-yard line. They're at the 40.
The previous play was incomplete pass. That ruling is under further review.
And they're going to take a look at that while we're waiting for it to get out of commercial. Penn State, I gotta say this about the Nittany Lions, man. Not impressed so far today because they need enough in lead. Maybe this is just an indicator that FIU, they might do something special here in Conference USA. I'm not going to lie to you. They're coming off of that big blowout victory against the Bookman.
Or is there a possession by the defender? Clearly,
Really giving Penn State fits today. I'm actually very surprised.
Is it
Being
clear
a
obviously
lot
is the catch? That's what
closer.
they're looking in the replay booth.
almost a feel like SIU's had some opportunity to score. They just have been able to execute down in the red zone, unfortunately. Otherwise, this would be a lot scarier of a score happening right now.
And I also don't think ATN.
Yeah, UConn and Syracuse did also get into the fourth quarter. UConn carrying a 17-6 lead. Iowa State was close to the fourth quarter, about a minute left. That's a tie ball game as well.
Left foot steps. Does he have possession right there?
I don't think his right heel's out of bounds.
No, but I'm just asking, does Reynolds have possession when he kind of takes that third step?
All right, so NC State and Virginia, they are back from commercial break. Let's go ahead and check in on Virginia and North Carolina. And Virginia gets the ball back with 12:40 left to play in the fourth quarter.
Aiden Noonkester will try and change field position. And Cam Ross, he had a huge punt return earlier that helped set up a short field touchdown. He's got a chance to return one again here. The line drive kick gives a chance to Cam Ross, and he does well to get all the way out close to midfield. So good field position for Virginia. And C.J. Bailey hit hard.
Very
on
good
that
kick
last
return as
third
well.
down play.
I agree.
Right to the left ribs. Let's check in with Taylor.
Yeah, guys, well, after that hit, he returned to the sideline, was actually huddled over a trash can with some trainers, seemed to make him a little bit sick. The heat continues to be a piece of this as well. Trainers encouraging him, hey, you got to stay hydrated, you got to breathe. He is back on the bench right now. He's over an iPad.
You have a game break as Illinois is able to expand their lead further. They do find the end zone.
Great field position now
for
Virginia.
Trying to pull away against
Bailey
Duke.
gets a rest on the sideline. As both teams.
And then end of the third quarter as well for Iowa and Iowa State. That game is locked in at 13, as you can see. Oh!
Couldn't drop it in over the outstretched hands of J.J. Johnson. And Taylor, you're seeing a couple of different injuries.
Very close call there, man.
Is having to deal with right now as well.
Absolutely. Virginia offensive lineman Noah Josie spent some time in the tent. He's been a key piece for them on the left side, with the right side kind of in flux. He came out draped in cold towels. He was snacking on some pretzels with trainers. They're doing everything they can to get their guys, especially up front, to finish this one in some 90-degree-plus heat.
This is what college football red zone is all about. Multiple one-score games right now.
The next time NC State has the ball, well-designed screen here for Jamari Taylor across midfield with a first down.
And I love that report, Taylor, about Josie, because they've been running to the left side of this offensive line. We were talking about it, Taylor, in the break of how often the big runs have been to the left. So the fact that Noah Josie is able to be back into this game and try to finish this game could be all the difference.
To the right.
Virginia had a 10-point lead at halftime. NC State scored touchdowns on their first 3 possessions.
Yeah, I think I remember, VW mentioned that it was going to be 25-21 for Iowa.
And that's
a little bit more defensive line looks like than what the simulation was calling for. But Iowa could pull it out. You truly never know.
And now he's hurt.
And it feels, Bob, like this drive could swing things, right? We've seen NC State score and score and score and then get stopped. And all of a sudden, Virginia had an opportunity to score, and then they missed that field goal off the upright. They've been able to drive the ball, but this seems like it's going to be a who has the ball at the end type of game is going to win it.
It could easily come down to a last possession. Certainly has that feel. Empty backfield, quarterback draw. Chandler Morris. He puts that shoulder in harm's way and only picks up 3 yards. That's the first design quarterback run we've seen, at least for Virginia.
We have, but that was a great play by Sebastian Harsh. That was a quarterback draw, designed run. Sebastian Harsh was rushing up the field, but he used his mind to retrace back to the quarterback. That could have been a big-time gain. Harsh eliminated it.
Virginia was dominant on third down in the first half. Overall, they're 11 for 16, but only 1 for 3 here in the second half so far. Facing third down and 6. Morris. That time, again he finds Terrell Harris.
What a throw. Chandler Morris had pressure all around him. What composure by Chandler Morris.
Yeah, this Virginia
oh my goodness.
Attacking the defense, specifically Brian Nelson. But look at the space and the time that Chandler
Warner had that North Texas offense hunting around last year, man.
Brought down at the line of scrimmage.
And Bob, just going back to that point earlier, of it may come down to who has the ball at the end. Yes, it may, but that doesn't matter if Virginia doesn't score right here. Virginia's losing this game right now. They have to get a score. They have to get, at the minimum, a field goal to make it, if NC State scores, still a one-possession game. So the only way that this game does come down to who has it last is if Virginia scores on this possession.
All right, guys, so we have another game going into the fourth quarter and the third for Baylor and SMU. That game is also tied up at 24. So right now, we got two tied games. The Cyhawk Trophy and then Baylor and SMU. They're both tied going into the final quarter. And then obviously what you've seen with Virginia and North Carolina State. With Virginia in the red zone, by the way, they have a chance to take the lead. Less than 10 minutes had to play.
But that's the thing. He's been fooling this
Switzo, my guy, how you doing, man? Hopefully you're doing good. Guys, make sure you go show like the main Switzo. Probably not him. That's not his main channel on Twitch, but
get you that first down in the red zone.
Both this game's voice is amazing.
State defense to flow one way and then ran back door for 10 yards to the
But
first down
hey,
in the red
for
zone.
like Switzo on Twitch, make sure you guys go ahead and show him some love. Really good, really solid dude, really cool dude. Used to play. I think either YouTube or his
I expect play action.
currently playing college basketball at the collegiate level. So make sure you guys go ahead, show him some love. Absolutely.
So as much as Chandler Morris has kept
all right, now that
the defense
now we got that little blaze that shows away. Let's check back in on Virginia and North Carolina State right now. Virginia trying to make them spicy. Appreciate you for the ball caller right now. I genuinely appreciate that.
Long developing crossing routes to be so effective. Morris on a rollout in the right flat. Cameron Courtney inside the 10-yard line. Let's see where they say he stepped out. Right at the 10.
Yeah, guys, listen to me, though.
Another third down for Virginia. Third and a couple.
It's got to be frustrating. I mean, it's frustrating for me as a guy who played defense, but it's got to be frustrating when everything underneath has been so wide open. And the reason why is that when you're giving up everything so wide open, all of a sudden you're not in a 3rd and 10. You didn't pressure them. Now you're in a
hey, man, you're welcome to share the stream with
that's what Virginia's been
with the people.
Long, and it's hard for NC State because all you need is 2 or 3 yards.
Third down and 3.
Sorry, I thought we saw like a big-time play happen in the Iowa State game.
Trying to push his way for a first down. He didn't get there.
All right, that's going to be short. Looks like 4th and short here once again.
4th down and short inside the 10-yard
Can we see?
Down by 4.
They got to go for it, I feel like, at this point. 4th and looks like it's going to be a long one.
Go for it on 4th down as the clock goes under 7 minutes.
Yeah, you don't kick a field goal in this situation. You need 1 yard. You got to get 1 yard. How do you get it, though? That's the question. They've been bullying and bruising the defensive line. I like Sage Ennis on this. I like showing run and then popping it over to tight end Ennis.
Oh, wow. I'm getting a little visit.
The pitch, the cutback, Taylor.
Oh, did you get it?
He's right at the first.
No, we're going to mark him short.
Virginia thinks they've got it. NC State thinks they've got him stopped. And it looks like the Wolfpack did indeed get the stop.
Woo!
Running short of the line of game. First down, NC State.
A field goal off the upright, followed by a 4th down conversion attempt by Virginia that fails. And a couple of empty drives gives it back to NC State with the lead.
The previous play is under review.
NC State committed all their resources, all 11, to the run.
Oh, man, that looks really close.
They got a chance to stop them, it looks like, but this play is still under review.
So we'll step aside while they review, but they have to see.
That's under review. Meanwhile, SMU, tied ball game against Baylor. We'll check in on SMU. It's a Cyhawk game, currently under commercial break right now.
Put up, but the lack of yards for the Mustangs is probably the highlight there. Only 33 yards in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, there's been a lot of negative plays for SMU so far the second half, and Baylor, they definitely stood up, man, and forced a lot of those issues.
Harden back in at running back, and he takes it up the middle.
Oh, we got a team. Oh, that man is going to be gone like a girl in a country song. Touchdown, SMU. And the Mustangs will take the lead, coming fresh out of the fourth quarter as well. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Down the 40-yard line for Taylor Hardin as the Mustangs have the lead here at home against the Baylor Bears.
Colin Rogers in for the PAT.
Oh, dude, I'm sure that like Cyber Dark Wolf, he's feeling amazing right now. Ecstatic.
It is good, and 31-24. The Mustangs back up front.
Absolutely ecstatic feeling right now.
I'm telling you, TJ Harding came through. TJ Harding, man, came through here. Outstanding, man. Didn't even break stride on this situation here.
Okay, hang on now. So all the 3 one-score games in the fourth quarter, they're going to or entering commercial break. Duke did just find the end zone.
Castle stays in
They're going for a 2-point conversion. This will make it a 1-possession game as well. Going into the fourth quarter. No, so that's no good.
Conversion attempt.
So Duke does not get the 2-point conversion. So instead of being down by 7, they are down by 9. But still plenty of football left to play over there. There's 4 minutes left to play in that first quarter of action. Right about now. All right, we'll get back out of that real quick. Iowa State and Iowa, they're going back to the commercial break. Let's now go ahead, check in on them.
They were able to punch it in the end zone, 16-77, and they are able to get that field goal. And then it's been the defense with some plays to keep Iowa State at bay, and that's why we're tied up.
First down for Iowa at the 11. Here's a handoff to Patterson. Nice cut. Jazz Patterson taken down by Marcus Neal. Gain of 6.
Virginia and North Carolina State have also returned from commercial break. NC State has the ball in the lead with 6.5 to go. Can they ultimately go ahead and put this game away? They're starting inside the 10-yard line after a failed fourth down conversion for the Virginia Cavaliers.
Get the dirty yards. Now it's 2nd and short.
Gronowski and
false start. Offense number 48. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Ortworth, the tight end, called for the false start.
Now this is where they then struggle. I mean, it's a razor's edge with Iowa. If you can get them behind schedule, 2nd and long like they have now, or 3rd and long, they have a very hard time converting. But when they're in rhythm, they get 2nd and 4. They get 3rd and 2. Then they can convert, sustain those long drives.
2nd and 9 at the 12. Gronowski to throw it. With time. Gets a block. Makes a move. Breaks a tackle. And makes chicken salad. Gain 7.
I tell you, how about that as a gritty run? And a
I got like that one. I appreciate that one.
He's getting up just a little slow, and Ginger heading back to the huddle. But he did exactly what I said they needed to do, was to get into a manageable 3rd down. Now they can go back to the run game if they want, or get him on the edge in a run-pass option and his ability to throw the football.
Iowa has now run the ball 12 straight plays. 3rd down and 2 at the 19. And a timeout call by the Hawkeyes. Their first.
All right, so they're going into commercial break. You already know what time it is. We're not going to commercial. We're now flipping back over to Virginia, North Carolina.
Again, UVA. tackle after only a couple of yards on first down. Kazim Moore made the stop. Week 2 on the ACC Network continues. Later on this afternoon, number 8 Clemson will host Troy at 3:30 Eastern.
Now looking at less than 5 minutes to go in the game.
Vanderbilt taking on Virginia Tech in Blacksburg at 8. Both games also available on the all-new ESPN app, so you can watch anywhere.
Virginia Tech didn't look bad, even in the loss last week. They looked like they were a better football team than they were last year.
Yeah, they pushed South Carolina for a long time. Looping throw down the sideline, incomplete. They try the wheel route for Hollywood Smothers. So now another third down has been forced by the Cavaliers to see if they can get off the field.
Yeah, V-Dub, I'm glad that the chicken salad comment was not missed by any means.
In C.J. Bailey's hands. We saw that Virginia brought blitz not too long ago. C.J. Bailey made a miss and scored a touchdown. So I understand you want to try to run the clock out and all those things. No, man, keep the ball in your best player's hands and let him make magic.
Yeah, they need at least 3 more first downs to really put a dent in the clock, as Virginia has all 3 of their timeouts. Bailey, he's looking to run. He gets cut down right about at the first down line to gain. Let's see where they mark him down. It looks like he's going to be about a yard short. Under 4 minutes to go on the clock moving. It's 4th down and 1. NC State with their offense still on the field, looking over at the sideline.
Oh, they looking to put a dagger into Virginia.
Or go for it on 4th and 1.
No, they should be looking for a long time. This is the non-question. You punt the ball, you can wait till the clock dials down to 1-0, call timeout, but if you don't get it here,
well, it could be.
Is Dave Gourvenay growing some cojones?
Will Virginia stay disciplined? 3, 2, and
No,
1.
they're just going to go ahead and call timeout and put the ball away. Fair call. That's a fair call right there.
It'll be 30 seconds.
And here comes the punt squad. To your point, Sam.
And here comes Cam Ross as well. Cam Ross had that 48-yard punt return that led to points. His last punt return, it was close. It was close. He got about 20 yards on that return, but it was close. So as much as it was a win for Virginia to stop NC State, it may be even a bigger victory if Cam Ross touches the rock.
The other thing that could be interesting, and you don't know how these last 3.5 minutes are going to play out, NC State, for the sake of bluffing on 4th down there, just used one of their 3 timeouts. So they only have 2 left. Now, if Virginia takes the lead,
we do have a quick game break. For those paying attention to the Penn State game, with about 3.5 to go. We do see Penn State finally get themselves yet another touchdown on the board. Again, still a little bit of a struggle here for Penn State. I mean, they're able to shut out FIU, and they got their offense still back out on the field here, guys. NC State looking for a great heartbreak. They're going for it, and they got it. Oh my! What an incredibly ballsy call. You want to talk about putting your nuts on your shoulder.
From your own 28-yard line,
and they get the first down.
Yes, Will Wilson did a great job of catching that snap, but the decision to go for it from your own 28, and that elicits a lot of confidence in your squad.
And now again, you milk the clock for all it's worth if you're the Wolfpack. He was almost Dr. Dave Doran. He actually went to Drake and planned on being an orthopedic surgeon, but ended up getting the coaching bug and never looking back. He doctored up a 4th down call there, and here's C.J. Bailey to run. And he will be thrown down behind the line of scrimmage after a couple of spins.
Yeah, C.J. Bailey, he's got to work to get down there. Took a lot of unnecessary hits on that play. A lot of unnecessary hits.
Virginia, their first time out of the half. It'll be 30 seconds.
So they're going to try to call their timeouts on the north side of the 2-minute timeout and see if they can get the ball back.
So if you're NC State, Bob, do you start to pass the ball now? Do you try to get a first down? Because a first down would seal the game if Virginia uses their timeouts. If I'm NC State, I'm running it. I've been down it on the ground, whether it's been Will Wilson, C.J. Bailey, Jamari Taylor, you name it, everybody's been able to run. I'm running the ball, I'm forcing them to use their timeouts, but more than anything, I'm trusting my offensive line can get a first down and seal it.
Well, if you can get to the 2-minute timeout and your opponent is out of
Edgar,
timeouts and you've got a first down, your victory formation
away about that Tulane matchup.
But if you get to the 2-minute
I know,
timeout,
like for Menzo, that's gonna be like a homecoming game for Tulane. I think the game is,
if Virginia gets the ball.
At
So it's
Tulane,
wise
if
for
I'm not
Virginia to use their
mistaken.
timeouts now, get the ball back if they can get a stop, and then all of a sudden you run your offense as usual. Clock stops after to reset the ball after a first down within 2 minutes. So this is the game.
2nd and 13 after the tackle of Bailey on first down. They will keep it on the ground. Hollywood Smothers brought down by James
All right,
Jackson.
it looks like SMU does
After a gain of
score,
4, maybe
which
5,
that
but it will be
could
3rd down and long.
away.
And another timeout call.
So
timeout, Virginia. They're second of the half. It's 30 seconds.
So we've seen guts.
So Virginia does call timeout. They have one timeout remaining.
Your own 28.
Illinois and Duke,
3rd and 9.
and about the end of the fourth quarter,
The opponent has one
Illinois
timeout.
with a 9-point
One first
lead.
down wins the game.
Just about. And Virginia would still have a breath on the other side of the 2-minute timeout because they do have a timeout left to stop it one more time before the 2-minute. But yeah, they would be really on life support after the 2-minute timeout if they can't get a stop on this play.
He's right.
Maybe this is why Dave Doran signed up to be a coach, because decisions like these, personally, I run the ball, I make them use their timeout, I trust my running game.
Your quarterback is 16 of 22 for 200 yards, so the passing game has been very effective as well.
But you've also ran it yourself for over 200 yards, so the running game has been just as, if not more effective. The issue here isn't about run or pass and effectiveness, it's about the time and forcing Virginia to use their timeout.
Do you give C.J. Bailey a chance to put it in his hands, take a look, get a box count, and maybe check to a pass?
Yeah, Edgar, and I would say this candidly. I think Tulane should be ranked in the top 25 right now. They would be my G5 representative, and they do actually pass it. So,
and not only is it an incompletion on 3rd down, but NC State doesn't force Virginia to burn that final timeout.
okay, so Virginia has some
Hoos
signs
will
of
get the
life
ball
all of a
back
sudden.
with a chance and with a timeout.
All game long, there has been no pressure. And all of a sudden, when it mattered most, you have pressure from Virginia. Big-time play by the Hoos.
Daniel Rickard got the right arm on C.J. Bailey and definitely altered that throw. And there is the dangerous return man, Cam Ross. What kind of field position might he give his team? Good kick here from Noonkester. Drives Ross all the way back to the 10-yard line. Did they outkick their coverage? Ross trying to make players miss, and he will bob and weave his way to the 19-yard line.
Here we
That
go.
is a
Chandler
good
Morris
change.
going to have to drive the Cavaliers 80 yards in 2 minutes and 12 seconds to win this game. This drive is going to decide it. This is what college football red zone is all about. Times like this.
This is when that veteran experience matters.
Oh,
2 minutes
boy.
left, you got a timeout.
And then how about this? We have another one-score game brewing here, guys. Syracuse just found the end zone. We haven't said very much about the Syracuse game really in quite some time.
Field goal attempt and then getting
But Syracuse did just inside 6 minutes left to play in the game. We're going for the 2-point conversion as well. Let's go ahead and check in real fast on the 2-point conversion. For UConn and Syracuse, this would make it a 3-point game. And Chandler Morris does start it off with a completion.
Again underneath Ross Simmons, pitches to Nixon, and he's taken down.
We tried to do some pitching action. That doesn't work. So, all right, I just want to see real quick how the UConn Syracuse how that would play out.
Goes to 2 minutes as they were
That's a 2-minute warning.
2 minutes to go. Still.
All right, we'll put a bookmark mark there.
Going back to the touchdown, number 13, Cam Chadwick.
We're not missing the end of that game. 100%. That's not happening by any means.
He's at the bottom of your screen. He's working against Ross Simmons. He's there. He's following the football, and he's stopped. Ross Simmons smartly keeps going. Angeli hits him in stride. And then you see him there working. Chadwick is there. He stops. And then you see Tyrese Mills there with the shallow angle. They bring pressure, get the protection, and then a nice throw there from Angeli to hit Ross Simmons. And then Bill on his 2-point play, trying to go a little bit of trickery. Going inside on the tunnel screen, flips it back to Nixon, but number 14, Mills, has had a great game today. They're in position to make the tackle.
So now Syracuse within a score, 17-12. They've asked their defense to make a stop on 4 straight drives. They'll ask them to do it once more. Have a chance to definitely feel like
So now we have 3-1-4 games. We got going on? UConn and Syracuse. That's a 5-point game. Cy-Hawk Trophy. That's time. Cavaliers down by 4. They have a potential game-winning drive that they could possibly muster up.
When we talked to him, this is the time of game where you lean on your running game, you lean on Cam Edwards. Syracuse done a nice job on Edwards today.
That's a splattering.
46 yards on 15 carries.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Syracuse knows who you're going to be running. You got to mix it up a little bit. See to continue. Obviously, Edwards really strong within that zone scheme of theirs.
The fans who remain making a lot of noise, and it echoes in this building. Big shifts for UConn. Edwards behind Finiano. Edwards first down run. Big scene. Edwards breaks it.
UConn really trying to take their hearts out.
Give him 26 yards.
They're working that 12 personnel, 2 tight ends. As you mentioned, they shifted them over to the right, and that's where they're going to go. See number 86, 78, 73, doing a nice job creating that seam there that Edwards exploits.
Put it right at the 50. UConn will let that clock wind.
Followed on the main switch zone.
Complemented 3
3-2 on the follow.
Minutes left in the
By
game
the way,
before the
if you
Huskies
haven't done so already, whether you're tuning in on YouTube or Twitch, if you're on YouTube, make sure you hit that like button on the live stream. This gets this live stream out to more diehard college football fans like yourself. If you're enjoying the Saturday product, make sure you hit that subscribe channel. We are going to be here for at least most Saturdays. If you're on Twitch right now and you're having a good time on Twitch, hit that follow button, man. Would really appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. I would genuinely appreciate that, man. So, Switzo, appreciate you for following here on Twitch. Because right now we're in the midst of UConn trying to really take their hearts out. But we do see that Virginia and North Carolina State, they are back from commercial.
And they need one more.
And here we go. Can Virginia make a game-winning drive happen?
The Cavaliers have it back with a timeout.
Here we go.
They need a touchdown to win. Wide open, toe tap Edrin. And he has the catch out to midfield.
And this is the great thing about football. First quarter, what did we get? It was all Jamal Edrin. Fourth quarter, what are we getting? Back to the basics. Unbelievable job getting 1 foot in bounds by Jamal
Penn State did score a touchdown, and then Illinois did also get a field goal, by the way. Ooh, what a throw by Jalen Morris. Good God. Damn.
Big time players make big time plays in big time games. You have to be deeper as a defender to get more underneath that.
And a ton of time on the clock. Morris over the middle, but that one's dropped by Ross.
That one's dropped. But that last completion in particular does have Virginia at about the 35-yard line for North Carolina State.
So all momentum so far for Virginia on this drive. Whose names have we haven't heard on this drive? Sebastian Harsh, Kean Sloan, Kenny Soares, those 3 defenders, number 33, number 54, and number 8. Those are the playmakers. They have to step up right now.
Morris dumps it in the right flat to Jamari Taylor. Trying to get to the sideline.
Not going to get out of bounds. That clock is going to run. And not only that, they're also facing 3rd and long.
Down to about 90 seconds to go. Sean Brown, Jackson, Vick sandwiched it. Obviously 4-down territory here for Virginia. 3rd and 9. High snap pulled down by Morris. Over the middle.
Oh, what a chance!
15-yard line, and Ross, after unable to hold on to one earlier, comes back with a big catch for 20.
That man climbed the ladder to get that one inside the 15. Virginia now firmly in the red zone. A chance to take the lead. Minute to go. Morris.
Scrambling right, floats one in the end.
Oh, it's intercepted! Oh no! Disaster!
The defensive end, Kean Sloan, drops back in coverage and gets a pick.
Oh my goodness. Just a complete disaster right now. Wow, what a great effort by Virginia, though. That's such a tough way to go out, though.
Sam is the offensive coordinator with Edwards behind Fignano. They will run it to Edwards. Blown up in the backfield. Edwards only gets to the line of scrimmage. Syracuse got penetration across the board, and it was cleaned up by Derek McDonald, the linebacker.
Yeah, essentially just kind of stayed on script there, trying to work their run. Went right to first down. First play, then back to the left, going back to the right. Edwards fired up, disappointed in himself. Big third down here. Again, I think
UConn now has a chance to go out here and try to
keep that offense out there.
Oh, looks like so Virginia and NC State, they are going into victory formation. So NC State, they are going to come out on top, winning 35-31. Well, wow, what an incredible offensive display. Really by both teams there, right? So if you're watching on ESPN2, the next game that's going to happen is Kansas and Mizzou. That's going to be kicking off at around 3:30.
The veteran transfer from Boston College, tagged on the offsides.
And for the most part, overall, it's been a pretty clean game penalty-wise there, but a tough one there. Looks right in the middle. Over you see.
Looked like Rashard Perry also jumped there. I think both Brooks and Perry went in. So it's a first down for UConn, 3:19 to go. This is probably where Fran Brown starts thinking about using those 3 timeouts.
Let's see a little bit of the sausage making here
Edwards
real fast. So.
stays in at running back. Again, Syracuse penetrates and Edwards goes down for a 4-yard loss. Fran Brown will use his first timeout with 3:12 to go. Kevin Jobe with a sack earlier with another tackle for a loss.
Well, that's the way you kind of really disrupt that zone run game is you just get back there, don't ever let it get started. Djibouti just fired back there. He's working right to the right side of your screen. You see him just fire in there, and there's no way for Edwards to kind of get working laterally, head of steam, and find something. Number 94 just firing off low, just splits center and guard.
Yeah, Jobity was in there, but the whole line looks like it won. Rooks was there, Reese was there on the cutback as well.
That's why it would have been a bit interesting coming off of that injury timeout to maybe put it up in the air, just to try to maybe stop that defense from maybe just thinking automatic run.
And now you're back in a situation where you can't fool them with a play action because you have to possibly anticipate a pass. Do you put it in the air, risk stopping the clock, or do you make Syracuse use the timeouts?
In the first half, they really executed a nice screen play to Edwards.
2nd and 14 for the Huskies. They'll keep it on the ground. Edwards cuts back and gains the yards he lost. Still going to be 3rd and 10.5. Antoine Delorier, the freshman, made the tackle, and now Fran Brown will use the 2nd timeout.
If you're UConn, you know, you can get 5 on this way. You're probably right about boundary.
All right, so it looks like the Penn State and FIU game is also going final as well. And well, Penn State, they do come out on top. They win 34-0.
Make it an 8-point game and at least give you that touchdown.
Gonna have to start off faster. I mean, it's a solid win. It looks fine on the scoreboard.
Chris Freeman
but
made one earlier today
offensively, that Penn State offense absolutely has to start off a little bit faster moving forward. I think that's imperatively important. We do, however, have something interesting brewing in Baylor and SMU. When Baylor is able to strike back, they will cut it back to a just one-score game.
Really nice, and if not, maybe
waiting for
pooch punch scenario.
If UConn can close this particular game out or not.
Syracuse have to score a touchdown to win.
It's 3rd and 11. It's a reverse to Skylar Bell, trying to turn the corner. Hanson a lead block. Syracuse swarms the ball. No gain. Deuce Chestnut, Antoine Delorier, and David Amapariola were all there in the frame. Really well covered. and you're in that no man's land spot here if you're UConn.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing that happened on that play offensively for UConn was able to stay in bounds, but beautifully defended by the Orange defensively here. And I think you either
for those who are also curious what Florida State did to Texas A&M, because I'm queuing up Troy and Clemson shortly. Florida State does win 7-3 against East Texas A&M.
First 2 weeks. Fran Brown did not choose to use his timeout, so the clock ticks down to 2 minutes and 15 seconds and counting. It is a good snap. Stutz inside the 10, big bounce. UConn trying to save it, that hits the goal line. It was a great effort there inside the 1 yard line by Kyliesh Hicks, the gunner. But as he tossed the ball back, it hit the goal line. And that means Syracuse will get it at the 20, needing a touchdown to win it after they trailed by as much as 11 earlier in this quarter.
He'll get a snap before the 2-minute timeout, so he'll get that extra timeout.
Okay, so I need FSU and Penn State real fast. Where is
Again, Bill, you got to go back to 2021, the last time that Fran Brown was a part of a coaching staff that lost 2 games in a row. It has not been a pretty day overall, but his offense is in a position where it wants to be in control.
Steve Angeli is 24 for 43. He's thrown for 333 yards and a touchdown. Syracuse has 1 timeout plus the 2-minute timeout and 2:06 remaining. Angeli starts the drive under pressure, dumps it underneath, and gets Nixon with the 2-minute timeout behind him. He'll take that 7-yard gain in the middle of the field and set up 3rd and 3. Well, it has been ugly for the most part here, but Syracuse has the ball with a chance to go down the field and win the game. We've hit the 2-minute timeout.
Rivalries change. Let's get ourselves over to Iowa State and Iowa. Edgar, so to answer your question about the FCS versus FBS game, so we're for at least 2025, we are focusing primarily. That's in commercial. We don't do commercials here. What are we doing? So Baylor and SMU, that is a 1-possession game as well.
They're going to have to kick it
Yeah,
away.
3 1-possession games going here in the 4th quarter. But to answer your original question, though, for 2025, we're going to focus primarily on the FBS versus FBS matchup. If there's a close game between FBS and an FBS school, we'll touch up on it and we'll certainly talk about it. But at the same time, my primary,
and it's going to be.
We're just going to focus on FBS versus FBS. But I do want to eventually get to a point where we have the resources where there's affiliates, so that there's a college football red zone specifically for like the FBS or Division II or Division III. Right, that we want to eventually get to that point. We just don't. I don't have the resources. This is a one-man crew right here, making all of this happen.
Started the season with
419 we want to keep all that in mind.
73 already today with 3 touchdown passes.
No interceptions.
We talked about quarterback, so impressive.
Yeah, and the way he's done has been so efficient, not desperate, like really understanding what's going on with the coverages, what's understanding what his receivers, what they're doing, and on the same page. He's been phenomenal today.
2 games against extremely impressive opponents.
All right, Baylor let's get back on that.
But Robertson, he's closing in on 800 yards passing in 2 games against Auburn and then SMU.
Right,
he's doing awesome, but hopefully, you know, in this situation, they would have figured out how to get W. Otherwise,
all right, we'll see if that's you can finish the game out.
Now with SMU, they're getting into their 4-minute offense, and for those who don't know, 4-minute offense is where
so hey, big time win against Incarnate Word. I believe it was in week 0, right, and then competitive game against Troy. So you know, definitely we respect Nickel State Colonels. Like here at College Football Red Zone. I just want to make that 100% clear.
To the 32-yard line. Another first down will move.
Well, you know what? With all things being considered, I pay attention to you guys. Pitt and Central Michigan did just go final. Pitt did end up winning 45-17. As we'll go ahead. Let me see what we got going on here. So Pitt.
Now you're going to see the running back rotation. You're going to see all 4 running backs get into the game for that exact reason.
So Pitt won.
The young freshman, Rico Green. in the backfield.
And then what layer was that?
He's going to carry this one, but hit
Just
past the line of scrimmage, maybe a gain of 1.
And then taking their place, actually.
Devin Bobby, third leading tackler
The next
for
happening on
the Bears.
FS1. No, that's not
Throughout the
FS1.
game, you can see, RJ Maryland lineup, you see Matthew Hill lineup when they've been going 11 personnel looks, but now you have Stone Ebby in there, who's pretty much their primary blocker. So you're going to see him a lot, especially in this drive.
So the Bears will have the 2-minute timeout, but when you start using your timeouts to stop the clock so that you have some time to try to get back and win this game.
Yeah, hopefully right now, I mean, it's second down, so if they get a situation to get a stop here, it's still pretty much early, but once you get close to the 2-minute range, that's where you want to start activating those timeouts.
Harden, legs churning, and a 6-yard gain for Harden.
All right, here we go. Yeah, we're starting to cycle through into the next rotation of the game.
Under 3 minutes.
Syracuse actually with 2 minutes left to play, so let's close in on Syracuse.
40 to the 35. It's a gain of 26.
Valari, who was so crucial at the end of the first half, when they're able to kick that field goal there, they get a little bit of time. He finds a window.
1:30 to play, and Jelly rolls out. There's Jonte Cook again. Had it and lost it out on the sideline. It is the completion and a gain of 4. Valari's now up over 100 yards receiving today.
All right, here we go. Syracuse has a chance to steal victory from the Jaws defeated. Even though, candidly, they've looked awful today. But they're finding a way to possibly win.
On that one, little gingerly getting up.
Came into this game a game-time decision. Tyshawn Russell takes Jonte Cook's spot. Pressure coming, Angeli, a sidewinding throw. Russell brings it in. It's another Syracuse first down. Angeli had to change the arm angle there with pressure in his face.
Yeah, again, so poised. UConn again, only kind of bringing 4. Almost the Huskies have been able to get there. But you got to keep.
Oh yeah, Edgar, I definitely understand. As you know, I grew up born and raised in Ohio, so I mean, I have a soft spot for the Pioneer League team in Dayton, but that's a local team for me specifically. Then also Youngstown State, successful
right
too.
at the first down marker, it's a new set of downs for Syracuse on a 10-yard gain.
Yeah, nice comeback by Mike Nixon, pushing out to the right, finding the seam to the left, breaking the tackle for that nice gain.
Play action, Angeli to the outside, Ross Simmons the catch, and he shakes off Chadwick.
10-yard line,
6, 2nd and 1, 1:03 to go. Do you start to think about clock management the other way now if you're Syracuse here?
I think you worry about getting it across the end zone, which has not been easy today.
I do bring you Sean Willis in here. Obviously now you have the full playbook that you can work with 1:03 to go in that timeout.
Yeah. He's got you tight end, working to his left.
Willis surging over the 5, 1st and goal, Syracuse down at the 3.
This drive, a little bit more sense of urgency, mimics their opening drive of the game. Now, they couldn't finish on that drive. Can they finish here?
Get a stop, so SMU had a chance to bring this thing into overtime potentially.
Willis bouncing to the outside.
And Syracuse takes the lead with 30 seconds to go. I can't believe it. Liberty off the field goal.
Willis puts the Orange ahead with 48 seconds to go.
Wow, that is such a hard break.
And now you need to go for 2 to try to build the 3-point lead.
Meanwhile, for those that have been waiting for an Iowa State update, we finally got one. Iowa State has a field goal. They have a 3-point lead.
Down drive for
Less than
Syracuse.
2 minutes to
go.
go.
18 seconds. And now Syracuse looking to go ahead by 3 and at least be protected against a field goal winning it for UConn.
Well, so the last time,
I want to see the Texas Tech highlights, though. I'm curious to see. The Texas Tech is up.
Jonte Cook is back out there. The slot receiver would be a target in this situation. And Jelly throwing back in the end zone. Gill brings it in. 2-point conversion good. And the Cuse go ahead by a field goal. Well, it was ugly all game long. That's one thing about Fran Brown's Syracuse teams. They never quit. Big comeback wins last year against Virginia Tech and Miami, and scoring 15 points here over the last couple of minutes.
I said it wasn't pretty getting to that point, but when they needed it, they kept themselves in a position. Here it's going to be Willis. He's just bouncing it to the outside. Again, keeping on the ground where we talked about Yasin Willis, maybe some of the touches that he should have had. They give him one here when it matters. He gets to the edge and blocking out there on the edge. A little bit of a tug, but still able to get around the corner. Then here, they pick up the pressure. And Gill, who was kind of quiet in week one, he's made some big catches here today. They're working along the back of the end zone, and Jelly finds him, and a great job. And Jelly, listen, he's taking some shots today. He's had some lulls in terms of accuracy. When they needed him most on that drive, he was pinpoint.
Started for 162 yards just in the fourth quarter, Steve Angeli. And a couple big runs, Nixon and Willis. Now Syracuse's defense needs to make one more stop. They force 6 consecutive UConn punts. Jaden O kicks it over the top of Mel Brown. UConn starts this 25, needing a field goal to tie and a touchdown to win. The Huskies do have all 3 timeouts.
And if you're Syracuse, first job number 1 is to know where number 1 is, Skylar Bell. He's the big play threat within this offense. I think if you're Syracuse, you've seen Fignano, the UConn quarterback, escape at times. Not the most mobile quarterback. If I'm Syracuse, I'm trying to get in his face, dial up some pressure, force him to have to try to make some throws without getting his feet set.
That is Skylar Bell, the biggest playmaker for UConn there on your screen. He is matched up with the 17-year-old cornerback, Demetrius Samuel.
They got Chestnut.
All right, here we go. We're back. So it looks like
Fignano looks the other way, uncorks one. Oh, Porter wasn't looking. Ball's up in the air and incomplete. It hit Shamar Porter in the face mask, but he didn't get his head around.
And Brahim Long, number 0 there for a big chance to seal that game. He got it. He had his receiver and just, as you mentioned, either off his shoulder pass or his face mask, and Law just outside of his fingertips. Big chance.
All right, we're back. We've gone back from our investigation.
2nd and 10.
Here we go. And then Iowa, they had a 4th down conversion that they needed to convert. They don't get it. So Iowa's going to hold on. They're going to win 16-13. Which is great for my parlay, because the first leg of my parlay was Iowa State winning outright. I need Wisconsin to cover next. They were 28.5-point favorite. That was my second leg. And then my final leg was Michigan covering against Oklahoma. They were a 5.5-point underdog.
3rd and 10.
Yeah, it looks like Iowa State is going to survive, though.
Four-man rush. Reese is there again. Fignano gets away. Throws under pressure for Bell and overshoots him. 4th down.
Fignano is able to escape that, but the pressure from Reese once again able to disrupt that play.
And it's 4th and 10.
They disperse, and they've got all their complement of timeouts to work with. They've got to get this first.
3-man rush. Fignano down the seam for Bell. He brings
it in.
Bell, a one-handed catch under pressure keeps UConn alive.
Yeah, that's again. I said I think he's one of the more underrated wide receivers in all of college football. When they needed a play, said you got to know where number 1 is. They had coverage there, but wow, what a catch.
I told you, week number 2 was going to be an underrated slate. I wasn't lying to you guys.
Got time. You see Bell right over the middle of your screen, break in and just goes up in between two defenders. That's a
Iowa
really
State,
nice
by the
ball,
way,
too,
getting
as
their
well.
first win at
From the
home against
6th-year
Iowa
player,
since
Joe Fignano. Watch him go
2011.
up to
They're
concentration
champions
with
of
the
the
left
Cyhawk
hand.
Trophy.
There's their defender right there. He's still able to find a handle trapping against his body. What a catch.
I mean, it's not just a one-handed catch. It's a one-handed bobbling catch with Deuce Chestnut getting his hand up there as well. On 4th down and 10, UConn with life into Syracuse territory. 2 timeouts now remain for the Huskies, 23 seconds. We saw the kicker, Chris Freeman, make one from 54, which means you need to get to the 37. That's about another 11 yards for UConn. Four-man rush. Vignano over the middle.
Oh,
intercepted.
man.
Coverage by
That
Long.
almost
Deuce
was the
Chestnut
end
had a
of the
shot
game
at it
there.
as that ball was intended for Ty Jaukio-Bowman.
Yeah, Long there with the coverage as well, a little bit behind.
There's the grad student kicker, Freeman.
Sawyer Robertson also trying to
3
lead
over
Baylor.
50 in his career as
Tie
Long,
things up. So
53.
that's out midfield with 1:11 left to play. Sawyer
They've got 2 timeouts, plenty of time to work.
going to drop one in the bucket. Incomplete.
Vignano, a quick hitter on the money to Skylar Bell. He's wrestled down there by Samuel. A gain of 9 and a
All right,
UConn
so
timeout.
UConn's going to take a
How
timeout.
about
They have
the
one
17-year-old
timeout
Samuel
left.
Continually being matched up here with Bell in crunch time.
That being
shows the
said,
confidence
though,
that they have in him.
UConn gets his
Big-time
first
recruit
down.
for them at one point.
They just
Committed
need
to
one more
Florida.
first down. If they can get one more first down, they can reasonably tie.
Even you saw it last week. There were highs and
Try
lows.
for a
But one
field
thing
goal.
about Samuel is he has shown that short-term cornerback memory where line up, it's a new play.
11 seconds, now 12 seconds to go as they've added a tick on here after the timeout. UConn's had the ball at the 39, so right now it'd be a 56-yard field goal. That would be a 3-yard career long for Freeman. So at minimum, you're hoping to maybe gain 5 to 7 yards here, make it a bit more manageable for the grad student kicker.
Well, you still get, you still pick up that first.
And the whole reason UConn is here, Craig, is because of this unbelievable grab by Bell.
Yeah, again, I mean, it was a beautiful throw in between 2 defenders by Vignano, and then Bell just helps his quarterback out by going up and making a beautiful catch.
Third and 1. Vignano for Bell. He pulls
Oh, he got it.
He
Got the
shakes
first
the
down.
first tackle, but
They can
Samuel
try
gets
this
him down
kick
by the
now.
bootstraps at the
Hold on now.
23.
Wait a minute.
Timeout called by Mora. 6 seconds to go. UConn uses its final timeout and will likely need to kick it here, and they will send the kicking team out with 6 seconds to go.
I mean, listen, that was they got the yardage there, but that was a nice tackle, not allowing Bell to get out of bounds.
So you're looking at a 40-yarder here. Ball on the 23. In fact, the holder, Connor Stutz, who's also the UConn punter, has his knee down at the
scores that are happening.
41. It would be a season long for Chris Freeman, who was good from 38 earlier today.
They were also inside the 30-yard line as well. The technically needs to same plus more
Freeman trying to send this game to overtime.
Snap
is good.
Good.
Inside the right upright.
We're gonna get
This game is
overtime,
tied
boys.
With a second to go.
Good poise by Stutzman, too. He bobbled that snap a little bit, recontrolled it, got it down. And Bell, we said we got to know where number 1 is. Made 2 key plays on that drive.
They're gonna extend
One
their
to keep
lead.
it alive with that 4th down catch, and then that one right before the kick. They put it in a more manageable kicking situation, and Freeman delivers.
So Syracuse was down 17-6 with about 6 minutes to go in this game. Scored 2 touchdowns to build a 20-17 lead with just 42 seconds to go. UConn converts on 4th and 10, gets into field goal range. Freeman comes through, and barring something bonkers on this kickoff play, we're headed to overtime.
And Baylor is also going to score, so they're also an extra point away from them going to overtime. 2 overtime games potentially happening. UConn and Syracuse knotted up at 20. Baylor, we'll see if they make the extra point as well.
Out there, he hasn't had very many opportunities all season.
All right, and he did end up getting it. So Baylor also knotting things up at 38.
Get an opportunity, Bill.
That's what he told the reporters a couple of weeks ago.
Very likely going into overtime.
In New Jersey last year, set the state record at the high school level. That being said, Freeman's been pretty good at kicking touchbacks all season long. And he hammers this one, so he'll kick the touchback as well. You'd imagine Syracuse will sit on the ball, take the knee, and take this one to the extra session.
Yeah, I mean, listen, to be in this situation if you're Syracuse with the previous probably 57 minutes.
Yeah, you would have signed up for it any time in the last 3 hours until about 15 minutes ago. Now, it'll be interesting to go to overtime because, yes, Syracuse scored in the red zone on its last trip, but remember, red zone issues were the reason Syracuse was where they were throughout the first 55 minutes of this game. You get to overtime starting at 25, you're basically in a battle of red zone offense and defense here.
Prior to that, it was 2 field goals and 2 turnovers on down and red zone trips.
Syracuse will
right,
kneel
so
in here
Oregon
with the victory
State and Oklahoma,
formation. We are on our way to the extra
Oregon,
session in this
Oregon State,
Northeastern rivalry between the
Oklahoma
Huskies
State and Oregon, they're getting ready to
Orange.
kick off as well. Delaware and Colorado
Syracuse
also getting ready to
headed
kick
to
things off
overtime.
too.
It's been a fun one.
All right, so hang on. We're gonna
be
go to Baylor and SMU.
Chris Johnson run out of bounds at the 36-yard line. A couple seconds off the clock. It's 29 seconds to go. And now, what yard line do you want to see them get to for your kicker?
Right. I mean, definitely the 40, but that was an interesting choice to squib it in that situation versus kicking it deep.
He's got a 55-yard career long, and that's Colin Rogers for SMU. That means they need to get down to the 38-yard line.
We're gonna put a bookmark in there. Jennings trying to lead his team to a game-winning score late.
And the ball is snapped. 21 seconds to go. Jennings looking left and right. Throws this one away. 14 seconds to go.
Did a great job getting rid of that one there. You saw a late ad rusher from Baylor. Kendrick Sink was coming off the edge. Great job picking up by TJ Harden. But yeah, wonderful job. Get rid of the football. Don't waste time. Don't try to be risky.
For those of you joining us for Pac-12 football, Fresno State at Oregon State, coverage is going to begin on the CW app and CWTV.com at 3:35 Eastern, 12:35 Pacific. And we'll get you to live coverage as soon as this one's over. So now 14 seconds and 2 timeouts. Jennings is going to run it. He's got a little room. Slides down at the 44-yard line, but the flag comes out.
Oh no, that could be a dagger for Baylor.
That's massive. That's a big penalty right there.
9 seconds on the clock. We told you they needed to get to the 38 with the penalty here. It's probably going to happen.
And this game's obviously going to overtime too. All right.
Yeah, helmet to helmet right there and on the quarterback slide. Got to do your best to try to avoid that in this situation.
Looks like the helmet of the defender there was on his chest, on the front of him.
He has wiggle.
We'll have to wait for the replay. And now, once again, Rick Jackson, the replay official, will go to work.
Yeah, apologize if I'm not as targeted at this point. We got so much going on right now. We're just trying our best to really dial it in, just to get that best possible presentation.
Yeah, not only a penalty that puts you close to the field goal range, also essentially it's a timeout.
Personal foul. Targeting.
Oh no, yeah. Congratulations. Baylor might have just played themselves.
Another look at it. still am not sure if that Baylor helmet isn't in front of the helmet of Jennings. It's so close, though. We've seen a bunch of angles, and it's really going to come down to Rick Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, what's challenging is when you see the player actually, the defender actually duck his head and lead with the crowd.
So they might be taking the targeting part of this call off. It's still going to be a personal foul, but potentially not targeting. Trevon Barrett.
All right, well, that's being sorted out. You're going to have to give me a second. Let's try
The
to.
thing I was looking at that makes me think that
some of these ESPN Plus games going.
because when his helmet goes in, we don't see Jennings' head move right away. So if it would have been helmet to helmet, you would have seen Jennings' head move if it would have been that way. But again, we've seen a bunch of different replays. We're going to have to wait to find out what Jackson says on this one. Another look.
Yeah, the closer it does look like it hit him in the chest. And when you see his head jar to the side, you instantly think like the helmet hit the helmet. But yeah,
Say, got that going in the background.
On the slide.
We'll see if I can get Miami and Rutgers. See if I can get my Peacock working. That may just be I might just get a box score for that. To be honest with you, because I know Peacock is a little touch and go, just to keep things like honest with you guys. We'll try to get like a live game audio, one way or the other. Just looking for, I mean, North Texas and Western Michigan. Where is that?
So he's hit there at about the 44-yard line with approximately between 9 and 10 seconds on the clock.
Ah, there you go. There you are. You can't hide
what
me.
they're looking at. The officials have taken targeting off of this call.
All right. So meanwhile, we do have overtime starting up for Syracuse, and first red zone, or first advantage for Syracuse in the overtime. Syracuse does score. I'm assuming that they're going for the extra points right now.
SMU has elected to take a timeout to avoid the 10-second runoff.
So the timeout takes SMU to one timeout, and the ball is still at the 44-yard line.
And once we know that's final, get out of the
game clock at 10 seconds.
Like they're about 2-minute warning though.
So the clock has been put to 10 seconds. No personal foul on this play. And so this is now a decision for the Mustangs.
And then over on CBS Sports Network, it looks like Liberty and Jacksonville State, that was kicked off.
Or do you throw for the end zone?
So it is UAB and Navy. We'll get an update on UAB and Navy as quickly as we can.
Yeah, you could actually look back. Speaking of the personal foul that wasn't called, you look at back when Sawyer got hit. This is a very similar situation where I thought, oh, hey, they could have called that, but they didn't. They looked at it, made the same judgment call.
Colin Rogers waiting for his opportunity, his longest in his career, 55. Jennings knows he has 10 seconds. He'll hand off. Harden up the middle. He goes to the 40-yard line.
All right, looks like Texas and San Jose State are about to go final. So that'll be replaced by Ole Miss and Kentucky shortly. There's some noise canceling on Mike, so it's a little bit hard to hear. There we go.
And the Lou Groza watch list.
Here, let me see if I can make senior. All right. Let me know if that sounds a tad better.
To win this game.
Texas does end up coming out with a 38-7 victory. really confirmation of that.
And I'm guessing Baylor is going to want to try to ice him. They got a timeout. A 57-yard attempt. Does he have enough leg? And what about the accuracy? It's set down on the right hand.
Here.
And there's that timeout.
Lovely ice.
From Baylor.
the old bag of ice.
Meanwhile, for those that are looking for updates for Missouri, Kansas, both Oregon and Oklahoma State, it's just about the same.
So it's been great.
Hold on, let me see if I can raise the volume on the mic itself.
It's been a great
All right,
one.
let me know if that.
And next week,
Let me know if that.
We'll see what happens with.
If you're noticing any difference there.
You get to see Miami on the field. Here we go. Let's go for a new career long and to break Baylor's win streak. Colin Rogers. A little bit of a breeze in his face. It's up. And it's no good.
It's no good, so that means we are going to get overtime in the Baylor SMU game. All right, so we'll put a bookmark on that for right now. UConn and Syracuse go in overtime. We saw Syracuse score recently, but can UConn respond? That's going to be the million-dollar question.
2 downs away from getting it done here.
UConn needs the 15 for a first down. Vignano looking for Bell in the end zone.
Incomplete. Okay. One play away.
Davian Kerr was there on the coverage. And the flag comes out, pass interference.
Oh my goodness, why is my dog barking again?
Pass interference. Defense, number 10. 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
Was right in front of the field judge, Michael Hall, who immediately threw the flag.
Yeah, always a tall order working. You see, working, trying to find, but you see how he keeps pushing. And then as he goes up, never tries to find the ball, just keep kind of leaning and pushing against the talented senior.
All right.
He looks back once, but then as the ball is up in the air, he just keeps pushing on Bell. And you know, in this situation, in a must, they're going to try to find a way to get it to their playmaker. It's not a completion, but he does draw the penalty.
Half the distance to the goal, penalty puts the ball on
Man,
the
we do have
11.
Texas State and UTSA. Interesting enough.
Thrown underneath and missed. Juice Perrine, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, tried to use a little misdirection there, and there was quite a bit of orange there. Luckily that just fell to the ground.
All right, we'll run.
Vignano's up to
Run
23 for 39 for 252 yards. Some big hits to Bell here late in this game. Bell now has 10 catches for 9 yards. He's alone up top against Chris Peel one-on-one.
All right, here we go. 2nd and 10 for UConn. Looks like there was a penalty. Now allows the drive to stay alive for UConn.
Fran Brown went sprinting down the Syracuse sideline, so the Orange takes its first overtime timeout here.
30-second timeout.
And Fran Brown immediately goes to his veteran linebacker, Derek McDonald there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of confusion in the secondary. You can see too is number 2, Juice Chestnut, who was on the far side coming up. There was a little bit miscommunication on the alignment, obviously, with a chance to kind of seal this game, wanting to make sure you're going to watch number 2 working at safety, coming down, trying to push the, and then they had the 12 as well. The defender comes off, so.
I think that timeout saved the penalty. I don't think they've gotten the 12th man off the field. Gordon Samus pulling the strings for UConn.
There we go. 2nd and 10 coming up for UConn.
2nd and 10.
Basically 2nd and goal because the first down mark is at like the 1 yard line.
Bell comes into the backfield. He's open. Coming out of the backfield. And
all right, so UConn gets it inside the 5 yard line there.
A 9-yard gain for Skylar Bell, who's up over 100 receiving yards.
Being creative ways to get their play.
Yeah, and then Illinois does officially beat Duke 45-19. That's going to be your final score. We're going to make some wholesale changes to the scoreboard shortly. Just with a lot of new games, like getting into like the 3:30 window. We just really want to focus in on these 2 overtime games. Don't want to miss anything from that. So we're focusing in on UConn and Syracuse in overtime, and then Baylor and SMU as well. They're just starting their respective overtime period as well.
Freshman stepping in, got the call pretty late before game time, finding out a week ago he would start against Tennessee. Here in that starting position, making a big play here late.
It looks like Troy and Clemson are also getting into a weather delay as well, possibly. Both teams are going back into the locker rooms. See if I can get some more information on that. Troy Bondelay up 7-0 early within the first 5 minutes of the ball game.
UConn needs the 2-yard line to extend the game.
All right, here for the Brady. It's no good. Syracuse is going to survive. 27-20. Wow. What a haymaker, man. 27-20. And now focusing a little bit more
224-pound receiver one-on-one on the outside.
on what we have going on.
Back that's 190. Like he's going to take that matchup
all game, and he has. Now, wow, so Syracuse actually does survive after all.
One-on-one to get up top.
My goodness gracious.
Robertson sees it. Maybe changing the call at the line. He's going to throw it up for his receiver, Cameron. And the flag comes out late. Davis Robinson on the coverage, and he's going to get called for this one.
All right, we go. So 1-4 game here. SMU. This is the last game from the new window.
But that's the matchup he's been going with all game.
Duke currently has
defense, number 13. The penalty resulted in the end zone. The ball will be placed at the 2-yard line.
Really, genuinely appreciates everyone's presence at Cincinnati Bearcats, my cardiac captain. To full disclosure, that's my favorite college football team. Cincinnati does jump out. Looks like to a 7-0 lead against Bowling Green halfway through the first quarter. And doing it off, it looks like a 55-yard bomb from Brandon Thursby as well. What a throw. Okay, so Baylor is going to start things out. They will have
strike first in overtime.
They'll get things started. They have the lead.
The up cam, let's go. Again, great job here. Boom. Boom. Look at this. The linemen are just moving bodies out the way. Bryson Washington lowering the pads. My impact player making impact plays, Rick.
Connor Hawkins in for the PAT.
All right, here we go. Let's see if Baylor can come out.
It's good. The Mustangs know what they need to do. 21 unanswered points for the Bears.
And these other games I'm successfully actually able to get up on screen.
Lead of the game for the Bears.
All right, Indiana won 56-9.
12 seconds in with the long touchdown strike.
We'll update the score bug in a bit for like all these 3:30 games that are kicking off. For now, Most critical thing, SMU and Baylor at overtime right about now. Baylor just scored a touchdown to begin the first overtime period. Now SMU absolutely has to respond back with a touchdown of their own. Can they, in fact, deliver, though?
Let's run the football. You've been doing very well with that all game long. Run the football.
The fake. And right away, throw to the end zone.
And SMU instantly responds with a 25-yard strike. Oh my God.
And a calm Lashley.
Kansas responds with a touchdown on the road, but though, interesting enough, Missouri missed the field goal. If you're wondering what's going on in the border war.
Yeah, okay, I'm just going to go launch it to my big play receiver. I'll tell you what.
He did the equivalent of a fucking Jamar Chase down there somewhere. Oh my goodness.
What a strike.
All right, can they make the field extra point? No.
They're going to take a look at it and make sure that he had possession when he
And in the
landed
game,
on the ball.
that's going to happen after
The way he held the football up.
what they have going on the CW. This is the game that's happening on CW, by the way. SMU and Baylor. Fresno State and Oregon State are going to go at it afterwards. They'll obviously cut over. I imagine CW will once that game happens. But in the meantime, though,
Everybody sees it. That football is pinned to his chest.
What a great catch.
That's an unbelievable
yeah,
catch.
that is unquestionably
Stretched out, laid out, and showed the football.
that is 100% a that's going to be a confirmed touchdown. I don't know why they're even reviewing it. I'm going to be real with y'all on that one. I don't even know why they're even reviewing it.
He's making sure.
The ruling on the field of a touchdown is upheld.
Yeah, see exactly what I was talking about.
He's like, you claiming that it is a touchdown, right? Want to make sure.
The
over 89? What was the over?
Oh, yeah, over under, I don't think it was 90. I think it was in the mid-60s. Yeah, 90 points put up by these two teams. Rogers' PAT is good.
All right, there we go.
Overtime one is complete.
All right, so we're going to commercial break right now. Let's see. Let's get into. I'm going to get into Bowling Green in Cincinnati. To be honest with you, is probably because Cincinnati is my favorite team, and it gives me a little bit of time to also try to update this scoreboard a little bit.
For the Falcons.
We'll check back in once they're back from commercial, though. I got you.
That pressure came off the edge, which Chupon wasn't actually able to throw, step all the way into that throw. Ends up being an incomplete.
Okay, this is the one I need more. Throw that one.
Darius Roberts has entered at tailback. Big down for the Bowling Green offensive line. Cincinnati loves to blitz on third down. The offensive line, the strength of the Falcons. They have a lot of experience from last year's team. Twist up front in the hole. It's complete. They move the chains. Jiren Johnson, who is
Bowling Green, if you could stop moving the chains, though, that would be great. Okay, so SMU and Baylor, they're back from overtime. Let's get back into the Baylor-SMU game.
Take a look at what the rules are. Teams are going to be required to run a 2-point conversion.
Oregon is also up. It's going to be 14-0, and they're just 2 minutes into the game. It could be flattering territory for them. So keep that in mind as well.
And they did get another timeout. So this overtime, they're going to get a timeout. If we go to a third, that would be the last timeout that they would be given, even if we continue on.
And then Jeremiah Smith had an 87-yard catch. For anyone curious about what Ohio State's doing with Grambling, that's 14-0 already as well.
Okay, so in this case, they ran the football.
Exactly what you said.
Exactly what I said. Oh, what a game.
What a game. Jennings calling the play. And now to execute.
All right, here we go. Let's see if SMU starts the second overtime. See what they end up doing here.
Yep, Harden and McFall are the backs. He's going to throw. A little bit of pressure.
Ooh, he took a big hit there. It's going to be about 3rd and 5, though.
He grabs his left ankle before he stands up, and he's hopping.
Uh-oh.
Not a good look.
Yeah, he's not getting out the game.
Maybe just a stinger.
He just needs a little bit of 7 eyes, so I'm sure he'll be fine.
The Bears tee off.
It's fine. It's totally fine.
He might be a little bit wounded.
Yeah, you can see him just roll up a little bit on it, but he's a tough quarterback, man. He's not going to get out the game.
Jennings is going to throw. For the end zone, just short.
All right, 4th and 6. I would imagine.
For RJ Maryland.
I would in fact imagine.
Yeah, that's an outstanding play by DJ Coleman. Looking and leaning, I would say that slot fade is probably the most difficult route in football.
Jennings just came out, and so they're going to go for the field goal. 38-yard attempt. And we have seen Colin Rogers has been impressive today.
All right, here we go. Field goal 10 for SMU. Oh, it's no good. Baylor just needs a field goal. And if that field goal attempt is good, then Baylor is going to come out on top with a win in overtime. And that would be extremely brutal.
Pushed it to the right.
We do also see Jacksonville State. They're in a 1-possession game against Liberty. I can't get any eyes on it because it's on CBS Sports Network. And they did already flip it over to the Navy and UAB game. So we'll keep an eye out as I see the updates in Liberty and Jacksonville State. And then because of limited room, we'll wait until the Liberty and Jacksonville State game is done, possibly before we get any potential updates, or at least get the Navy and UAB score bug up in here.
Yeah, you're in a situation now, right? You just take care of the football. Take care of the football, and then, hey, you're there for easy 3 points.
Robertson, 440 yards, 4 touchdowns through the air, 34 of 50 on his completion rate.
I mean, efficient as its finest.
Again to Washington. This time hit at the 20-yard line. And he'll fall to the 19. That leaves him 4 yards short. And that'll bring up 3rd and 4.
Boys, what's up?
The first down.
What's BS? I mean, I don't know what you're
13 straight wins coming in for the Bears. Taking on 17th ranked.
Hey, man, I know you're probably a little disappointed. But this is right now for 2025. This is a proof of concept. But our long-term goal is to actually be able to show the games like here on YouTube. I just can't do that right now because of like YouTube copyright laws. But I can still always get the game audio in the background for Baylor and SMU.
Looks like a first down. They keep marching toward the end zone.
Yeah, sorry you're disappointed, man. Don't know what to tell you. Doing my best. You hate to see it.
That's what they were given, and he was making explosive plays. Like I thought they called a pretty balanced game.
Connor Hawkins getting ready if he needs to come in for the field goal. Robertson would like to end this game on his own. Washington wrapped up as soon as he got the ball in the backfield.
All right, 3rd and down.
Isaiah Smith, Lamadrick Spencer shutting him down. It's 2nd and 13. Now the Bears just want to make sure there's no turnover.
Yeah, protect the football here, right? Get the points.
That's the thing. Running the ball. You send Washington up the middle or any running back, the possibility of that thing getting stripped. Washington again.
Yeah, Vito, that is the long-term goal. It's just yeah, that's we just gotta fill up the resources for that. 'Cause I don't know what that's gonna entail from a resources standpoint.
This play call will tell us
and what would be required, I guess, in order to get those moves. Because I don't want to turn into like what ESPN tried to do a goal line where they only display ESPN games. And then nothing from these other networks.
Robertson has Caden Knighton with him in the backfield. Knighton, the ball carrier. He goes up the middle and falls over the 10-yard line to about the 9-yard line.
Here we go, guys. 4th down.
Bring the kicking unit on.
Kicker is coming on.
Connor Hawkins to win the game. A redshirt freshman. 1 field goal made already today from 26.
Then the juice is flowing.
The swag with the one sleeve on the leg. That's a look there. It's a style.
All right, I got another update from Liberty and Jacksonville State.
To win the game and upset the Mustangs, and they're going to call timeout and see if they can ice him.
So 41-24. Get that up here. And I got to change a bunch of these other like scores up here. I know I definitely need to do that.
All right. Will, you good?
I'm great. Yeah, I'm great. I'm just
Really genuinely appreciate the patience here, guys. I just don't want to turn away from Baylor and SMU, guys.
He saw the weather. He saw everything was going on, and he just had such pure, unbelievable energy, like ready for this battle.
He was ready for the battle.
He was ready for this, and he was ready for anything that was thrown at him and his team.
And a lot was thrown at him, Will.
Yes, it was.
Very first play of the game, the touchdown. Now, this is it. Connor Hawkins, 27 yards to upset.
All right, here we go. This is for Baylor to beat SMU on the road. Ranked opponents.
It's good.
He got it.
Hawkins
Baylor is gonna take down SMU 48-45. My goodness gracious. Does that not get the heart pumping or what? Oh my goodness. What a big time win for the boys, man. Incredible. So they're going to head out to Corvallis right away. So in the meantime, while that's being worked upon, let me see what we have going on here in terms of games I actually have on TV. Ohio and West Virginia are just kicking off.
We'll let this one out in the end zone for a touchback.
Yeah, so we'll see if SMU can remain in the top 25. My goodness, though. All right, so we got some work to do to update this scoreboard. So if I'm a little bit quieter than usual,
season's great success.
You'll have to forgive me because I want to make sure that we get this scoreboard completely updated. Let me see, what do I need to do?
Somebody who makes defensive coordinators
Okay, so first and foremost,
C.A. Bangura will get the ball on the first play of the game for Ohio, and he falls forward, picks up 3 on the play.
And Bangura's one of those guys that left, was here at Ohio, went
and then
to
we'll
Minnesota,
replace that.
came back, and it's like he never left. He fit right in. Good, tough runner, great speed. He's gonna be get the lion's share of the carries today at running back.
This Ohio team coming off a close loss to Rutgers last week, and Coach Brian Smith told us the feeling in the locker room was, you know, they weren't pleased, obviously, but they felt like they had chances. They saw the potential in themselves. Only lost by 3. Navarro with time to throw it out and finds one of his tight ends, Mason Williams, for the catch right back to the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
Yeah, really nice coverage in the secondary by West Virginia. And Fred Perry, number 5, the nickel, was at Jacksonville State last year with Rich Rodriguez and Zach Kelly, defensive coordinator the year before that. Very productive from that nickel spot. He'll come up. He will hit you. 110 tackles last year at Jack State.
He's got that speed, and now 3rd down for the first time today for Ohio.
Iowa. We work on getting that one
Bobcats taking their time.
out and about. Replace that with Delaware and Colorado.
And West Virginia was ready. That's usually an X factor for him. He can escape a lot of situations.
Well, Ashton Woods, 33, gets to him, but he avoids him. Does Navarro? He steps up in the pocket. But you see that defense. Keep him right in there. Now, don't let him get outside. And Chase Wilson gets there to clean it up to make the tackle. So a really good defensive start for West Virginia. With, oh, by the way, had one of the worst defenses in all of the nation last year.
Trying to clean that up with Zach Alley, who is the new defensive coordinator, came over from Oklahoma.
I think.
So Magnus Haynes,
and Delaware. That's at least
going to let this thing bounce. Preston Fox will let it go.
I know that for sure.
And so we'll get to see the Mountaineers on offense. You know, they had a quarterback battle, and Nico Markiol was the one that won that. But they've got, besides Markiol, the top 2 weapons they're looking to use, Jaheim White in the backfield, and then you've got to circle number 4, Cam Vaughn.
Yep, Cam Vaughn was at Jacksonville State as well with Coach Rodriguez. Comes over, 7 receptions, 126 yards last week, but he's just a big-time target on the outside.
Well, the game has just ended.
Now that's kind of the big 3 for this West Virginia team. Jaheim White getting the call. I mean, you already see a little burst of speed. Just like that, they got a first down.
Yeah, the quickness. That's how you press a hole, Jaheim White, right there. Inside hand, press now, go. Shows you that burst. I mean, he's an experienced back, too. 45 yards rushing last year and 7 TDs.
Had a couple of rushing touchdowns last week against Robert Morris. And a good adjustment by Ohio's defense. The second carry he gets, and in comes Honest Lukeman.
Yeah, Lukeman, they like him 15 from the edge. They do a good job, does Ohio, that time, getting off blocks. But you got to get lined up, because here we go.
Still waiting for Liberty and Jacksonville State to finish. Utah State.
Got some pressure. Pocket collapsing.
We're working on that.
Scrambling. Picks up 2 on the play. West Virginia facing 3rd down.
Yeah, and so Markiol doesn't quite have the speed like Parker Navarro.
Oh, Ole Miss and Kentucky. And you need to get that going. Ole Miss and Kentucky.
3rd and long. It's a good position here for the Ohio defense to try to get the ball back.
Yeah.
Markiol looking up top and overthrows Jaden Bray, who was all covered up. Adonis Williams, one of the captains, in coverage.
Yeah, I like what defensive coordinator John Hauser did. He simulated blitz. It showed like he was going to blitz.
That,
then he dropped 8, only rushed 3.
Kentucky.
Good coverage on the back end. It's going to force a punt here. A little chess match early, and both defenses have won early.
Now Oliver Straw on to punt for West Virginia. And back for this Ohio team, Max Rodarte. A booming punt from Oliver Straw. Rodarte fields it at the 2.
Nice punt for Ohio, by the way. My goodness.
55 yards.
How's everyone doing today as well? We all are out here having a good one, having a nice little time. Okay, so
some moments change
that
you
taken
forever.
care of.
This walk, this class, this conversation, they'll stay with you.
Well, that's good.
That's temporary.
In Ohio,
This
we
knot,
got that.
this
Missouri
career
got
push,
that.
this bar,
UAB
this
and
community,
Navy.
they're definitely
I don't have eyes on that
forever can seem
realistically.
daunting from the outside, but
Replace
once you're in,
UAB
Ohio University will forever
UAB
be
and
here,
Jacksonville State.
and a part of you will forever be here at Ohio.
Make it the tough choices here today, boys.
Another Saturday with Saban.
Hey, Coach.
Great W technique.
It's a process to win, and winning is a process.
And one coat for the win.
That's how I roll.
Good one, Coach.
I know this one. This is at least 7 to 7.
Get one coat hide in over 1,000 colors with Bear Marquee, only at the Home Depot.
No weak spots in my coverage.
Okay, and then pages only over. Texas A&M is going to win that game, by the way. I'm pretty sure we're all on the same page about that.
Just don't forget the Dr. Pepper.
Okay. Texas A&M game.
It's a pepper thing.
So this is the right one. Is forgot about commercials.
It's a well-executed play, and you can tell the play calling is different when Brock Lowry's in based on his skill set. You just look to the right of your screen.
So this one's supposed to be
really
USF
simple, flat
Florida.
Play action. When you play with poor eye discipline, especially in man-to-man coverage, you will look in that backfield and your man will be running for a first down just like that.
And apparently we're still doing the dab. Pump for Lowry. Pressure was coming.
This would be an exciting game as well, by the way.
Second down coming up.
It's good coverage there. Lowry tends to be like a.
We got 2 more games.
Tell in this system that he's in with the certain plays. He's a one read and run guy. If he doesn't like it there, he tried to go through the progressions the one time, but he still took off running. It's a nice job there. A lot of people don't like to throw the ball away when they're athletic, but that was a smart decision.
Buckley the back, and so they give it to. He was churning up the yards in the first couple of drives of the game for Western Michigan. It's a handful here.
All right.
As the middle was squeezed by Fatafehi.
We're going to see Oregon. Let me get that.
Senior from Oakland.
Boop.
Ilea clogged up that middle. Bryson Hayes, 44, also got a piece. I think both teams, now that the chess match is kind of underway, are getting a feel for.
Tuned in while doing work. Sorry. Well, then I appreciate that I can serve some quality background noise for your Saturday. Looks like Western Michigan does take a 7-0 lead. Not that going on. Love to see it. Okay, that's going to be.
That is what he brings, Marcus Ray, a running element. And the Broncos are on the board first.
And you'll see, this is a pass play, but it's called stick draw. Quarterback draw, stick or flare draw, whatever you want to call it, where there's 2 plays in one. It's a run play for the quarterback, but as you see the running back exit out the backfield, if you like that, you throw the flare, quick screen.
We're not going to worry about Diamond Ruckers. My BC can only handle so much. We're making some decisions. Decisions that I don't necessarily love either.
25-yard Brock Lowry rumble to the
house.
Yeah,
more texting, and then more texting less. So,
and we do have a very late flag after the extra point went through. Homer Domschke made the PAT for the Broncos.
Gutsy win by Syracuse, by the way. Clearly did not have their A game today.
Kicking team, number 51. That 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
Rick Warren.
So it's a lot easier for me to, like, I'm a visual person, so it's more for me to be able to go forward and see what's physically happening in the game, so that I can flip over faster. So that's why I have that going on my end. I'm about to flip over to Texas A&M UTSA. Texas right on the doorstep, so we're going to try to make it 9-0 possibly, but they are facing 3rd and long though.
On the outside, and you want your bigger player coming back to the middle. It's almost like a power forward in basketball. He was going to post.
Yeah, that game was on CW. Yeah, I appreciate it. That's why I wanted to wait before I did any possible updates. Just because of the fact that, like, I wanted to see you guys. Let's finish that game. Cincinnati, they're also going to score. Looks like another touchdown. They're going to be up 14-0. So the power friendship and Fuzzy Cat not holding strong as of yet.
Inside the 2.
All right, what game are I going to do? This is going to be Texas State and UTSA.
And we'll see if Texas State wants to go.
But yeah, that was really why, because I'm more of a visual person, and I can visually see what's happening. Kansas making a statement as well against Missouri. I haven't touched on them in a while because we've been busy trying to get these updates, scorebugs ready to go and updated. Oh my. Kansas just opening up the can. It's 20-6 possibly.
Well, you're not among the nation's leaders in scoring if you don't go
for a
bunch on 4th down and get aggressive. That's what G.J. Kinney's doing here. Jackson's under center. Perry leaps. He's shy. He fell short of the goal line. And UTSA returns the favor. Now, there was still a possibility of a 1st down and goal. Texas State is saying they got it.
And Texas State, I think we can agree, that is tap. We did not, in fact, get it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, here it is, ground level. Let's see. He had to get to at least a 1.
Okay, here we go. So, one more game to add, and I think good until 5. And then at 5, Arkansas State and Arkansas are going to go at it against each other. So that is like another game that we're watching closely. Let me get this one more scorebug taken care of.
Charles Lamartina, by the way, is our referee today. He's already been a busy man, and we will get our first review. Whoever had the mark at 12:59 in the 2nd quarter, congrats. We'll take a break as they review. It's either a 1st down and goal at the 1 or a turnover on downs for Texas State.
All right, we're going to a commercial break. We can't have commercials.
That last scoring drive, 10
like
plays,
Western Michigan and North Texas.
Minutes off the clock. I think their game plan is working. I think
actually scratch that. UC actually in the red zone. 7-0 right now officially. And Texas A&M did officially go final. They beat Utah State 44-22.
He's blessed.
From a little guy.
And then I need North Texas and Western Michigan. Where are you at?
In goal, Cincinnati.
All right, I was getting concerned for a quick second. I thought I lost audio.
Quarterback keeper stood up at the 2. It's 2nd down for the Bearcats. Eric George, the son of head coach Eddie George, hit him first.
And that's how Sorsby scored last week versus Nebraska. It's a zone read, but it's almost like a lead. Tyree Walker becomes the lead blocker, and Sorsby follows behind him. But you talked about it. Eric George does a nice job disengaging from the block and holding Sorsby to 1 yard gain.
It'll be 2nd and goal inside the 3.
Cincy looking to expand on a touchdown lead. 2nd down and goal from 3 yards away.
All right, here we go. We'll see if Cincinnati can finish his drive out.
Firing, connecting for a touchdown.
And they do. That's going to be a touchdown for Cincinnati. The cardiac gets find a way into the end zone. We love to see it.
Again, his confidence is growing. This is a sprint out to the left, and it's a speed out by Cyrus Allen. This is a timing-based throw. As soon as Sorsby comes around that corner, he has to let that ball go because you talked about it earlier, right, James? If you're late on the out route, it could go the other way. But he does a nice job putting it out in front where only Cyrus Allen can catch it. The quarterback is playing
USF and Florida did also kick off as well.
Drive, 7 plays, 65 yards, almost 3 minutes. And Sorsby already has more yards than he had last week all game against Nebraska through the air.
Coach Satterfield,
All right,
they
so
were going
pick
to
this
go
up,
back
and
to
that's
him.
good.
They've gone back to him in plenty.
With 13 minutes and 17 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the Bearcats.
Look at these.
All right, so we have a possible red zone situation developing. Colorado and Delaware. I think Colorado just entered
he said if you play running back here at
into the red zone.
You can't just run and hit the hole. You got to know why you hit the hole, know the angle you need to get to hit that hole, and you got to be smart because that's the kind of player that Marshall Faulk was.
A great pass catcher. I mean, you see what they're doing with Taylor, and it's reminiscent just in the way they use him.
All right, here we go.
Here's a drag route for Sincere Brown, who squeals the brakes on a cutback, and he's down.
All right, so they are indeed in the red zone here. 3rd and 5 coming up.
So 3rd down with Salter's skill set. What do you like here?
Let's see what Salter and the boys can do.
Have been doing. You brought Sincere Brown on a motion there, ran him underneath to the other side of the formation. It just continues to make the defense be confused. But I want you guys to watch Draylon Miller here. He's right here.
All right, and then it looks like there was an overturn on the Texas State UTSA game as well. So Texas State actually has a chance to score, and they're going to do it too. They're going to get on the board.
Tight end Atkins, and it's 4th down.
Oh, I circled the guy for a reason, Jason, and he was open, but we're going to show you.
All right. All right, here we go. Full scoreboard. We got it good to go.
And it's not blanketed, but you got to throw a big boy ball for him. Give him one right on the outside number. Make that catch.
All right, we're back.
Draylon Miller wide open across the middle of the field with the backside safety covering him from 5 yards away.
There was no coverage over top of him at the line. There was a linebacker.
All right, so Colorado going to settle for field goal.
Alejandro Mata from 28 yards away.
All right, so the field goal is good.
Two-score game for the Buffaloes.
So Colorado extends the lead for now, makes it 10-0. Early in the second quarter.
Defensively, Nick Minicucci on a Don Bob.
All right, let me take a quick look around, see what we got going. USF actually looks like they are in. Well, hang on now. Scratch that. Texas State with a big play down by the goal line. They are about to go ahead and get things going against Western Michigan. Can they respond? They're checking in right now with North Texas and Western Michigan.
Excellent throw and catch. That man last week, Wyatt Young, had a big day. And you see why. He just knows how to get open.
Last year, this North Texas offense, top 5 in the country in passing offense.
You see how the game plan has changed.
All right, here we go. North Texas in the red zone now.
Estimaker's got time. And he's throwing.
Oh, it was right on the
teammate Miles Coleman.
Oh, my
I don't think he dropped many.
You gotta bring that one in. You absolutely have to bring that one in, big dog.
I'll tell you.
All right, so not only do we have a red zone opportunity for Texas, but Mid-Tennessee, right in the first quarter, they're also down by the goal line as well. Blue Raiders, second goal. Looking over the middle, no good. So it's third goal coming up, but it's inside the 5-yard line, though. The Blue Raiders, after getting blown off by Austin Peay last week, an FBS team, the Blue Raiders have a chance to take the lead against Wisconsin early.
Simply led the long catch and run, was bottled up by the Broncos. 3rd down and long.
Sometimes you have to run the ball just to slow the game down. That's what they did on 2nd down. They know they're in a field goal opportunity or a 4-down situation here. Sometimes you can catch the defense snoozing while you're looking for the pass play like they did on the shovel pass.
All right, so they just try a 3rd down play.
Western Michigan is allowed to substitute here. And timeout called by Western Michigan as there were bodies coming on and off the field like a hockey line change, kind of like the national champions like to do here in Kalamazoo. Big third down for North Texas coming up.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and put a bookmark on that so far. Let's see. Ole Miss and Kentucky. Looks like Kentucky is trying to get into field goal range. Or at least, no, they actually might be in the red zone. Oklahoma State. We haven't talked about Oklahoma State much today after being down 20-0 early here in the first quarter. They could possibly be coming out.
But there's a defender working inside out, and that's TJ Banks.
Things something happen. So we're putting a bookmark on North Texas right now. Let's check in to see if Kentucky can get the first point of the ball game against Ole Miss.
Stoops wanted the flag. Our referee expert Matt Austin says no, he did not.
Second and 10 coming up.
A penalty. Second and 10. There goes Law, and here comes that jet sweep. He has a blocker, McGowan out in front.
Hey, they would pick up a first down from him. Love to see it.
At the 12. Good play call by Bush Hamden. And clearly they're making more of an effort to use the talents of Kendrick Law. Officially a forward pass and an 8-yard gain.
Yeah, making a real effort to get him as many touches and manufacture as they can. But how about the block by McGowan? Said early in the show, these running backs are the tone setters. He decleats a secondary player to allow Law to hold.
Right, and then we do get an update from Mid-Tennessee and Wisconsin. We do have Wisconsin giving up the field goal. So the Blue Raiders actually up by 3 early. And now let's check back in and see
from the 12, no score, 3.5
if we can get something from Kentucky. And then meanwhile, a little bit of a game break here as West Virginia is able to get looks like a several-yard scamper, looks like a 32-yard touchdown run from White of West Virginia. And that's going to give the Mountaineers their first lead of the ball game.
And anticipate Kentucky to continue to challenge that offensive line. See if they can continue the push. But the off tackle has been pretty good. Get those big bodies for Ole Miss moving a little bit sideways and run behind your 2 tight ends to the right-hand side.
All right, here we go. First and goal inside the 10.
About a half yard, and that's it. This is going about as well as Mark Stoops and his staff could have hoped. They'd like to see another game, low scoring, where they possess the ball, keep that Ole Miss offense off the field.
Yeah, their offense absolutely has to do their part in playing defense today. Keep away, force some impatience.
Then we have another game break in the Navy and UAB game where we have a 63-yard touchdown catch from Luke Hutchinson from Blake Horvath. And Navy is going to take the lead right back. He's going to make it 21-14.
After a look to the sideline, get some instruction. He's running out of time. 1 second, timeout. They burned 2.
You're second. This will be a 30-second timeout. 30 seconds.
All right, 2 minutes left. It looks like Kentucky does use already its second timeout here in the first half.
They were slow to get organized. Well, on offense, that's the kind of thing that'll drive a coach and a fan base crazy.
All right, and meanwhile, we did check back in on North Texas and Western Michigan. North Texas also has a goal line opportunity as well. Now North Texas inside the 10-yard line. They're looking to tie things up against Western Michigan, and they do with a run to the outside. And that is going to put the Mean Green knotted all back up.
And I think both fan bases, Greg, very excited.
How about that for a run to the outside, huh? Physical run.
What a week it was.
So tie ball game here with the Mean Green and Western Michigan going at it.
You can see why he was one of the top players in the country coming out of high school, and John Mateer, just a dynamo. He is so much fun to watch for Oklahoma.
May also have a potential Oregon State touchdown as well.
3 touchdown passes.
See
It's gonna be a
what the
fun
flag
one
is in
tonight
the
with
Oregon
those two
State game.
guys at the helm. 2 minutes to go in the quarter.
Okay, penalty decline. Oregon State.
2nd and goal from the 9.
Did they just score there?
McGowan, the running back. And a timeout called by Ole Miss.
Timeout. Ole Miss, they're first. This will be a 30-second timeout.
Okay, so Oregon State actually did just score there.
Well, it's interesting. Zach Calzada, 7 years. 3 years at Texas A&M.
Wait a minute.
The last one there in 21, he was the starter.
We have a fire drill in the Oregon State extra point. The extra point is no good. So that doesn't mean Oregon State does take the lead. It's only a 5-point lead.
Coordinator now for Ole Miss. He was at Alabama in 2021, and we asked about Calzada. He said, well, the last thing I remember, he was spinning the ball all over the place when Alabama was #1 in October of 2021, and Calzada led the Aggies to a 41-38 win for Jimbo Fisher on that Seth Small field goal as time expired. Calzada went 21 for 31 in that game for 285, 3 touchdowns.
He was lights out, and he's a streaky player. Like, when he gets it going, man, he is tough to defend, and so far a little off the mark early in this one.
There we go. 2nd goal inside the 10. Finally getting a goal line play here.
Rodriguez went in motion. McGowan puts his head down.
He got it. Touchdown for Kentucky, and they'll strike first. Now that has officially resolved itself, we have a red zone opportunity developing for Oklahoma State, as Oklahoma State is looking like they're trying to get their very first point of the ball game, man.
Kind of man-to-man blocking up front. You pull the backside tackle and wrap them in there. One more player, almost like an ice. So, and Oklahoma State offensive line got a good push on that. That's really the challenge that Dan Lanning wants to see with his defense this year. He wants to be more stout inside on the defensive tackle position.
All right, here we go. Checking in now on Oklahoma State and Oregon. Cowboys looking for their first lead of the day. Or not the first lead, but their first point of the day. They're still down by 20, so they'll still be down by multiple possessions after this.
Got it down around the 11-yard line.
One of the best players for this Oregon defense is Amari Washington. Watch Oklahoma State right here. 2 of them are going to handle the speed at that defensive tackle. Stone them up there and just move them back and knock them off the line of scrimmage.
Biggest 3rd down of the day so far for this Oklahoma State defense.
Gotta believe they've got
All right,
2
go,
downs
3rd and
to get a
short.
first down here.
We do also have a goal line opportunity for the Cincinnati Bearcats. The Bearcats looks like they might be inside. Are they in the red zone as well? But now we'll keep focused on Oklahoma State.
Big running back started his career at Indiana, 240-some pounds. That's a good wild cowboy. Follows inside.
Okay, wow, I misread that. UTSA on the goal line, though. They have a chance to get their first points of the day. And they got it. UTSA does find the end zone. Touchdown for UTSA. Cincinnati, however, with a massive play down the sideline. And Brandon Sawyer throws it on a rope. Now the Bearcats are also in the red zone as well.
For the receiver core from left to right.
But Oklahoma State still inside the 5-yard line, though.
Lost a yard.
All right, nothing really going there, though.
Quickness of Tatum Tuioti.
Missouri and Kansas, though. Missouri down onto the goal line.
Quickly reacts outside.
Missouri trying to cut it back into a 1-possession game after Kansas got off to an extremely strong start.
That's one guy with not quite elite speed. Got help from the corner that time.
Yeah, Switzo, you know, I have a soft spot for USF right now. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm hoping they can at least be, bare minimum, be competitive. against against Florida.
To the end zone with a throw, almost a one.
Oh, he almost one-handed that joint.
Broken up. Terrell Davis was the intended receiver.
Yabidegu that time, number 7, 6 foot 1 inch tall corner.
All right, Missouri does have a 4th and 3 inside the 5-yard line. They're looking to try and punch it in here. Make it a one-score game, and they got it.
Can't do it any better than that. Good try.
Touchdown for Missouri.
Catch, but perfect coverage.
One thing, the secondary of the Ducks.
Very interested if Missouri's going to opt to go for the 2-point conversion. Cincinnati also firmly in the red zone as well. Third and goal.
Floors. Flushed. Has to just throw up a prayer to the sideline. Incomplete, out of bounds. It's 4th down.
You know, the power game was working well for them, and then they kind of get the quarterback draw, the fade pass, another pass. You just wonder.
Oh yeah, V-Dub. I would absolutely imagine that they did run scrims, because I mean Syracuse won, but piss poor effort today from the Q.
Bring out the field goal.
We will see Oklahoma and Oregon settle for a field goal. We have a weather delay happening right now. So Navy and UAB. UAB had a drive going, but what happened here though? I'm just going to flip it up to Bowling Green and Cincinnati real fast. Cincinnati inside the 15-yard line is they're going to go to a weather delay as well.
Cuts inside to get the first down.
The official signal, first and goal.
A gain of 5, it's first and goal, Bearcats.
Hey, James, this is what he did in the second half versus Nebraska. He does a nice job, right? Going through his progressions, everybody is locked up. He gets to the outside. You can't allow this guy to get to
all right, we'll see
the
if
outside because he's dangerous with his legs.
Thorsby can lead the Bearcats to a touchdown here. Ohio is also on the doorsteps as well. And sure enough, they do! Touchdown! Cincinnati! And the Bearcats of Cincinnati enforcing their will right now. We'll be seeing them take looks like a 21-0 lead on Bowling Green here shortly. I know Updog was pulling for a Bowling Green earlier. It's not looking good for the boys at all. I ain't gonna lie. We do have a score for Western Michigan. They did get into the end zone as well. So that is something of note that we're watching out for. So in the meantime, though, no, it's not. It's incomplete.
For second and goal from the 8-yard line.
I thought that was brought in.
On the edge, Allen.
Never mind. I misspoke there.
No gain on the completion. MJ Cannon, who
No, one thing I can do though.
left the game in the first quarter with an injury, is back and making an impact.
All right, there we go.
This is the play before with Noah Jennings trying to go up with one hand and come down with the football. Almost comes down with that inbound, James, but that was a nice job.
All right, looks like Ohio, they had their opportunity as well. Yeah, I mean, Troy got off to beat up to your credit. Troy did get off to like a nice little start. Granted, still early in the first quarter there, so a lot of football left to be played in that particular ball game because of the fact that that is still also under a weather delay as well.
Stop and start.
And okay, there it is. So there's that touchdown for Cincinnati and the Cardiac Cats. Down to the end zone actually this time around. There we go. Cincinnati looking sharp as a mug, man. All right, so that's taken care of. We do have a red zone opportunity happening down in the swamp. Check in real fast on that particular drive.
Whether it's a catch or not, it's right back to the line of scrimmage. Mac Harris came flying in from the edge for South Florida. So now you're looking at third down. You got to get all the way down to the 3-yard line for the first down.
And expect this South Florida defense to try to heat up DJ Lagway again, get the ball out quickly so they can't pick up a first or score.
All right, here we go. We'll see if Florida can hold it down.
Slant over the middle, big collision at the 10. That one goes to...
All right, so looks like you're going to throw for a field goal, but Fresno State, 44-yard run from Ryan Luke, 44-yard touchdown. That is going to give Fresno State the lead while we're waiting to see how the Florida USF drive ended and concluded.
And the field goal unit led by
So
Trey
where is
Smack.
that? I know I have that score bug up. Okay, there we go. Bang.
Season last year. Missed only 3 kicks in 2024, but missed 3 last week, 2 of 5.
All right, let's see if they can actually.
See if he has flushed that.
All right, got that.
Field goal attempt on the way.
We might have something brewing. Wait till see what happens in the Florida kick. All right, which is good. Looks like there's only one. Not checking on Texas State and UTSA. I-35 matchup. Birding wrong though. Looks like this is the only game where we have somebody in field position.
Texas State is 2 for 6 on 3rd down today.
Actually, not even Texas State is in across the 50.
Shad Banks is having himself a game. He had the pick earlier. He's got the big hit there. And Texas State will have to punt once again. Well, Jack, take a look at this.
All right, guys, I am going to be right back. We are going to dial it in. Possibly, I'm going to head over to the Border War. Looks like that's the only game that possibly has something intriguing happening.
I mean, he had a easy clean and tackle there.
Yeah, because it looks like they just got the like a safety, ironically enough. So I'll be right back.
Last year from Michigan State.
Go use the bathroom, take the dogs out, and then we'll keep things going and we'll keep things continued.
This time he gets home on Daniels, and you see what Lance Leipold's argument is that a Missouri player, while on the ground, batted that forward into the end zone. That's the case that he's making to these officials right now.
Let's take a look, Mike, because you cannot bat the ball forward. I think you may have a good conversation right there. It looks like Damon Wilson, the second number 8, had a little bit of a bat. Batting the ball backwards.
So it ends up as a safety and a big boost for the Missouri defense, who had not been able to solve Jalen Daniels and this Kansas offense since that first 3 and out.
Just a couple minutes ago, it was 21-6, right, Mike?
We've had a little bit of everything in this game so far. We've had a blocked extra point. We've had a Prbula fumble into a scoop and score.
Okay,
now
we are back.
Well. Only the 6th safety in FBS games so far this season, a couple of weeks in.
What do you expect in a rivalry game, right? That's what we expect. Chaos, madness. You just never know. It's the team that makes sure they're
okay, so we do have a team that is now at midfield. It's Oregon and Oregon State. Oregon has the ball.
Parker Robinson, number 8, delivers
So
the blow, taking out a block. Well, that kind of looked like he ran over him, but at second look, it was
all right, first of all,
a block from Lamar that time that helped it look like he ran over him.
So they had the luxury of having A two-back set that time. It'll be Lamar, the single setback.
All right, here we go. Oregon on 3rd and short.
And he gets the carry and the first down.
All right, so Oregon does pick up the first down, and it looks like Oregon, out of all these games, looks like they're the one team that has something cooking here, although it looks like Kentucky is also going for a field goal as well. I think it's a fair... Actually, no, Kentucky wasn't in the red zone there. They must have gone into the red zone and stalled out while I was using the bathroom, making sure the dogs were okay, too.
That is how you pull. Wow.
And sure enough, Kentucky does get the field goal attempt good. So Kentucky has a 10-0 lead over Ole Miss.
Left side goes 320.
Imagine that.
320, 330 for the center this time.
First down at the 42. Dante Moore, plenty of time.
Oh, he wants it all. And he's got that man too. Touchdown, Oregon.
Benson for the score.
Oh. Don't see any flags either to Malik Benson. Can I get a We have a splattering of work officially. Oh, I haven't given Oklahoma State too much enough there. They did get a field goal at least. I missed that part.
He leads them as a sprint. Boom.
Boom.
The 42-yard touchdown. Look at the catch again. It's going to catch the back end of the ball.
Exactly. That had some,
right there.
That had some mustard on it, didn't it?
All right.
Ever.
Like a 45, 50-yard throw. Perfect delivery.
Zapping to
incredible.
With the point after. So another quick scoring drive with two big plays. A 26-yarder to Kenyon Sadiq, and then Dante Moore to Malik Benson.
Man, this Oregon team's for real. Dan Lanning has just told you 4 years of building.
All right, so that's being like sorted out as of right now. Just taking a quick look around the country, not necessarily seeing anything in terms of potential scoring opportunities, but in case you guys are wondering what's happening around the country, just in terms of like the FCS matchups, just to see if I can pull it up real quick on my phone while I'm waiting for a scoring opportunity to arrive. So real quick, Wake Forest in Western Carolina, they're actually tied. New Mexico also only up by 4. That's really the only ones that I see in terms of like tangible games that are close. Oh, and we do have a Peacock update. Miami and Rutgers are in fact tied, but looks like Ohio and West Virginia trying to put together a little bit of a drive here.
Yeah.
As they're trying to...
Great zone read there by Navarro. Puts it in the belly of Bangor. Nope, I'm going to read this.
Trying to get Ohio the lead.
Such a smart veteran guy at quarterback for Ohio. Can do it all. That is a catch inside the 25-yard line for Ian Pugh. An 11-yard pickup.
Yeah, Darian Lewis, the boundary safe. He jumps it. Looks like he's going to break up the pass. But the ball gets through there and gets caught.
All right, so Ohio's starting to get something going here inside the 25-yard line, 1st and 10.
Ohio was going quickly. Now they slow things down.
This is a change of pace that Brian Smith said he wants to use. Change the tempo up.
Bangura's turn. Yeah, they had a lot of baseball references when it comes to tempo. He said, look, we got to change up. We can throw that in. We've got a fastball, a cutter, and a change. That's what the terms they use when talking about their tempo.
A big slow curve that takes a while. Yeah. There's a lot of baseball analogies for sure.
Well, I think Scott Isfordine, the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach, if we could have talked about the Reds for a while. Yeah. I mean, he had a Pete Rose Cup during our call. I'm a big baseball guy.
Talk about that stability. Scott Isfordine's been here 13 years, so that's what I'm talking about. A lot of experience here.
Navarro by himself on the move. Scrambling with the first down.
All right, so not only a goal line opportunity now for the Ohio Bobcats, but in addition, Texas State gets it inside the 15-yard line. We have another red zone opportunity happening in San Antonio, out in the Alamo Dome as well.
You just got to try to avoid if you're West Virginia, because right now Navarro is making plays with his feet.
So keep eyes on Texas State and UTSA.
13-yard gain for Ohio, looking for its first touchdown today.
Here we go. Texas State inside the 15-yard line. 1st and 10. Going to run it. All right, they do actually get inside the 10-yard line.
West Virginia swarming. Navarro, Fred Perry got there first, and then Eddie Kelly got it on the action.
That's defensive coordinator Zach Alley, just sick of seeing Parker Navarro making plays with his feet. They're going to send a double blitz at him. Perry comes, so does Chase Wilson, the Mike linebacker, and they're just going to try to get to him. And that's what you got to do. You got to get to him early before he can make a decision what he wants to do, and they did a nice job there defensively.
That's a loss of 6 on the play. Backs them up just inside the 15.
Okay, 2nd and goal from the 15-yard line. Certainly not ideal by any means.
I don't know if Navarro was ready for the snap.
I don't think it was either.
And remember, it's a new center.
Yeah, Nick Marinero, that happened a couple times last week in the
Oh, that's such a touch break.
They were just out of sync that time. You're right, Cord. He was
Meanwhile, Ole Miss was able to get an explosive playoff that got him inside the 5-yard line, and then they were able to punch it in with Keelan Lacey for 1-yard running touchdown. So, Ole Miss will fall back to within a field goal for the Kentucky Wildcats.
That puts a lot on the center. He walks up there not knowing what the play is.
Okay, so 3rd and goal from like the 24 to 23-yard line. Ugh.
Flag comes out. Navarro still moving, connects to Ian Pugh.
All right, we'll see what the flag is, unless it's against West Virginia.
Call for Rich Rod. We have holding on the offensive line of Ohio. So does he back him up and think maybe I'm not knocking him out of field goal range? Or decline and say, I'll give him a chip shot field goal? I bet you he takes this penalty and backs him up. I got a hunch, but we'll see.
All right, meanwhile, Oregon State did, in fact, get themselves into the red zone as well. They're going to be looking to respond after giving the lead up to Fresno State earlier.
They sorted out.
And we're still also checking in on Texas State and UTSA with the Roadrunners trying to get a defensive stand, force the Bobcats to take another field goal. The penalty is declined.
Offense. That penalty will be enforced 10 yards.
Oh no, there's multiple holding penalties.
So Jordan Jones
that'll back up West Virginia even further. And in the meantime, we do see Texas State get a touchdown on the board.
Third down, but again,
man, looks like, is that their quarterback? That's Brad Jackson. I think that's their that's one of their either a quarterback or their skill player.
Yeah, not many. So
another UTSA player down. Hopefully he's all right. So this is 3rd and goal, but about the 35-yard line. Oh my goodness.
Navarro throwing towards the sideline to Hendricks.
Yeah, and there's really not much you could really do there.
And there's a scrum around the 35-yard line. A little back and forth shoving between West Virginia and Ohio.
But listen, I'm glad the officials got in there quick.
Yeah, I don't see any flags.
No cheap penalties. Break it up. Listen, it's football, right? It's this year.
It is back football.
Pushing and shoving, offensive lineman. It's right in the middle there of the screen. Saw a little takedown and then another little takedown. But hey, those are big uglies in there. Offensive lineman, defensive lineman. But I like the play by Ohio. Pick up a few yards, make this a much closer field goal attempt.
Yeah,
So
much
Brad
more
Peacock,
manageable
who
field goal attempts. So we'll put a
we saw
bookmark
kick the
onto that one. Fresno State and
Husky
Oregon
Stadium, and
State,
that's exactly
meanwhile.
what we did. We went empty, and if you guys moved your backers out of the middle there, all I did is give my center a little goose, and away we went. And there was no one there, and that was when I got one of my first touchdowns.
Let's check in on
the
Fresno State and Oregon State, meanwhile. Oregon short, got the 5-yard line.
You weren't there yet. You don't have to worry about it, right? You were just a youngster playing at Pacific.
In the present, you saw Oregon State working out this potential new
Extra
snapper,
point is good
Will
for
Haverland, who's a
Texas as well.
linebacker. And we'll see if they utilize him at the end of this possession, whether it's an extra point or a field goal.
There you go, 33.
Wright goes in as a fullback. Hankerson trying to run it and tackled for
Doesn't get there. Gets dragged down from behind.
Trent Brage is on jacks on the defensive stop for Fresno State. And they lose 4 yards on the play.
Interesting play call, knowing that you were most likely going to kick.
And here comes Haverland. So this is going to be a first long snap for Will Haverland to try and
All right, so that's going to end up in a field goal attempt. How about Delaware? Delaware about to get into the 2-minute timeout. Of course, it'll be 2-minute timeout. I'm trying to do something there.
The first half in both.
So I'm going to put a bookmark there too. Delaware with a red zone opportunity once we do get out of the 2-minute timeout. In the meantime, Missouri. Talk about Missouri for a second.
So brings up 3rd down and long.
3rd and long coming up. They convert this 3rd down. We'll stick around a little bit longer.
It's a screen, and it's Coleman, and he's chopped down.
Yeah, and that's not even close. Missouri gets to about the 30 yards. They do pick up a few yards on the play.
4th down and long coming up. Ball's at the 31.
But nothing really substantial there. That drive is going to stall out. We do have South Florida and Florida. USF does get to like the 45-yard line after a video review. It does uphold a 1st down for the Bulls.
Playing in his 2nd year in a Gator uniform after coming over from Colorado. Definitely in that corner rotation this year. Quick snap. Brown looks to run, but now it's going to stop and throw. Back over the middle. Has a man. Oh, the throw was a little bit late.
Oh, man, if that throw was on time, that's a big play, too.
And knocked it away at the last moment. Thornton was back there. McLean was back there.
3 safeties diverged on this ball. They used Byron Brown in a play-action situation. They've already had success. He tries to get the one-on-one matchup. Too many Gators back deep. That ball ends up on the ground. Great coverage of staying disciplined on the back end by that Florida defense.
All right, here we go. USF 3rd and long coming up.
3rd down and 11. Quick hitter to the outside. Singleton makes the catch.
And it's going to be another 4th and short. Do USF, they go for another possible
gain of 9, and the
4th down conversion attempt? Do they try that? They're going for it, 4th and 2.
Really gets set defensively. Brown going for
It's a big play. He's not going to get it. No good.
A hat comes off. A flag comes out. McLean back there in coverage.
All right, one game that we do. Oh, wait, there is a flag. Oh, man, what a backbreaker. So USF gets bailed out by the illegal substitution. It gives the Bulls an automatic 1st down.
And this can cost you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you had one more getting off the field right at the end.
Yeah, he got that. He got off the field late. He did. Yeah, okay. They're changing the clock. Looks like they're
clock is set.
1 minute and 10 seconds.
Good answer by South Florida. This drive is 10 plays. Closing in on 40 yards. It's taken over 4 minutes off the clock as Sam Franklin getting his first shot in the backfield.
There we go. So that puts USF inside the 35-yard line.
Brown dumps it off over the middle. Wyatt Sullivan.
Man, I put USF in the red zone, which is convenient because we do have. Yeah, that's in the 15. Delaware also in the red zone as well against Colorado. They're looking to make this a one-possession game.
Four-man rush. Brown to the end zone. That one's batted away.
Batted away, though.
Tipped in the air on the back end by Thornton. Helmet comes off. Singleton. The man that they like to call Baby Calvin
We do have
Johnson.
Bowling Green also in the red zone as well, but it looks like they're going to take a knee possibly and settle for the field goal. We'll see if that actually holds up or not.
Physical. Came down with a nice catch last week, too.
Had 5 catches, 93 yards, and a touchdown last week. Sam Franklin stays in the game. 2nd down and 10 from the Gator. 17-yard line.
Here we go, 2nd and 10.
They
running it.
Hand it off to Franklin. He's to the 15.
All right, they do legitimately get to the 15 there.
For Florida. Boy, talking to Ron Roberts, the defensive coordinator for Florida. You can practice tempo in practice, but you don't.
And then for those leading to Arkansas State highlights, we're going to pull up that game shortly. Arkansas does fall first blood as well. The Razorbacks with a 7-0 lead here early on. And I'm sure that false start is definitely not going to help either. Delaware, meanwhile, we do have a goal line opportunity for them. And then another red zone opportunity popping up in the Missouri matchup as well. Missouri inside the 20-yard line.
13 now.
So Delaware, they just met.
Not only does that
and Delaware punches it in. Touchdown, Blue Hens.
Opportunity to make a substitution change and match personnel as well as
on upset alert, chat.
Fresh cyber creatures to try to get after the quarterback on
They
third.
might be in some trouble, chat.
So that'll be the end of the first 15 minutes. We have used most.
All right, so that's the end of the first quarter. We're going to put a bookmark on USF game. We'll come back to them shortly. But Kansas and Missouri. Been a very exciting border war matchup thus far.
Couple of possessions. 14th play of the drive on first down to goal.
No, first and goal for Missouri.
Mr. Handyman.
Hardy. He gets back toward the line of scrimmage. Got wrapped up by DJ Graham and Lyric Rolls.
Nice block there by Norfleet. I think they take this down to the 2-minute timeout and have a conversation.
Well, this has not disappointed in any way here in Columbia. Got to go back to 2011 to find the last meeting in a rivalry that started
All right,
in
so that's
1891.
all right. So scratch that. We're gonna put a bookmark on there too. In the meantime, we have looks like North Texas and Western Michigan going there, and then plus we have an Oregon touchdown. It looks like.
They don't get a stop.
See if they give it to him or not.
He's going to throw.
We do also have a Bowling Green field goal.
Flag out. A bunch
It looks like they are awarding the touchdown to Victorian Moore.
They're going to get David.
Also, for those that are curious about Troy and Clemson, they're back out there levered away, and they are playing again. Well, maybe.
What a gutsy call.
I don't know if that's highlights or not.
in that situation.
Fisher, the senior from Houston, came over from Sam Houston with the entire defensive coaching staff.
We'll hold off on that, see if they award a touchdown to Oregon or not. Western Michigan really trying their best to take a
There are 3 fouls on the play. Pass interference, offense, number 82. Pass interference, defense, number 1.
really we got dual pass
Illegal
interference.
formation, offense, 5 players in the backfield. Those fouls offset. Replay, first down.
That's why there were so many flags in the field on that play.
Okay.
We have 5 guys.
It looks like also Oregon was in fact awarded the touchdown.
On the outside when our receivers are tight
They
ends.
might mess around and go for the 2-point conversion too.
And the offensive pass interference must have come before you saw that tug of the jersey from Fisher. Now he's going to run. Brock Lowry tackled at the 10 with another flag
Okay,
down.
so we're gonna head back to that game in a second. Another flag in the Western Michigan game, interesting enough. But USF and Florida, they're coming out of the start of the first quarter.
What have you liked from your quarterback, Byron Brown?
Well, he's tough. He's smart. He's gritty, and he's tough.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
I think he thinks he's tough.
That he is. And if anybody can pick up 3rd and 13, especially threatening in the red zone, Byron Brown is that guy.
All right, we go. See if USF can do something here to start the second quarter.
Over the middle, back throw. Hit in the process, trying to hit Rubin on a slant.
Okay, so that looks like it's going to force USF to stall on their drive.
Put a lick on Brown, and that'll force a field goal opportunity.
Okay, so that's going to be for a field goal. Ohio, meanwhile, they got something really interesting brewing here. Ohio having a chance. It's not inside the 15-yard line. If they can come out, could they possibly score?
He just does what he does. I mean, he makes 3 or 4 West Virginia guys miss, gets to the outside, picks up the first down. And
All right, here we go.
it's 1st and goal. I mean, that's just all athleticism. That's all.
And then USF actually successful in kicking the field goal. So we have a tie ball game here very early in the second quarter.
Remember, he was a 1,000-yard rusher at quarterback last season for Ohio. Bangura spinning around, banging around up the middle, dropped at the 4-yard line. Chase Wilson, their green dot for West Virginia, making the tackle.
And Chase.
All right, and then Oregon fell to the extra point.
In from Colorado.
34-3.
Did 98 tackles last year at Colorado State, so he can find the football, and he's the most vocal leader. Number 30 for West Virginia, that middle linebacker of
Let's
that
see if we can
defense.
get eyes on Arkansas and Arkansas State.
This will be the 9th play of the drive for the Bobcats. Navarro adjusting. It's Mason Williams, the tight end, in motion. He pulls it away from Bangura. And I think he was trying to throw it to Mason Williams, but Fred Perry said, ah.
Yeah, and that was a true RPO, so he could give it to Bangura in the belly, decides to pull it. He can then run it or throw it. The offensive lineman, as long as they don't drift down past 3 yards, which they didn't, he went to throw it. But as you said, Court, Fred Perry knocks it down. And I like how he ran for it in case the referees called a backwards pass, but it was definitely a forward
Okay, so not
pass
only
that
do we
was then
also
deflected by
have
Fred Perry,
a
but
goal
excellent
opportunity
defense
from Missouri,
by
which
Nickel Perry.
Looks like you see the Tigers settle for field goal. Colorado, they also just scored a touchdown
Ohio's converted
too.
on third down twice.
So, Colorado, they got their touchdown on the board. Wisconsin down on the goal line.
They're out of time.
They trying to take the lead desperately against Tennessee.
Offense, 5-yard penalty. Third down.
You know, when you talked about it, Court, they give Parker Navarro 2 or 3 plays.
Yeah,
Right from the line of scrimmage, and sometimes you'll go through your progressions, you'll go through your reads, the defense is changing, which is going to change your
also
play.
just scoring as well.
And that's what happens. Sometimes you just run out of time.
Well,
and it's not Brian Smith using that coach to player to talk to Parker Navarro, although he is the head coach and the play caller, and Scott Isfording up in the booth, and of course it shuts off at 15
Good job,
seconds.
hat on a hat, physical at the point of attack, and Mike Washington with a huge early start in this first quarter.
let me go ahead and put that all real fast.
Pressure in his face. Oh, scary play. There's flags out. A helmet has come off of a West Virginia player. It was Justin Harrington that lost his helmet. We'll see what the penalty is. Flag was thrown in the end zone.
And the back judge is pointing towards West Virginia, so we'll see what the call is here.
Prior to the pass, holding number 14, defense. That penalty will be enforced. After distance to the goal, automatic first down.
That's on Tarnu, one of the Jacksonville State transfers.
Huge penalty because it's a fresh set of downs. Tarnu and Boyce, safeties, they both play about equal time, 50-50 on the reps, but that's a huge holding call on Tarnu. Give Ohio a fresh set of downs here, first and goal.
Ohio missed a 38-yard field goal the last time in the red zone. Now they got a fresh set of downs to find their first touchdown of the game.
All right, so we're officially maxed out on the CSU Red Zone scoreboard.
Bangura is the guy. Avoided a couple of tackles before he was able to take it to the 2-yard line.
Yeah, I think 18, Curtis Jones, former linebacker, now plays like a DN bandit position. He came off the ball quick. Got to Bangura in the backfield, slowed him up, but Bangura was able to get through and pick up a couple.
Let's score in the process. Whoopsies. All right, there we go. Okay.
Navarro looking back to the sideline, getting another signal.
Well, it looks like we may have a special teams touchdown in Fresno too.
Tried to dive in, looking for a push. He's going to be short. Just picks up a yard.
But looks back, gets the signal. They go speed option. I like the call. He decides not to pitch to Bangura. Keep it. We got a little maul at the goal line. And West Virginia wins that one, keeps him out. But here we go.
First charge time out of the half.
And West Virginia wants to take a timeout.
Okay, so we're gonna
Ohio
see a
looking for
timeout
its
there.
first touchdown of the game.
And that's why that penalty is in there. It's just a danger.
All right, so let's go ahead, take a quick look around, see what's happening around the country. So we'll have possibly our first check-in of Arkansas and Arkansas State. Right now, we're seeing a goal line opportunity right in front of our eyes right there.
That's his second score of the year, 37 yards on the pitch and catch. As we're talking about keeping the pocket clean, another great job by the offensive line and a strike down the middle of the field at open. Safety split wide, and Raylan Sharp.
Oh no, man, they are actually marking that as a touchdown. Very interesting to say the least.
Hit the ground. I think they're taking a look at it right now. Try and
We
confirm
actually
whether or
could be
not
seeing.
this is indeed a touchdown.
And then that Ohio score actually ended up being a touchdown.
Last moment to try extend the ball across the play.
Is a touchdown. The previous play is under video review.
I don't know if we got it, so to put a bookmark into that. For now, Florida inside the 30, now inside the 20-yard line, but facing a Third and long.
But a long way to go for the first down. They got to go to the 5-yard line. That's a gain of 11. Now you're looking at a third down and 14.
Great pocket presence by DJ Lagway. Now on third down and 14. Hey, be smart with the football here. Continue to trust in your offensive line, but go find the open space and then deliver a strike if you're trying to convert.
Lagway 6 of 6, 45 yards on this drive.
Yeah, I think that's going to be marked short for Arkansas.
Going to the end zone, and there are no flags. Incomplete, trying to hit Hayden Hansen. Ward back there in cover.
We do have a scoring drive finally for Wisconsin as well.
What do you make of this one?
You know, I thought this was a good defensive play by Ward. You got the wheel, Hayden Hansen one-on-one. Get a little handsy, but it doesn't impede the progress of Hayden Hansen's movement. I like the no call there. Let these guys go out there and play.
36-yard field goal attempt on the way from Trey Smack.
It forces Florida to settle for a field goal.
Good clean snap, kick on the way.
And that field goal attempt is good.
36 has responded after 3 misses a week ago.
That's settled.
It is a 6-3 game.
We'll go ahead and check back in real quick on Arkansas and Arkansas State. We're thinking that's likely going to be overturned. So in case that it does.
The ruling on the field is upheld.
Oh, upheld. Wow. Actually, did not think that was going to happen, but alas, it definitely did. We do have Oregon State and Fresno State trying to make something big here before the end of the half.
Timeout. They were going to run exactly the same play again to the open side of the field. And Matt Entz was not going to have it happen a third time as he called a timeout.
Well, you see Trent Bragan wearing a wristband as the defensive play caller this year. Ryan Gunderson calls the offensive plays up top for Oregon State. Malik Murphy, and this is something as a quarterback, Ryan, we should have you talk about. Malik Murphy's in a new system this year, air raid at Duke, pro style, and Oregon State very open with us saying that's the reason we're running this. We want him to have a chance to play on Sundays.
Yeah, it's important for him to get that, kind of get that tutoring to get ready. And that's exactly what Ryan Gunderson said. He said if he plans on playing on Sundays, this is the type of offense he's going to be playing in. And he has to understand that you can't just go off and do your own thing. Like this is a offensive system that's based around him and him making the right choices. I asked Ryan Gunderson how he received the tough coaching this week, because that's a big deal, somebody who was brought in. He's a captain of the team. He made some mistakes that they showed him this week, and he said his response was amazing. He was right in there, willing to work. Guys responded around him, and I think you've seen that in the performance here in the first half.
So one timeout.
All right, we'll see what Malik Murphy can do here.
And Murphy comes back with a screen.
Oh my goodness.
Classic case of running before securing.
Yeah, I hate to see it.
Ryan Gunderson.
Oh, and I'm sure he's kicking himself right now, too.
They look like they're going to throw it and then go back with the screen, and he's got something set up here. He's got some of the big uglies up front there, getting ready to push him out of the way, and Hankerson just can't handle it. As we hear him fluttering in the audience, do you eat with those hands?
Well, you could see his face, frustration.
Yeah.
He realizes second down, 25 seconds. Murphy stands in, has a man sideline, and that is going to be
that caught.
Well done by Eddie.
And it looks like it is going to be caught. Malik Murphy in Oregon State in an interesting spot here inside the 25-yard line.
And Oregon State at the very worst now is in field goal position.
That's the difference between Malik Murphy and any of the other quarterbacks in college football, really. His ability.
He also got a 50-yard field goal attempt made by Texas State as well. So that'll give the Bobcats a 19-14 lead going into the locker room as well. A very pivotal I-35 matchup.
6'3", 214, big-bodied receiver. Murphy into the move. if you're on the Oregon State side,
that might have been a little bit of a hospital ball, I ain't gonna lie.
There on the back end, transfer from Northern Illinois, he just absolutely reads it immediately, sees the guy crossing the field, and he jumps right into that route and almost picks it off. Watch him on the back end. He knows it immediately as he starts taking off for the underneath receiver. Great job on his part to break it up and set up second down.
So again,
you
16 seconds,
pointing out that people
the
put
Beavers
the
can
video
use the
from
field
the
with
game.
one timeout. They'd love to find the explosive play here and find the end zone.
Oh, that's Gunner's been a terrible rookie. Yeah, we to be honest with you, we checked out the Oklahoma State and Oregon game a little bit ago. Because I mean, my PC can only handle. It's a better PC than what I had like a few years ago, but at the same time, like it is. I'm asking a lot out of my PC right now, so we know that that's a splattering right now. If I see any updates from Oregon and Oklahoma State, I'll update the score bug, but probably will not be tuning in anytime soon there. We do have a touchdown in the Arkansas State-Arkansas game. So, Arkansas State, we got ourselves a pick 6 on our hands, or a special teams touchdown. No, it's a special teams touchdown. It's a kickoff return. And Arkansas State brings it all the way back.
Returner up front.
False start. Offense, number 55.
And you're starting to see signs that you saw last week watching Oregon State. You're seeing the player frustration show.
It is incredibly frustrating when these are situations that it's very rare in a football game that a player has any sort of control.
There we go,
over
second
anything.
and 20.
But most things before the snap and after the snap are those things that you do.
Yeah, I was going to say, V-Dup, for a split second, it was not going to be a 35-0 affair for Oklahoma State. No shot. No shot whatsoever.
This is an accurate football. But it's just as
we do have Colorado. Got a big touchdown down the sideline for them. We'll update their scoreboard real
just to come
quick.
underneath it enough to make it more difficult for Taz Reddix to grab that ball. That's just great football all around by the quarterback, receiver, as well as defender to break it up.
We're waiting to see if we get something of substance here going. And Ohio is going to score again. Parker Navarro with a flanking, like a 25 to 40-yard flank. If I'm reading that correctly.
And Murphy throws it up and it's picked. And now Oregon State best tackle. And they do get Simeon Harris out of bounds.
Okay, so Ohio got a touchdown there. That did happen. That's going to go into halftime. Meanwhile, Kansas and Missouri, they're a few seconds away from them.
What a shot in the arm. And Mike, I'm saying how? How does this happen? Well, it's because of tackling. Poor tackling and poor angles. It's the safety. Looks like he just
Missouri scored.
out of the play. He's got to make that play right then and there. Taylor Davis, he doesn't, and that allows Coleman to get all the way down.
Yeah, he also got a field goal as well, so it's 3-4-3.
No field goal.
Over the Bearcat.
You can tie with a field goal. You okay with this?
I'm okay with this. I think Lance Leipold's not
And
okay with this.
Fresno
He wants to
State
get his
and
best defense
Oregon State, they're going to half.
Final charge timeout. Kansas.
Well, Lance Leipold had said to Don after the first quarter, he felt his defense's tackling needed to improve. And
There we go. Okay.
four angles,
We're dialed in. Missouri.
Kevin Coleman with the big chunk
Not only
play.
Missouri, but we got Missouri and Kansas. Missouri with a chance to take the lead right before they ends up going into halftime.
Angle to make the tackle.
Gunnerson needs to be fired.
It's just a nice job by Coleman.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's right. We gotta have a conversation about Mike Gundy too, to be honest with you there.
You've got an opportunity for the clock to run out. The offense has to get on the line.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might be time for Oklahoma State to possibly have a brand new head coach, right?
Into one last opportunity right here for the Tigers.
Eli Drinkwitz was aggressive earlier with a fourth down play call at the end of an enormous 15-play drive, the first of those long ones. And now
Looks like Missouri settles for the field goal.
he is going to go for the
Makes
tie.
sense in hindsight. They only have like 3 seconds left.
From 20 yards, made from 25 earlier.
What they say, cooler heads prevail. I think you get your offense staff say, hey, let's grab 3 here because we get the ball to start the second half.
Okay, so I got 3, so we're going to see like a 21-all game. At least we go into halftime. Meanwhile, Ole Miss, right now on the back foot is Kentucky trying to put together a drive.
From the 18, good bounce by Dowdell, and then a leap to go down to the 13-yard line. He went up and over.
Here we go, Ole Miss in Kentucky. Kentucky with a chance to take the lead.
He's a Hawaiian transfer from Washington State. 3rd and medium now in the red zone. They keep talking about how impressed they are with Kendrick Law's potential. Not the most natural route runner, but he's a guy that you might be able to hide in a bunch set, which I would expect him to use here. Tight, condensed set right here at the bottom. I'd be working this direction if I'm Calzada.
There we go. Calzada trying to make a play happen.
Throws it into a crowd, and it's incomplete.
Oh, it's almost caught somehow still. Oh my goodness. All right, so it looks like Kentucky likely settling for yet another field goal out of all that.
But it also looked at the same time.
And then we have a big run happening in the Arkansas State game, and he's not going to be caught from behind. Jalen Green taking it to the crib, touchdown, Arkansas. So we'll put a bookmark on the Kentucky game for a second. Arkansas.
He was definitely inbounds that time. And the drive is into the red zone for the Mean Green.
All right, the Mean Green trying to get back into this game, though, on upset alert for sure, because they did come in as an underdog.
That's a pre-snap read there. You'll see he understood. The sides cut his split.
Well, Texas officially in the red zone as well.
Sideline to give himself room to run that out. Rest of the maker knows exactly where he's going.
Edgar Sylvie Tulane, South Alabama game. That's happening at 7 o'clock, and it's going to be happening on ESPN Plus. So I don't know if you have ESPN Plus, but that is where the game is, in fact, located at.
Coleman, number 1, right in the middle.
Roll to the right again. That's who they get it to. Coleman out of bounds. But he's got the first down. Mestamaker and Coleman have been playing pitch and catch since Little League. Up through high school and now in college, you could tell they were in sync.
Well, that's the matchup that you want.
Hey, no worries, Edgar. You're all good, baby.
Matched up either
you
on a
are
safety
all good, my guy.
Linebacker with a lot of room to work in this left, right, straight kind of 3-way go.
Got a big play in Felving and UTSA coming out into the second half, and UTSA scores. Touchdown, Roadrunners.
They'll give it to Miguel, and he's stonewalled. It stumble ahead inside the 5 to the 4.
Yeah, so V-Dub has a really good point. If you have ESPN Disney Plus, you will get ESPN content with it. So that is actually how I actually have ESPN Plus as well. It's primarily because I do have that Disney package, as part of having a kid. Oh no, Edgar, you all good, buddy. Just make sure you're hey, if anything, make sure you're you're staying safe, bud. Okay.
Mestamaker.
So all the crazy people on the road.
Kershawn Fisher got
in the goal coming up,
and it's 3rd down and goal.
For North Texas, gotta come away with some kind of point. It has to happen. It has to happen right here, man.
On the edges, and it's a certain body type that I'm noticing: 6'2", 250, 6'3", 250, because it's a hybrid kind of deal. You can put your hand down and rush with 3-4 outside backer. When you're in this area of the field, though, that ball has to get out quick.
Coleman, the man in motion.
All right, here we go. 3rd and goal for North Texas. They got a couple points.
Mestamaker looking his way. Corner of the end zone.
Oh.
Missed sides.
Western Michigan did get some pressure off.
Western
Michigan's coaching staff ultimately.
we know they're going to move down the field, but then don't break, because when they get in the spot of the field for North Texas, the space just shrinks.
Yeah, I think the pressure by Franklin affected Maker's timing. Got rid of it a little bit too soon, even though he took the hit. It's a big red zone route there where you get a speed out and a corner route right over the top of it.
22-yarder for Kali Aguma.
All right, so we're gonna put a bookmark on this game for right now. Looks like, interestingly enough, Delaware is starting to put a little. Oh, hang on now. Looks like Ole Miss is actually putting together a little something here. 14-13, 3 minutes left. So let's pull that game up right now.
There's an injured player on the play. It's a Kentucky Wildcat being held off back by the 45-yard line.
Looks like Ohio and West Virginia getting ready to go into halftime. And Ohio with a 10-point lead, getting a little scrappy out there.
Who accepts the blitzing linebacker and just turns him to the inside to allow the running back to run right off his left shoulder. Just really well executed by the left side of the offensive line to get Lacey into some space.
We have a big game break here for DJ Wagway and the boys. DJ gonna go ahead and get things moving here. Big play up the middle. We're approaching the 2-minute timeout between Florida and USF.
Henry Parrish Jr., Scotty Phillips, Deuce McAllister, and Artie Moore, the only others to do it. So off to a nice start with the Rebs. He slips as he tried to make a cut on this.
All right, so Florida inside the 30-yard line. So is Ole Miss against Kentucky as well.
Field goal range, leading by 1, under 3 minutes to go. 2 timeouts for Ole Miss in the half and none for Kentucky.
Now you look at the coverage down here at the bottoms. Tight coverage, talk you out of that hitch they've thrown over and over again.
Lacey dropped
Struggling the counter, but that counter was simply not working.
Cam Olds made the play.
Ooh, you're bringing the NCS Devil back? Dude, that's exciting. Edgar, I'm a deny. All right, I'm gonna put it in chat.
2 out of 6 on third down. That's one more conversion than they had last year in Oxford against Kentucky. And they went 1 out of 10. A big part of that upset loss. 2-minute timeout. Another tight one between Ole Miss and Kentucky.
Okay, so we're going to put the bookmark on Ole Miss and Kentucky for a quick second because they're getting to the 2-minute timeout. USF and Florida. Looks like they're about the 25-yard line.
That'll get us to the 2-minute timeouts.
All right, they're actually going to the 2-minute timeout as well. Meanwhile, Bowling Green
is a loss of a yard.
For red zone opportunity as well.
McLean makes the tackle.
Delaware.
Up the tailback.
They're right there, defensive coordinator Tyson Vite. Besides the slant, the defensive
Oh my gosh, so many red zone opportunities. Delaware's in the red zone. Bowling Green is in the red zone. Florida and Ole Miss right on the doorsteps as well.
They've had a lot of success being able to run the ball. That time he was like, I'm going to send some extra
Meanwhile, I missed a field goal from North Texas.
And it paid dividends for him on that first down play.
They've been balanced offensively. 25 throws, 24 rushes. Last week they
Delaware going for it on 4th and 1 as well from the 5 as we check in on Bowling Green. And Delaware is stumped on the 4th and 1. Colorado. They are in fact going to take over.
Twisted down at the 12.
For those that are also curious as well, we are getting ready to see Navy and UAB come out of the lever delay finally.
We've seen R.J. Garcia make a few plays. Kadarius Roberts has made multiple plays out of the backfield.
Big CFP elimination game that we have here on the channel.
So again, another positive play. And what we have, James, 3rd and 3. Stay ahead of the chain.
Bowling Green's 5 for 12 on 3rd down.
All right, here we go. 3rd and short.
10th play of this drive. The officials come racing in to blow it dead. There is a flag out.
All right, so looks like that's a
Tunde
backup Bowling Green.
transfer from Rutgers.
We're still waiting on USF and Florida to come out of timeout. We'll put a bookmark on that. We're still waiting for Ole Miss and Kentucky to get out of things. Clemson, on the other hand, we have not talked about Clemson very much at all today. Here's what we got going on with Clemson and Troy. Troy is up 7-0, but Clemson, late in the first quarter, they've had a weather delay earlier in the afternoon on the doorstep of the red zone. 3rd and short coming up. Bowling Green also running it on 3rd and 8. You get a decent amount of yards.
Luke Hodge with the stop for Troy. And it'll bring up 4th down and 2.
4th down for Clemson.
The backup linebacker.
See if
no one with the backup
Clemson's going to do. It looks like
in the game. It's likely a QB run type of tendency. That is a great job stepping up, reading your keys.
Okay, and then we also have another touchdown happening in the Texas State UTSA matchup.
Crowd remains uneasy.
Texas State able to respond very back and forth there in the I-35 rivalry game.
Comes in to kick it from 40 yards on 4th and
it looks like they are in fact going to settle for the field goal, matter of fact. So we'll put a bookmark on the Clemson game. Get back in on Ole Miss, trying to convert a 3rd and 7. This is a game that we were originally looking for.
He's done some of it.
Looks like gets to about the 25.
By this Kentucky defense, they did stop him shy by about 3 yards, and now Lane Kiffin has a decision to make on 4th down.
And then we do also have yet another game break. Wisconsin able to punch it in with a short touchdown. Wisconsin starting to play a little bit better, but a pretty disgusting performance, to be honest with you there. Ole Miss is going for it. Meanwhile, we do have UAB inside the 10-yard line. Look at the time coming out of the weather delay. It is incomplete.
4th down, that huge 55-yard play on 4th and inches that set up their first score. They're going to run it all the way down and use a timeout. Only one timeout left in this half. It belongs to Lane Kiffin.
Timeout. Ole Miss. They're second.
All right, so they're going back into yet another timeout. So I'm going to put a bookmark on that game too. They're getting to like 108 left in the first half. Get back into UAB. Finally out of their weather delay as well.
That was the first incompletion for Kitna.
I know one difference. Wearing a jacket seemed
If UAB can finish this time, it's all we're waiting to see what Ole Miss decides to actually do. And sure enough, UAB able to punch it in, and we got ourselves a tie ball game as well.
Weather delay.
UAB, massive underdogs, by the way. It looks like they're going to be poised to tie it up.
Start fast, and that really was 2 shifts passing in the night. Watch Jackson as he runs right by the defense is coming up the field. The ball's handed up underneath. Nice job by the tight end. And
meanwhile, we do see Florida settle for yet another field goal. So they're going to be up 9-3.
Jackson scores easy.
Ole Miss is also going to settle for a field goal as well.
Jackson's having a stellar start to the season. Last week ran for $166 and a couple of scores. Adds on another one.
All right, and then UAB did also get the extra point there too. So in the meantime,
because of a
let me make sure
that's coming soon, but it's been coming soon.
All right, let me get that off. Arkansas looks like they're on the verge. It looks like Clemson goes for it on 4th down. Not only they don't get it, but Troy gets a massive return back inside the 35-yard line. We'll see real quick if Arkansas can in fact punch it in.
6'1", 238 pounds. He meets Brandon Greil at about the 2-yard line and spills him. Another touchdown.
All right, here we go.
Officiating crew taking a look just to see, did Braylon Russell get over the goal line.
And it looks like Arkansas did, in fact, score their touchdown as well. So Arkansas with a 28-7 lead.
Second time
All right, and then
today,
Ole Miss, they did settle for the field goal. And Kentucky actually got a field goal too. I don't know how I missed them originally.
Doak Walker watch list this season. Last year as a freshman, he carried it 67 times.
Okay, so Western Michigan is actually in the red zone against North Texas.
Yeah, he's one of those Sam Houston linebackers that came over with Coach O'Leary. But as you see, the speed and space, Western Michigan with a little triggeration off their running game, trying to get some wide outs.
Yeah, BC Western, I don't know what to tell you. This is best that we got. Well, I'm still trying to get that written and express consent
crowd here in Kalamazoo.
I'd like to actually physically show the game, which would be my preference because it would be significantly easier, to be honest with you.
Player goes down, that team is assessed a timeout, or if they're out of
hey,
timeout,
it's all good, man.
But because both players
we'll get to that point eventually. 2025, all about proof of concept.
Shit, right there, 5-yard penalty. No timeouts remaining.
So Fields is coming off, and there also is another member of the defense that is down. And now he's risen to a seat and up. That's good to see. That's David Fisher. You know, Marcus, I think it's important to remind people that just because it is kind of a chilly day for first week of September here in the Midwest, cramping is still a thing, even if it's 50-something degrees. It doesn't have to be 85 to cramp, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that, man. And sometimes it could be diet, it could be water, it could be just traveling. Sometimes you sit on those planes for a long time. I mean, you don't feel it to the next day, but the long bus rides. But cramping is definitely still a thing.
Ethan Day and the rest of that defensive line for North Texas, hoping to bend and not break here.
Bend but don't break. That's really what it's all about, baby.
Second down, 8 for Western Michigan.
There we go. Western Michigan officially in the red zone.
Lowry gives. Miles runs.
What a run.
Tapped his feet.
That's a nice little run there. Able to get it to 3rd and short.
The line to gain was just inside that 11-yard line. And
yeah, the touchdown.
3rd down, very short coming up. Will Jones helped to make the tackle.
Touchdown, the Arkansas game is also confirmed. May also see USF in the red zone. Unless, never mind. There is a holding penalty. So scratch that.
Situation defensively, do you go an all-out blitz to get the stop, or do you line up and just try to play base defense and see if you can stop them that way?
Bowling Green did also find the end zone as well. They're going to pull back.
Didn't need a lot. Didn't gain a lot. Got Western Michigan 1st down. 1st and goal coming up.
Trying to see if they can make it in.
Got to give a lot of credit to this offensive line. They normally rotate 7 or 8 deep.
Still trying to see.
That's how many they play 9.
In fact,
last 2 seasons,
see
they played 7 or 8 guys.
Western Michigan closes 5 out. 1st and goal happening right in front of our eyes.
Fresh legs in there so they can continuously run the ball with fresh offensive linemen to wear down the defense.
Williams motions into the backfield. They end up giving it to Buckley.
All right, so 1st and goal goes to like maybe a couple of yards, but nothing too crazy though.
Shane Witter, number 7 for North Texas. Spent the first 4 college seasons at Oklahoma. He's mainly a special teamer. It's his 6th overall season.
I mean, it looks like it's Troy in the red zone.
Nice play here.
Yeah, he's been flying around. He was
Let's
the man that
all
was
there somehow.
Pass interference. But he's had a pretty solid day. I mean, 5 tackles last week, 2 quarterback hurries.
Lowry to throw.
All right, so we'll figure out
what's
going on with there in a little bit. Brock Rowley can run it in. Yes, he does. Touchdown, Western Michigan. And hey, how about Western Michigan? You know, gave a solid showing in State last week, and then now playing a double-digit underdog. They're still coming in here. They're giving North Texas the business here at home, man.
Lowry's playing in the rhythm. They're able to
All right, so we'll put a cap on that for a split second. We're waiting to see what happens in the USF Florida game. Because in the USF Florida game right now, we're seeing them driving down the field. Looks like they're inside the 30-yard line. USF, it is a 3rd and long.
Field goal unit. Are you trying to pick up the first down? Maybe take another shot there.
I think you have an opportunity to get a deep out route. Try to pick up that first down before you take one additional shot. With one time out, though, you can still keep the ball in play in the middle of the field. Whether you're short or you pick up the yardage, you're able to call that timeout, and then you trust your kicker, Grammatica, who's been all world everything for any Grammatica named anytime they have kicked the football. So you always reserve the right to kick. You cannot take a sack by any means on this play. You still have a timeout, but you don't want to increase the distance that Grammatica would have to kick. So get the ball out quickly, still try to get to the sticks, get out of bounds if you can, but ultimately you have that timeout to save you if you throw it inbounds.
And hold up now. Wait a minute. We have a developing play here in mid-Tennessee. It looks like they got a turnover. So we'll see how the 3rd and long goes first. And then we are going to flip it over to mid-Tennessee.
Now Florida wants to take a timeout. Their second of the half, 30 seconds.
All right, actually, never mind. USF is taking a timeout, it looks like. So we're going to switch over instead to mid-Tennessee. They just got a massive turnover. Massive turnover. I put the Blue Raiders set up inside the 10. Mind you, this team just got his ass last weekend against Austin Peay. And here we are on the road against Wisconsin. And mid-Tennessee is 11 yards away from possibly making this a 4-point game going into the half. Now mid-Tennessee inside the 5.
109 remaining in the half.
And I'll tell you what, if the free safety Preston Zachman doesn't come down out of his hole from that position, he might have had a chance to get in that end zone. And again, the range of the safety and his speed was what allowed him to make that play. They're going to try to continue to work the edges. That's how you deal with an opportunity to score with seconds left on the clock. 109 now. You got to get out of this bunch formation, for example, and get to the edges somehow, or get the ball out quickly.
There we go. 2nd and score coming up for the Blue Raiders. Adiato. Oh, he's got it! Oh my goodness, we have just a 4-point game. We have a 4-point game now.
Yeah, that's not how Wisconsin wanted to end the half. They give it back to the Blue Raiders, and Middle Tennessee capitalizes.
Wow. Okay, so mid-Tennessee is going to.
We've seen some great jobs like these
just
defensive
a
backs on both sides.
4-point game.
Right? No interference calls, right, Mike? These guys have been playing great.
We do have a red zone opportunity here in Kansas versus Missouri. 3rd down coming up, though.
Hero Field on 3rd down has been live. Could Jalen Daniels make another play here on 3rd down?
We're about to find out.
They need 6. Daniels flush. Daniels.
Oh, he got out of it. He got the 1st down. He took a shot. Don't love that.
I want to see that his foot step out of bounds
God.
before he was
I
able
didn't
to make
think
that
they
move.
would pick up that 1st
His
down.
foot was right near the sideline.
Yet here we are. Barbecue on the thing. We also have a goal line opportunity for Navy as well. Less than 7 minutes left to play in the 1st half.
14-yard line, and that's what Eli Drinkowitz is yelling at the official to the near side. And take a look at that.
Yeah, and where you saw it, where you were pointing to it, it certainly looks like he's short there.
Yeah, but
determining whether the runner stepped out of bounds.
Oh, wait a minute. We're going to take a look at this.
He tight-roped that sideline.
All right, so we'll put a bookmark on Kansas and Missouri right now. What are going for the review. Navy and UAB right now, though. Inside the 5-yard line. 3rd and 1 coming up.
It's a grumble. I think it's just slowed down. The crowd was grumbling about the lightning strike that was before the thunder.
And that's the announcement for another weather delay.
Another weather delay. Never mind. Oh my goodness, Navy and UAB, they cannot catch a break. That is their literally, that is their second.
After their previous weather delay.
That is their second weather delay already. They haven't even gone through a whole half yet. The UAB Navy game might be going on for quite some time, to be honest with you. Which that would be tragic if that's the case.
To get that
in the meantime, we're still waiting on what's happening with the Jalen Daniels first down. If he gets the first down or not.
First and goal.
Sorsby, meanwhile, first and goal for their Cats.
Gain of a couple. Down to the 7-yard line on the quarterback keeper.
And if you're Scott Satterfield, you have to love how your offense has responded, right? They fumbled the ball on the last drive. Bowling Green scores, cuts us to a 2-score lead.
We're gonna put them to
and now you're already in the red zone. Can they finish this drive off with a touchdown to get it back to a 3-score lead?
Sorsby is close to 300 for the day. He's at 282 with 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Caldwell over 100 yards for the first time at the Power 4 level. Underneath to Walker, trying to step out of a tackle. MJ Cannon making the play for the Falcons.
All right, I actually got a loss of 2. We're going to put it back to Kansas and Missouri, and then I will be back.
Our pylon cam as well.
After review, the runner stepped out of bounds at the 8-yard line. It'll be 4th down.
So it is 4th down as we suspected, and Lance Leipold does take the points as you would expect at 21 all. And trying to grab the lead here with inside of 6 minutes to go in the 3rd. Laith Marjan, 5th-year senior, went from East Carolina, where he was told he wasn't good enough. Says he's had a chip on his shoulder. Last year at South Alabama, he was very good. 16 for 17, 2nd team all-conference. Off to a 2-for-2 start the first couple of games for the Jayhawks. This is from 26 for Marjan. And he gives the Jayhawks the lead once again. Kansas back on top. Yeah, that's their offense. That's what it looks like if you forgot.
Georgian to a stop. Delaware fired up. It'll be 3rd down and goal. Trace Scott the 3rd, the sophomore with the stop. Colorado's got one more play before the end of the quarter, but look, this run game, which they need to believe in this year, would love to punch it in.
Yeah, and you want to just impose your will on this Delaware defensive line. Yeah, we can throw the ball and we can get the nice touchdown pass to Sincere Brown, but we have to be able to push back this undersized defensive line. And right now, Delaware is staying pretty stout at the point of attack on this one.
3rd and goal out of the bunch. Staub keeps his feet, scrambles to the left, and down he goes. He is sacked by Trace Scott III. Well, Delaware is not giving up.
That is the end of the 3rd quarter.
You said Staub ran a little bit of track in high school. He tried to show it off here, but Trey Scott III said, "Give me that!" Hey, these Delaware fighting Blue Hens are fighting to the very end.
A Chewy order is on the way for Jaws, who never lets go of what he loves. At least not until Dad gets on Chewy and gets him something new to love. Delivered fast. So Jaws can always live his best life. One mouthful at a time. For low prices and fast shipping, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
Wildly entertaining and unpredictable, Big 12 has a champion to crown, and AT&T Stadium is where we're going to decide.
Altuve and the Astros take on the Rangers. Or Giants, Cardinals. Next on Fox.
The loaded Italian has classic flavors with an Arby's flair. It's more American Italian than Italian, just like the Pope. And people line up to see him. Arby's, we have the meats.
Big, bigger, the biggest. And now extended. The Labor Day sale at Big Sandy. Get any size Certa Perfect Sleeper mattress for the price of a twin, $9.99. Save up to $900 off adjustable mattress sets from the top brands and free delivery. And save $100 on a Certa Perfect Sleeper Queen mattress, now $4.99. Plus up to 5 years interest free. But it all ends Tuesday at Big Sandy Superstore.
Over 20 years, NPS has provided credit card processing for hundreds of businesses, nonprofits, and governmental entities. At NPS, we make it our business to understand your business. It's time to think NPS.
Come on, Dad.
Not while you're living under my roof.
He's tired of seeing that play out so far in the first half, and he was cheating a little bit to that side and just explodes. Great job on his part, not only to get there, but get the guy on the ground in open space.
Here's a significant third down play. Ala's in the game to block. Pass comes out. Caught. And Renix is going to get a first down. It'll be first and goal.
Nigel, how are they continuously running the same play and Fresno just doesn't seemingly have an answer for it on the perimeter?
Well, one thing is, again, guys are doing a great job breaking tackles. Taj Reddick has just done a great job. And they're using empty and kind of forcing Fresno State's defense to pick a poison. You want empty.
Oh yeah, Miss.
Watch for that quarterback.
Oh yeah, Miss Redzone. We got you. We decided to do a little pee break. Make sure the dogs are taken care of, and make sure they're actually
on first and goal.
To the chagrin into the white.
Hankerson bouncing.
Oregon State, are they going to punt it in? No, it's going to be a goal-line situation. West Virginia, meanwhile, they're settling for a field goal.
That's going to be a foul against the defense. Timoteo's helmet came off.
Which I have not updated.
The referee threw the flag.
I'm flipping. I have not updated West Virginia, Ohio in a little bit. All right, I think we're good there.
So Timoteo has to leave the game for a play, and a holding penalty is going to back up Oregon State.
And this penalty's thrown way on the backside.
And then Cincinnati scored a touchdown,
so you're almost asking yourself, what is it even about? 74 is the penalties called. I mean, there is really no reason for that flag to be thrown, in my opinion. But another mistake on their part that backs them up, and now
first and goal from the 20-yard line. That's crazy, though.
Situation. Look, this is obvious now in football. This is significant. This is a 10-minute plus drive. It's going to wind up being about 20 plays. If this ends in a field goal, Fresno State feels like they won.
This is the bend but don't break mentality that people talk about on defense.
And Hankerson
in Colorado,
yards.
They're going to settle for a field goal attempt too. This is good.
And this drive is just
doing back, get the field goal attempt there.
Used, Brian, the first half that we use again. What Oregon State hasn't had, they've had
for those that are curious, Marshall and Missouri State, they're going to get ready to kick off soon.
It is.
It's about this kind of pick. That's happening on ESPN Plus. Our low covered right is second. Right now, my PC is doing the best I can handle right about now.
Knocked away and recovered by Fresno State.
Oh, wait a minute.
So now
Fresno
the
State
question
recovering?
be, the eternal question, is it a catch?
I mean,
and run and fumble. If so, it is Fresno State's ball.
It is. Wow.
First down, Fresno State.
You want to look for disaster, you look no further than what Oregon State has done at the beginning of this first.
Oregon State has moved the ball incredibly well.
I don't think he actually has control, but we'll wait and see.
Continuing to shoot themselves in the foot. It looks like Missouri is putting together a drive. They're approaching.
The ball was
was down low.
The red zone. Yep. All right. Missouri got the 20-yard line. It's a second and short.
They get the snap off, and it's Ahmad Hardy. And Hardy's got enough for a first down. Blake Harold in on the stop. Tigers move the chains.
Yeah, they're moving fast, too. And you like this rhythm for Perdula, right? It started with that drive.
All right, we go, Missouri.
To Johnson. It gets going, and you get a couple of nice runs. And then you just allow the quarterback to just start picking the defense apart.
And the question was coming in, how would Bo Perdula fare as a passing quarterback? I'd seen him running so much in his time with Penn State. Well, he's answered those questions in a couple of games. On the rollout, Perdula.
All right, that's going to be the incompletion.
In the vicinity of
Back in the end zone.
There is a flag down with Jalen Todd in coverage.
Ooh, is this possibly roughing the passer?
Remember, Todd earlier might have got away with a grab on the undershirt of Marquise Johnson. Maybe not so fortunate this time.
But my only concern was that ball catchable? That ball's thrown deep in the back of the end zone. I think that's why these officials are huddling up, because was that ball catchable?
Actually, I found the score.
There's no foul on the play for defensive pass interference. The ball was deemed to be on.
Oh, they're not going to like that at all.
Second down.
Yeah, there was restriction.
Not one bit.
Todd. Definitely, I saw the restriction, but the ball was thrown so deep out of the back of the end zone that you can't call a penalty on that situation.
Yeah, good call. No, great call. My man's going to be below. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, right at the top of the screen. See, Todd, he's got the restriction right there. There's the restriction, but where's the football? The ball sailed about 10 yards high.
So brings up second down and 10. 2.5 to go in this third quarter in this border showdown. Roberts straight ahead.
Didn't run there.
Roberts picks up 4. Third down coming up for Missouri.
Oh, 3rd and 5. Looks like Delaware might be getting to the red zone here.
It's a collision.
There's a flag.
And Roberts, both
But the play stands for Delaware. We're going to be inside the 10-yard line.
But it gives them an opportunity here on 3rd down that you can do a little bit of everything.
That will, in effect,
field goal kicking on 4th down. Does that make Kirby Moore, offensive coordinator, more aggressive here on 3rd?
8 of 14.
Okay, we do also have a goal line situation here as well.
To jump. DJ Withers, the 5th-year senior defensive tackle.
And it looks like we are going to see Bowling Green up on the end zone. So that will cut it back to a 2-score game between BG and Cincinnati right now.
It was 3rd down and 6 when Withers flinched.
Offside. Defense number 92 with contact. 5-yard penalty. Remains 3rd down.
They're going to say Tommy Dunn. There was plenty of.
We also had a field goal attempt while we are checking in what's going on in Texas State and UTSA. Texas State did get a field goal while UTSA out the end zone earlier in the 3rd quarter. So
now you got all kinds of options.
All considered. 3rd and short. Missouri trying to respond after Kansas got a field goal. Their first point since the 1st quarter. And it looks like it reached over, and it looks like they're getting the 1st down. Goal line situation incoming. Oregon State and Fresno State also in a goal line situation too.
Jamal Roberts, and you mentioned these Missouri running backs breaking tackles.
They lean forward. You've got an opportunity to get them in the backfield. Finkley had them wrapped up, but it's just the strength of these running backs and the willingness and understanding of where that.
And Oregon State will on the end zone after popping the ball up on the previous drive too.
And every Missouri drive feels lengthy. Perdula gets swung down. Keenan Caldwell, who's been a game wrecker so far in 3 Kansas games, comes up with a stop for a loss of 2.
Yeah, I love this one by Caldwell. Big 97 coming back and finding a way. He was double teamed.
Oregon State also going for the 2-point conversion as well.
So you got 2nd down and goal coming up. Final minute of this 3rd. Missouri had the long drives of 15 and 17 plays.
You got a lot of open field over here, Mike. A lot.
Oregon State 2-point attempts also starting up. and sailed him. He had him, and he sailed him. That's going to be third and goal coming up.
The open side of the field, right-handed quarterback, balls on the left hash. Always think about the wide side of the field. It's the most space and allows the routes to develop. Trying to get the ball to Coleman, the most shifty receiver. That time, just great defense by Kansas.
Now, where do you go here? Third down and goal from the 11.
I love option routes. I love.
We go third and goal.
Coleman. He's got to be your go-to guy. He knows how to get open in these situations.
And then we Ole Miss down the goal line as well. But it's caught! Touchdown, Missouri!
And Missouri's got the lead.
All right, we're going to put a bookmark on the Missouri-Kansas game. Let's now get over to Ole Miss and Kentucky.
Number 8.
The Rebels looking to expand on their lead.
There, he's a go-to guy in this part of the field.
They haven't thrown the ball to him for a catch. He's been targeted once. Lacey, all kinds of room. They throw a late flag.
And it got it.
The referee threw the flag.
There's a flag, though.
Scrimmage, and now there's another one near the 6-yard line. It's a walk-in touchdown. Lane Kiffin agitated. I don't think he appreciates the call.
Number 75.
Oh, no.
10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay.
Why would he?
Arkansas State might also have a touchdown on their hands as well.
Transfer from Arkansas.
Yeah, and this is a great job a moment ago in protection. This is the big play all set up. How about number 5, Kewan Lacey, buying just enough time to deliver the throw downfield. That was a thing of beauty. And the running back almost paid it off a moment later, but a big hold by the right guard. Kudus has him back behind the sticks.
All right, and then Western Michigan and North Texas just started the fourth quarter.
Scored a touchdown in the first half. He got one.
So we do end up seeing.
Because the way this is going, if it's a 2-score game, a 2-score deficit,
a big field goal from the Western Michigan kicker.
Incredibly more difficult for them.
And that gives the Broncos a 10-point lead very early in the fourth quarter.
Which is why you have to be really smart if you're Austin Simmons. Don't take any sacks in this part of the field. Can't lose yardage.
Taylor. That line is starting to do some work for Ole Miss. Knocking the Kentucky defense back. That's a 7-yard gain for Taylor out of Northport, Alabama. Just outside Tuscaloosa.
This play
third down and goal from just outside the 10.
This will tell you a lot about how Lane Kiffin feels about his quarterback. Do they opt to put it in his hands in a tough goal-to-go situation from the 12, or do they play conservative and hand it off?
I think you throw it toward the end zone, try to get some
Yo,
breathing.
third and goal.
Get away from this Kentucky team. They do throw to the end zone, a lot of hand fighting, and an incomplete pass. J.Q. Hardaway had the coverage on Harrison Wallace, who's clearly become the go-to receiver for Coach Kiffin, Charlie Weiss, and Austin Simmons.
And I like the call. It's a one-on-one situation. It's either a touchdown or an incompletion. Throw it high in the back of the end zone. It was well covered. It results in an incomplete, so it's not a super high-risk throw. I like the call.
29-yard field goal attempt. Carnero hit an upright from 51.
All right, see if we can make this field goal right here.
Made from 41 and has made one from 28.
All right, so Ole Miss does end up getting a field goal. Probably.
To give Ole Miss a 7-point lead. 8:48 to go, third quarter. You're watching SEC All Day, presented by IHG Hotels and Resorts.
All right, well, let me check in.
Just want your guy to go up and hopefully he can make a play. And yeah, there probably was some contact there. You heard a little bit of the boos from the crowd. But the officials let
All right, let's check in on UTSA and Texas State. We haven't seen a ton of this game, but at the same time, though, oh my goodness, has it been a doozy of a game to watch thus far.
Texas State defense kind of pinned their ears and really made it difficult. They need the 36. They won't get that.
Looks like going to be a few yards shy there.
Houston Thomas. So they get some of the yardage back. You could consider going for it here for UTSA, but see what they want to do. Yeah, I really like that call there by Dexter McCoyle. He showed like he was going to blitz, and he only rushed 3 and dropped 8 into coverage. Well, here's a huge
Looks like UTSA, they're going for it here. Hold up now. Wait a minute.
Need the 36. Against a 4-man rush, McCown delivers, incomplete. He sailed it over.
All right, so we have Purple and UTSA and the UTSA and Texas Tech game. Cincinnati is trying to put together a drive themselves.
This game talking about getting Brandon Source to be in rhythm. Throws like this is why he was able to feel so comfortable on that rollout, throwing the ball down the field, because he's made the layups. His coach talked about that, right? Take what the defense is giving you. He has done that, and now he has the confidence to really push the ball down the field.
All right, here we go. Bearcats. We're going to put this game away effectively.
+% of his passes. They run it between the tackles. Staggering forward. Williams picks up 3, brought down by Lamprin, the middle linebacker.
James, we started this drive talking about how defensive coordinator Jeff Fisher, not Jeff, Brendan Fisher, was probably telling his defense, we just need one stop, right? Now your back is up against the wall. You're in the red zone already. You got to hold them to a field goal attempt here. You can't allow 7 right here on this drive.
Goody underneath to the 20. There's a lot of Jeff Fisher and Brandon Fisher.
For sure, obviously. I mean, that is his dad, right?
Man, hang on now. We have another score break happening in Troy and Clemson.
Today. It's been interesting. He's left his corners on an island, right? These pass catches.
They missed the extra point, but Troy scores yet again.
So it'll be interesting to see. Maybe he's
and because of that,
playing a little bit more zone.
Troy is up 16-0.
Williams is submarined after a gain of a yard. David Afogo makes the tackle for Bowling Green. Brings up 2nd down and 9. As we inch closer to the 8-minute mark here in the 4th quarter. Press coverage. They fake it to the back. On the outside, Jennings one-on-one. And he's wrestled down at the 8-yard line.
I mean, Brandon Sorsby is just playing with utter confidence. That's an RPO, but he sees the corner is playing off man coverage. So he decides to make the long throw because he has a lot of.
Right, guys. So Missouri and Kansas are up entering the final quarter. It is 28-24. So after the Cincinnati drive, they are out of commercial break.
Williams breaks one.
So we are going to flip it right back over to Kansas and Missouri. What is a huge game happening for non-conference purposes, and especially because of the fact that it's a rivalry game, too, of all things.
With utter confidence right now. He struggled throwing the ball, but want to give some love to these 2 linebackers, ESPN and Dorian Pringle. They've done a nice job in the run game, really mitigating this Bearcats rush offense. But getting back to Brandon.
They want Texas as well. They got something brewing inside the 5-yard line.
With him throwing the ball down the field. And they actually haven't been able to run the ball. They picked it up a little bit in the second half, but they can be really explosive between the run and the pass.
Well, North Texas could potentially score here soon, too.
It's incomplete. Keon Washington on the cover.
No, I'll give you guys outside.
And I love the no call right there. They're both jockeying for position. They're chest to chest, hand fighting. Right there, Keon Washington does a nice job staying square. And that's
Bearcats to find the end zone there. Good Lord.
That's a back shoulder fake.
Oh, the team is put away to Bearcats now. Oh, North Texas is eventually had a touchdown too, but it looks like
that ball away at the last second.
that is going to end up being dropped. North Texas now has a 3rd and goal.
Completion today thrown by Sorsby.
See if the Falcons defense can get off the field here.
Redzone State also got something brewing here as well.
Bottled up at the 5.
Interesting enough. Players got inside the 30-yard line.
8:04. It's 4th and goal from the 5-yard line, and Cincinnati will come out to attempt a short field goal.
Number 0.
It looks like.
Does a really good job.
All right, so we got a touchdown in the Texas game. So that's another game that we have.
Sorsby scored on earlier.
That's going to be one possession.
Does a nice job beating the blocker to the point. That's Pascal getting downhill, holding Sorsby before he got to the end zone. That's a big time stop.
Possession games confirmed right now in the quarter.
23-yard try for Steven Rusnak, who's made 13 straight, dating back to last year. And he swings this one through. There is a flag on the field.
All right, let's see what the flag is all about. And then once we get the... All right, so the Bearcats, they're settling for a field goal. That's fine. So let's go ahead and check into Fresno State and Oregon State. Fresno State in the red zone.
You know, you look at what the coaching staffs do at halftime when they make these kinds of adjustments. Touchdowns so far this year, 8 rushing touchdowns. Luke, E.J. Warner, and Rayshon, all with 2 touchdowns. 0 passing touchdowns. It would blow you away if you would have researched this game knowing E.J. Warner being the active passing leader in all football was 0
All right, here we go. Let's see what Fresno State can do now that they are in the red zone.
Elijah Gilliam, and he tried to bounce, but he bounced off his own blocker, tight end.
Looks like are they going to possibly settle?
Jacob Schuster, a little lucky he caught a break there with his extracurricular.
All right, it's going to be 3rd and 7 when we come back to start the 4th quarter in Corvallis.
Okay, so
Beavers up.
we're going to put more on Fresno State and Oregon State. That's when we start the 4th quarter. Again, another 1 possession game. And then the border war, Kansas and Missouri. 1 possession game there as well. But Kansas almost had a huge play, but Dylan Daniels overthrew him. He blew it.
Coach String, 4th quarter.
Oh, that's so frustrating. He had him too.
Defense and then continue to find ways to run the ball offensively. That's a big time.
He had him too.
Force right there. But now our defense has got to go get a stop.
Thank you.
MIC.
Back-to-back 10-plus win seasons. In this game against their bitter rival, they once trailed by 15 points. Would be its largest comeback win since 2016, and a huge start down at 8.
And meanwhile, other touchdowns pouring in from across the country right now. Wisconsin just scored.
Daniels got rid of it, and just out of the reach.
Ah, so close. Like I said, man, the horseshoes, hand grenades, and nuclear missiles. That's the only time where close actually counts.
What could have been a for sure touchdown. He overthrew Henderson, and this one, a nice little out and up to Henderson, and Jalen Daniels just missed him. He had all the time in the world, but those are the throws that you have to make in the critical 4th quarter. Those are the throws that Daniels has to connect on.
And it seemed like he was in a really good rhythm, especially in that 1st quarter, but you can understand it's been choppy for him since, but 2 opportunities there for the taking.
Yeah, those could have been big plays. One to keep the drive, one could have been a touchdown.
Finn Lappin gets a low returnable kick away to Kevin Coleman. And Coleman
what a hit.
to the 36-yard line in solid starting field position for the Tigers, who keep having these 10-plus play drives. And you heard Eli Drinkwitz say it, their last one was very good.
Yeah, this one was just all Bo Prabula. The nice throw to Blood on the conversion on 3rd down. And then just the running game, like running back, finding enough to keep the chains moving. And a nice job by Prabula to Norfolk for the touchdown. It's just a nice job all around. Running game, blocking up front. And Bo Prabula really coming into his own as a quarterback.
Right, so we got 3 1-possession games going into the 4th quarter, and we're trending towards a 4th as well. Looks like Texas State and UTSA, they're getting ready to enter the 4th quarter. Basically 7 seconds left in the 3rd.
Goes up the middle toward the 40. Mason Ellis on the stop. We talked with Bo Prabula yesterday. Drew Aller had decided he was going to come back for another season at Penn State. Portal quarterback dominoes were already falling. Miller Moss had committed to Louisville. So on December 15th, 6 days before Penn State's playoff game against SMU, Prabula hits the portal, commits to Missouri a week later, and he told us the #1 thing he wanted was opportunity. Hardy again. He gets dragged down, and it'll set up 3rd down and 1.
Yeah, just going back to Brabula, I just thought it was interesting that he went to practice that day. He entered the portal. It wasn't a decision that was light for him. Found a way to say, you know what, it's tough, but I still care for my teammates at Penn State.
Hardy gets swung down.
Donaldson just crossed midfield there.
Harris, transfer from Chattanooga, got home, and what a big stop that is for the Jayhawks.
Yeah, knifing in there. He beat Norfolk to get down inside. And
all right, so Fresno State also in the red zone against Oregon State as they seek the lead. We're staying on the Missouri-Kansas game right now as the Tigers out 1st down. They're driving down themselves. Keeping eyes on Fresno State. 3rd and 7, though. They're going to mark him down short.
Connor Wesselman, the Stanford transfer, 5th-year senior from Atlanta, comes on, and both teams getting their personnel aligned here.
I think Missouri's just as shocked they're not going for it on 4th down or not getting it on 1st down.
Kansas afforded the chance to sub, and they're going to run that right into a delay of game. Missouri did not have its personnel on the field. It looked like Xavier Lloyd perhaps was late getting on.
I don't know if that was
Kansas
intentional or not.
as well, and they'll be hit with the delay of game.
Delay of game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Remains 4th down.
Yeah, I think it's the shock and indecision, right? You get to 3rd down, and they've been so effective on 3rd down in that run game that they would usually get the 1st down. And so sometimes they always say, hey, pump be ready on 3rd down. But it's the way they've ran the ball on 3rd and 1. You're not thinking that you're going to go for it on 1st down. You're thinking, hey, we're going to get the 1st down and move on.
Especially with the way Ahmad Hardy
Yo, quick game break. Like in Clemson, the Tigers finally, they're taking a sweet time, but they're finally on the board. Still down by 10. We'll see if Clemson goes for a 2-point conversion. There's something to monitor.
True freshman Tate Nagy signaled for the fair catch, and he hung on to it. Boy, that got dicey for the son of Matt Nagy. Great Wesselman punt. Kansas is back with it next.
Okay, so Missouri is going to go to commercial break, and Fresno State also kicked the field goal as well. So we'll now check in on North Texas and Western Michigan now. 3-point game. Western Michigan has the ball. They look to possibly put a dagger.
Very minimal. Not turning the football over. When you play like that, man, your percentage of winning goes up.
Give Buckley, not gonna
and they're gonna be able to get the stand in.
Blown up in the backfield by Will Jones.
Will Jones comes off the edge there. They ran that right into the teeth of the defense. There was a lot of penetration there by Ethan Day. Will Jones,
that's going to force
he's played a lot of football, man. 22 starts, very experienced. It's a heads-up play. They needed that one on 3rd down.
And North Texas's offense is about to get the football back if the Broncos don't fake it. Milmore does kick it. Coleman makes the fair catch inside the 15-yard line. North Texas known for an air raid attack.
All right, we have a flag.
And they're about
assuming
to
it's not against North Texas, like on the
we
punter.
sort out the flag.
During the kick, holding, return team, number 87, half the distance to the goal, 1st down.
Okay, so
I think Eric Morris
good
will be
news
the first
there.
to tell you, has today been perfect for my team? No. Do they have a chance to turn around this game? Yes.
All right, so we're going to put a bookmark on that. Meanwhile, Texas State and UTSA.
That pass was not going to be catchable, I don't think.
Pass interference, defense number 10, 15-yard penalty, automatic, 1st down.
And not to mention, you call pass interference, maybe defensive holding, but.
All right, we go. Check it in on Texas State and UTSA. We did see a pass interference.
Engage with one another. That might not be the best angle. It did look like Khan there had his hand, the receiver's hand a little bit.
Jackson. Oh, Clemson did not find the end zone.
And he gets near
Caught
the
away. He actually only settled for a field goal.
Had one
Must
penalty
have
for
been called back
5
after the
yards
fact.
in the first half.
Meanwhile, for Texas State, in
penalties
a goal line
for 40
situation, got
yards in the
second and goal
second
coming
half,
up.
and that has played a huge role in Texas State maintaining this lead.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the thing that maybe changed the momentum of this game. We thought UTSA was starting to get hot on offense. The penalties kind of slowed them down. Now on the defensive side, the penalties have hurt them, and it's given life back to this offense that don't need much. This offense has played well the entire day. And here they go inside the 10.
Brad Jackson looking to run again. He's got a crease.
He's got it again.
6 more.
Another touchdown for Texas State.
Texas State. It's the second rushing
I
score
imagine they'll
for
go
Jackson
for just the extra
today.
point.
And they go back up by a touchdown early in the fourth here in
All right, so we'll put a bookmark on this game for right now for Texas State. Let's go
The mesh point with
wing it back over.
Daniels.
Yeah, that could have been.
Looks like
see,
Oregon.
When you run the football, you get.
Well, Oregon
chances in
State
the
and
play
Fresno
action
State. That's
game,
just a
and
2-point game.
there, a big throw down to Walker on the other side of things, and then this was a
There
big
we go,
pickup
okay.
on third down with a play action pass. Once again, goes through all 4 of his reads to his 4th choice in the play action game for another touchdown by Malik Murphy.
All right, here we go. Oregon State down by 2 here in the fourth quarter.
Offensive plays for Oregon State as we remind you the Pacific Life nearly 160 years strong with financial strategies for a more confident future.
I would consider that an explosive play. That was good to see in the running game. A lot of times you don't necessarily see that. Running the football, you would want to get anywhere from 3, 4, 5 yards. When you can get an explosive play that picks you up a first down on 1 carry, that is that, and that's what Oregon State needs to see and continue.
That's been a heavy workload for Anthony Hankerson. Came to Oregon State last year after an experience, you would say, at Colorado. And has he been a valuable add? And Murphy, can he get away? No.
He cannot.
From the backfield came Jaden Davis.
That's impressive by Jaden Davis to get up near the line of scrimmage. He's usually on the back
You
end
have
as
a
a
score
safety.
update
And then
in
to grab the
the
6'5",
Ole Miss
240-pound quarterback and not only
Kentucky
get him to
game.
the ground in
Meanwhile,
space. Wow, what a tackle for loss after that explosive play. That's
Austin
exactly
Simmons with a rushing
what Fresno
touchdown.
State needed
That's
from
going
their
to give
defense
the
here, and what Oregon State
that's going to give Ole Miss a
definitely
7-point
didn't need
lead
to see
late
Big
in the
play,
third
-11.
quarter.
We mentioned Murphy's a
Meanwhile,
big,
we're getting
strong
into
guy,
the
tough,
end
not
of the third quarter.
most mobile
Ohio
guy in
up
today's
17-10. So yet another one-possession game that we have unfolding right before our eyes. 5-1 score game, all in the fourth quarter, all showing some urgency
That's
here.
going to be 6 pre-snap
This is what
penalties
college football
on
red
offense.
zone all about right now.
Offense, number 74, 5-yard penalty.
5-1 score game
on the offensive
that are in the
line.
fourth quarter. Potentially a 6 if Ole Miss and Kentucky that score holds up as they are getting closer to the start of the fourth quarter as well.
Jacob Strand not playing today.
Right. I'd like to know, maybe Nigel can fill us in on, is there are they a voice activated or a clap activated snap count down there?
Well, that was clap. You could see that with Murphy, and there's an incompletion. Screen wasn't going to succeed anyway to Hankerson.
Yeah, you know what, Ryan? It's not the offense. I was trying to listen to see if the defense was making any sort of pre-snap, maybe move call or checks that were hard, that were maybe getting the offensive lineman for Oregon State to jump. And I'm not hearing anything on the sideline either. So I just think this has just been a lack of concentration by some of the offensive linemen for Oregon State. Mike Cavanaugh, their offensive line coach, who I know very well.
Jalen Daniel in the Kansas game has a big run, and that's going to get him closer to the red zone. Kansas trying to take that lead against the Missouri Tigers.
It's going to make a offensive line coach absolutely nuts.
9 overall Oregon State penalties. And the third and long play, they'll get some yardage to Reddick. So that stat you just saw up there gets interpreted.
Okay, so that's
by
fourth
saying,
down happening. Let's check in on Kansas and Missouri. They're entering the red zone right now, and Kansas, big opportunity for them to possibly take the lead right now. Let's check in.
Football in his life. Felt like he was pressing too much. Now orchestrating. Down the sideline sideline, out of the reach of Levi Wentz. Stephen Hall, the sixth-year senior in coverage.
Well, I wonder that one is a throw where Jalen Dane's a little tired, like a tired throw, just kind of throwing it up. So does he get a chance to take a breath, take a breather? And this Missouri defense, a lot of hands on hips. You're seeing guys looking around. It's an extended game. It's a rivalry game. A lot of energy being exerted here. Can this Missouri defense stand tall, like Coach Drinkwitz was talking about a minute ago?
Remember, their D hasn't been out there for long, extended stretches, really since the first quarter. Daniels got rid of it to Cam Pickett.
Okay, Kansas is inside the 15-yard line now. Hold up now. Wait a minute.
He picks up 11 and a first down.
I mean, actually, I thought Missouri kicked a field goal. So it's actually
one of those weapons you'd been calling for, him and Henderson to get involved.
It's actually 20-24, not 31-24.
And those types of guys, you don't need to scheme to get open. They just find a way to get open. That time Pickett knew it was zone, and he stopped because he knew the zone defense was there and got the first down.
First catch for Pickett in this ping-ponging rivalry game. Young jumped. Daniels free play, and he sails it incomplete.
All right, so because of the offsides penalty that's going to happen, that will be 1st and 5
Missouri defensive
for Missouri, or not Missouri, excuse me, Kansas. Also, Ohio and West Virginia starting to get into the like the fourth quarter. That is an Ohio team that still has a 7-point lead for right now.
Replay, first down.
And Wisconsin does score another touchdown. They're going to be up 28-10 on the Blue Raiders.
Michigan State, real charismatic personality and leader on this team, forced the safety against Daniels back in the first half. If you're just joining us, this has gone back and forth and has totally delighted
okay, man.
in
I'll
this
tell you
return
what.
of the rivalry for the first time since 2011. Glad to have
1st and 5 for Kansas.
Daniels pulls it. He flips it.
And he's got it. Touchdown, Kansas.
Jayhawks back in front.
All right, we're going to put a bookmark into the Kansas game, as we're going to switch right back over. Ohio and West Virginia. Ohio does have the ball.
Can't make the tackle.
They are approaching midfield.
A 19-yard pickup. He's thrown 2 interceptions, both of those coming in the third quarter. West Virginia didn't get any points off of those interceptions. C.A. Bangura. Gain of 3. He's hit over 50 yards on the ground in this game.
Justin Harrington, safety, came up, made a nice hit. You know, Fred Perry talked about him. He's got 9 tackles today, 2 TFLs, a sack, and a pass breakup. Very active. Number 5, the nickel for West Virginia.
You know, it's an Ohio team that last week felt like they had the capability to beat Rutgers. They lost by 3.
Okay, hang on. So we're going to put a bookmark on Ohio and West Virginia for a quick second, because Fresno State did just recently enter the red zone. Because they have entered the red zone, here they are, a chance for the Fresno State Bulldogs to put the dagger in Oregon State. Massive drive defensively for the Beavers as they're trying to prevent themselves from going 0-2.
You manage the game better than anybody out there as a quarterback. That's how you win football games, and that's what EJ's been today in this football game.
Luke, and he bounces out of a tackle. And that has been said a little too much today from the Oregon State side, and Rayshon Luke strong to break through the attempted stop of Nico Taylor, and he winds up getting to the 7.
You know, when you see teams kind of start to take on the identity of your head coach, and Matt Entz, his time in North Dakota State, those teams look like this. They look really physical up front. They had a strong quarterback in how he managed the game, not necessarily all with his arm, and great running of the football. And that's exactly what this team has been offensively today.
And that time they get him. That's Foster. Dexter Foster clipped him. Got both ankles and drops.
All right, third down.
But what a huge play. He comes off the edge unblocked. And just as Luke hesitates at the point of attack and tries to explode to the left,
Foster, 6 games right now,
to your point,
in one possession in the fourth quarter
to set up a long third down. Now EJ, what he needs to do here is try to get the ball in the end zone if they have a play call on for a pass, but no mistakes here. More points are plentiful. That takes it to a 5-point lead. That means Oregon State would have to score a touchdown.
Throw into the corner. It's going to be way out of bounds. So no shot there for Jan Farrar, the Fresno State target. And that, boy, give Oregon State defense credit because they dealt a terrible hand there and at least going to force a kick.
Yeah, great job on
Okay,
their
so
part to get a stop.
that's going to force Fresno State to take the field goal. North Texas and Western Michigan, 3.5 minutes left to play.
Like that, you don't know what
Western Michigan at the 4th and short. They have a chance to run down some more clock, but they got to get the 4th down conversion. That absolutely does have to happen.
They don't jump. Take your 5 yards, boom it back. Trust your defense to play lights out, and force them to go to the length of the field to kick a field goal. If you get stopped right here, you could give up a touchdown. Not only a field goal, you could give up a touchdown and then find yourself in a 2-minute drive.
Well, just what I'm wondering here is, as Western Michigan wanted to pound the rock and they're doing it, why North Texas call a timeout there?
I think they wanted to talk about it because you want to talk to your defense. You got a 2-minute timeout too.
Yeah.
So that kind of plays a factor in college football now too. But I just think you want to talk to your defense, get on the same page. Now Western's coming out with their offense.
And they've got Lowry in the gun. Movement.
Oh man, if that's on Western Michigan, is that a full court?
A lot easier.
And that's why you call timeout. It's like freezing a free throw shooter. It's like freezing a kicker. Think about it.
And then also in UTSA, you got a touchdown happening in the UTSA game as well. And because of that, they also get the 2-point conversion. That's going to be successful.
Freshman from Grove City, Ohio.
That's going to be a tie ball game.
His mistake forces a punt.
You see to the right of your screen, 72, the big fella. You know Grove City, Ohio. That's Southwest Columbus, my neck of the woods. We don't false start down in Columbus.
Had to get that in there, didn't you? All right, Ryan Rumore's been really good today. Miles Coleman's hoping he gives him a chance for a game-breaking return.
And you know what? That's big too, because that stops the clock and gives North Texas more time.
No more's punt off
Not
the
a
side
great
of his foot.
punt either.
Worst of the day.
Looks like North Texas is going to start at about the 30 yards.
Texas, which at times today has felt stalled offensively. Hasn't quite come unglued offensively by their standards. They scored 51 points last week in week 1. They got a shot. 2 timeouts plus the 2-minute timeout. 3:23 to go to win the game. And this is a spot where Eric Morris, the coaching staff, and North Texas fans are going, all right, here we go again. Another close one.
Oh, shit, here we go again.
Scholarship, NIL check, and these coaches. I mean, right here, this is the drive.
This is the drive.
It starts with a mess to maker. Drop back.
Oh, but that's not the problem what they want right out the gate.
Franklin gets home. There is a flag in the secondary.
Oh no, it's gonna be. Is it going to be holding? Or it's going to be holding in the secondary. That's a 10-yard penalty, I think, if that's the case.
Franklin off the edge. That was a tough block on the perimeter. You'll see him coming from the right side of your screen.
Defense, number 8. 10-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
Yeah, that's a 10-yard penalty. Automatic first down for North Texas.
Doesn't count.
What a break for the Mean Green.
He didn't do a good job of looking outside to check the perimeter pressure. He didn't have anyone to block, and when you don't have anyone to block, Evan, you got to get your outside. Someone's coming. Someone's responsible for the edge of the defense.
Clock is running toward 3 minutes left. Estemaker keeps, and he finds room.
Okay.
Escorted out of bounds by
we do have confirmation of a Colorado final.
Drew Mestemaker.
See if I can pull it up real quick.
This Mestemaker means a great story. You told a story earlier, but just watch this here. You get a little quarterback out.
All right, so Colorado's going to win 31-27.
That's one you keep in your back pocket. The former walk-on. A camp.
That's going to be final score there. We're not going to worry about updating the score, dog.
To take his team to success if he keeps
until we do end up seeing
incomplete high for his high school teammate Miles Coleman.
It's the third drop we've seen from Coleman. It's unfortunate too because he could have caught that ball on the run. That's called a mesh route when you get two receivers crossing across the middle. Now that ball was high. Ball was high. Defensive linemen got their hands up. But that's the kind of call you make when you get man-to-man coverage.
All right, here we go. 2nd and 10 for the Mean Green.
Mestemaker play fake. Fastball middle. First down, North Texas. Dorner, who caught a touchdown earlier in this half, moves the sticks.
That route combination was a dagger. You'll see to the right of your screen. You get a vertical route, then you get the outside receiver running the 15 and in. Pow, right there is good timing.
Pump, throw, incomplete. Camden, the pressure that forced the low throw.
Illegal formation, offense. 5 players in the backfield. 5-yard penalty, first down.
And a similar type penalty on the last drive for North Texas. They had a false start on a 1st and 10 that turned it into 1st and 15, and the drive went nowhere after that. Similar deal here.
Now remember, North Texas is only down 3. They don't need a touchdown, but I think they're going to take their shots. But if they get another 10 yards, you'll see the play calling change just a little bit.
I don't really trust the kicking game past 40 yards. Mestemaker sets up middle screen. Wyatt Young.
Okay. All right, the Mean Green are officially in the red zone there.
Halleck pushed him
about
out.
to go
Exactly at the 20.
Just by design.
All right, so that's going to go to the 2-minute warning. So we're going to put a bookmark on this for right now. We're going to come back very shortly. Meanwhile, Oregon State inside the 15-yard line there. Oregon State with 6 minutes left to play. Have a chance to take the lead. Let's go ahead and see what Oregon State and Fresno State has going on for us. It's Texas State with a huge throw over to right hand side. Touchdown, Bobcats.
To Hankerson again, this time Fresno State. Well done on their defensive front. No breathing room for Hankerson.
So
and then we also have a touchdown in the Missouri-Kansas game. So both sparks with a 65-yard touchdown reception. And then Brenton Murphy of Missouri is also going to score as well. So,
been in a dogfight all game long.
Right.
Backed up after the penalty, and Malik Murphy and this team have really put together a great drive here to try to put them in a position to win the ball game.
Saladin Ala now the running back. Hankerson off after 24 carries. Murphy, nope, high. Tight end Caulfield was pretty much blanketed in the coverage. Tim Thomas, linebacker, doing that for Fresno State. But at this point, would you say definitively 4 downs for Oregon State?
Yeah, I don't think for a second, because of the fact that they would have to rely on a field goal to probably win the game later, that this is if you're Ryan Gunderson
and you're getting down to 5 minutes here, under 5.
Yeah, Trent Brace told him that he has 2 plays to get 10 yards.
Empty backfield.
There we go. First 10 for Oregon State.
Walker slap.
You heard it. I mean, at this point, I would imagine you have to go for it on 4th down. Oh, that complicates things a little bit.
Free runner is Jazon Jacks, and that will have to change Oregon State's decision.
They bring 6, and then they bail the end around on the other side, and it just fooled Malik Murphy because he was thinking the free rusher was going to be coming from his other side, and instead...
You have a Peacock update? Rutgers is up on Miami 24-17. That's midway through the third quarter.
Now the field goal attempt will come from 40 yards for Ojeda.
All right, so Oregon State having to settle for the field goal there. That's a gut punch, man. I'm not going to lie to you.
And the kick is not going to make it.
Not going to make it? It was short from 40?
And you've called up Nick Benedetto, the new defensive coordinator of Fresno State.
Wow. I can't believe they actually missed that particular kick. That's brutal. All right. We'll have it reflected on the screen shortly, but yeah, Kentucky and Ole Miss.
They anticipate this being the case all season long.
What's going on in Kentucky and Ole Miss? Ole Miss trying to hold it down in the red zone.
They flip it ahead to Law. Has some blockers out in front.
So Kentucky now inside the 15-yard line for 3rd and short. Meanwhile, North Texas, they did just get out of the 2-minute timeout. North Texas down by a field goal, but they're at the 20. And North Texas runs the ball, gets to the outside. Looks like it's going to be brought down, but it looks like it's about the 4-yard line. And then how about this first score update? USF is going to take the lead late in the 3rd quarter. They kicked the field goal. So it was 6-9. We were missed it.
He's right here.
We were focusing hard into the
He's holding on a little too long.
into all these games that we had that were like within 1-score games.
That's a good call by the official, an unfortunate penalty for Kentucky's offense.
Okay, so we'll put a bookmark in Kentucky for a split second. Let's go back to North Texas.
Estimaker lets it
It's
fall.
incomplete, thankfully.
Fisher knocked it down. Second time in the red zone in this second half. Kershawn Fisher has knocked the Estimaker pass down.
Yeah, 6'2", 246. Long and athletic. Got his hands up. If you can't get to the quarterback, you have to get your hands up. It looked like a run play, too. So he was able to play the run first and then get upfield to bat the pass down. Excellent job there by the young fella.
Give. Backs. Does not get
Doesn't get there.
Saipia, the first man to hit him. 3rd and goal.
First charge timeout. 30
Hey man, I'm gonna be honest, man. Troy is they're all messing around and making stuff happen here.
As a tight end, good tackling there. When you get inside this area of the field, there's going to be more bodies towards that ball. Ooh-wee's chess match here. Coach Taylor wanted to stop that clock. He didn't want to let North Texas bleed it down. You have 3 timeouts. You burn one there. Hopefully, if you're Western Michigan, you're thinking they're going to throw it and don't get it. Right. Clock stops. Kick a field goal. Then you got 2 timeouts to run your offense.
But is there any thought here for North Texas that we're not trying to kick field goals, we're trying to win the game? Is there any thought that this is 4-down territory?
That's good.
I think so. I think if you're on the road, you're far away from home, you're 51-0 last year, you're an aggressive offense, you've had a track record of success, you don't leave this field without going for it.
Oh, there's a false start.
It's about to be 3rd and goal.
All right, so we do have confirmation, like from the real app, which is nice sports app if I say so myself. Colorado is going to end up winning 31-7. That is a confirmed final score.
In a weird way, Evan, I think that penalty gives them more room to breathe. I don't know if they're a smash mouth operation versus this defense right here in this part of the field, just smashing it in from 2 yards. But from the 7, they have a little bit of wiggle room.
3rd and goal from the 7-yard line. Young, the man in motion. Mestemaker throw.
It looks like North Texas is going to go for a field goal.
Airtight coverage. Sims had it. And this may be your ball game. North Texas will bring on the kicking unit As Mestamaker could not find his target. Sims was all over sides.
Yeah, that was great coverage. I think
Wisconsin does get another touchdown on the board. So finally pulling away from mid-Tennessee, but man, just
that same route was wide open.
Very sloppy performance. I can put it that way.
Kali Agunma. High snap put down.
Good.
And we are tied.
Field goal attempt is good. So what's that mean? North Texas now officially tied 27. It's a game that might be going into overtime.
Western Michigan defense.
That means that we see 6 one-score games happening at the same time. We do have a quick score break. Arkansas.
We've got a ball game.
Got a touchdown for Arkansas.
The holder, who is also the punter, for getting that one down.
Let me get that going. All right.
1:35 to go. Lance Taylor just saw Ngunma knock one through for North Texas. Lance Taylor believed that his team could win any type of game. He believed they could win a shootout. He believed they could win a slugfest. They got to go down and get points here to get a win in home game 1 this year. Evan Miles, one of the men back deep for Western Michigan. They're averaging nearly 30 yards per kick return today. They will pop up the kick, and Western Michigan is going to get outstanding field position.
Did they mess up the kick?
Well, that was a glorified onside, a surprise onside is what you call it, because it wasn't a true squib. It was a bounce off the ground. Watch how he kicks the ball. It's going to hit the ground. Boom. Like a Pepsi kick. Well, since it didn't
Why?
Didn't hit off the ground. That's a Pepsi
Why would
kick.
you do that?
You're trying to give your guys Pepsi, pop-up, Lloyd Carr terminology.
That's a bizarre call there, and Lance Taylor and the boys in Western Michigan a
taking my
chance
chances in kicking that ball deep.
to mess around.
But we'll see. We will see, because Lowry's
Really
still
mess
in.
around.
Is this a running situation or passing? Can they run the ball for 25 yards? Or are they
And get in the
gonna go through
field goal
air?
range,
We'll find out.
possibly set up a game-winning field goal.
They'll start with a Lowry run, and he doesn't gain a whole heck of a lot. Patrick Smith-Young steps up to make the tackle, and now we see how both teams use their timeouts. Western Michigan, they think if they get to about 45 yards on the field goal, they got a shot with Palmer Domschke. Lowry throws it away. He's looking for Brooks.
It's excellent coverage there by Fisher. He's playing quarters, which is cover 4.
All right, for those wondering what's going on with the UAB and Navy matchup, we are finally seeing UAB and Navy get out their second weather delay. They're finally getting things picked up there in the goal line. 6 minutes left in the second quarter. Mind you, this game started at 3:30. In 3.5 hours, and yet here we are, barbecue on the titties,
offense today.
and Navy hasn't even gotten to halftime yet.
Talk about this one. Timeout. Western Michigan. Second charge timeout. 30-second timeout.
They end up getting a first down here. That loss of a timeout could be pretty costly. We'll see if it ends up being something that Lance Taylor regrets having to do. What a game this has turned out to be. A game that early on was a slugfest. Western Michigan led 17-7 at halftime. Played that field position game in the first half. North Texas had long field after long field. Brock Lowry at the quarterback spot for Western Michigan may have asserted himself as the starter today. That combo of running and throwing has confused North Texas.
Definitely. I think he complements what they wanted to do offensively, which was run the football, play action, go down the field, and then get some quarterback run. As you see, he scored a touchdown there. And then they dialed up one. Buckley slips out the backfield. Once you get your eyes on the quarterback a little too much, a running back will get out on you.
All right, boys, it looks like Florida and USF. Oh, Florida is not the punt. They can't handle the snap, and it's going to be a safety for the Bulls. That dang is going to be 15-9.
He's got the first down.
And Western Michigan also getting a first down as well.
Legend with 1 minute to go.
Man, that is big for USF.
Lowry's got it.
The Bulls getting a safety.
Throw out of bounds. Looking for Brooks
So
again.
looks
David
like
Fisher, step
all
for
right.
step
So
in
for Western
coverage.
Michigan, meanwhile, they just got a.
That was a good call, though.
They just got the first down. One more first down could very well get them into field goal range. Missouri coming out of the 2-minute timeout. They have the ball. Kansas has called their timeout. They have a chance to run it out as well.
Had a false start and forced Western Michigan to punt when they maybe were going to go for it.
And run it out they are for Missouri down the sideline, and he's going to score.
I like the idea of taking
Huge
a shot,
touchdown
trying to get a
run
double
for
move there.
Missouri.
Fisher played with a lot of technique and discipline.
Boys, that's gonna be Johnny Ball game.
And man, how does this change everything with 50 seconds left? Lowry running. It's across the 40, and then the Mean Green Gang gets to him. They will burn one of those timeouts they have left here. Remember,
second charge timeout. 30-second timeout.
Remember earlier in the half, Eric Morris burned a timeout
Navy got a
before
field
that
goal.
Western
That did
Michigan
happen
fourth
too.
down. Now, you were saying it kind of froze the offense. It got Dabo to jump offside, false start, and turn into them punting anyway. But now he's probably hoping he had one more timeout left.
Well, yeah, and it kind of depends on where they get the ball. I mean, if it's 27-27, there's still at least 2 more offensive plays that'll be ran by by Western Michigan. As you look at young Palmer's numbers, 2 for 2, long of 43. He's well out of that range right now. So the question you have to ask yourself, you only have one timeout if you get the ball back. But
We have that monster run down the timeline for Missouri. That might
if you're
settle it.
do you take a shot, try to get half?
Looks like Missouri's going to go on and be 2-0, while Kansas, already playing 2 games, they will accept their first defeat of the year.
That's how the game finishes out. So that timeout probably wouldn't come into play necessarily unless they got the ball in decent field position.
They're going to run it again with Buckley.
Oregon State, however, they're going to get in the lead with 1:20 to go as we have a monster touchdown run over there. Oregon State is going to take the lead.
Western Michigan could just run it one more time and take this thing.
Oh, imagine they'll try to go and get the 2-point conversion.
No one calling timeout. I think we're getting free football in Kalamazoo.
All right, we're going to put a bookmark on North Texas and Western Michigan real fast because Oregon State just got a touchdown in their game as well.
Take the Fresno State Bulldogs and get into the end zone for the possible game-winning score. Wonderful job by Ryan Gunderson calling up that play.
And now there's no doubt that the call is to go for 2.
This is big because, of course, if they are able to get it, it'll be a 3-point game. But if not, that allows Fresno State to put themselves in a position to win it with a field goal.
All right, we go. 2-point conversion incoming. Oregon State and Fresno State.
Timeout, Oregon State, their first of the half.
Very likely going to see Western Michigan and North Texas going to overtime. This would, in fact, be our 3rd overtime game. We do end up seeing.
It gets into the end zone.
Only the 2nd touchdown of Wells' career. And you can see Matt Entz is likely thinking it's not over, but how are we behind? And the answer largely is 485 yards. And look, Ryan, we said at the beginning of the game, all eyes in Corvallis today were on number 6.
Yeah.
Number 6 has answered.
He has answered. He was coached hard this week. Let's make that very clear. Coaches got after him, and sometimes that's difficult to do when in a world where you have to constantly be recruiting your players.
All right, so North Texas and Western Michigan, they are, in fact, officially going to go overtime.
He took the coaching this week. He knew what he
That's
had
the
to
end of regulation there.
He's been as spot on as anybody in this football game.
So the 2-point play coming.
Let's see what Oregon State does with a 2-point conversion attempt. Murphy.
And incomplete.
All right, doesn't go anywhere.
So Oregon State has scored 4 touchdowns in this game and 0 for 4
So let's put a bookmark on this for the time being, because I want to see how this Fresno State and Oregon State, how that comes to an end.
This was maybe one of the, or executed as well. I mean, it was a ton of people that were pushed around. Now on the touchdown, you know, the movement by Malik Murphy to that side allow him to find David Wills a little more clearer, and then the speed just overtakes. And now they have the lead, and the defense, which has been outstanding, I feel like, in the second half here, has to make one final stop.
And it's going to be
Clemson does score a touchdown eventually, so finally getting to double digits, but Corn still up by 6. We're getting into the third quarter now. Definitely an upset alert happening in Clemson, South Carolina.
In particular, and they all allowed for this team to take the lead and give them some positivity.
So let's start right here at the kickoff. Again, Oregon State would be, I'm sure, thinking we're not kicking to Rayshon Luke.
Or at least that's what that kicker should have been told before he stepped onto the football field.
And again, it's a little chip shot opposite from Rayshon Luke's side, but it's going to give Fresno State respectable drive start.
All right, Fresno State started a foul. Looks like the 33-yard line. Fresno State with a potential game-winning drive on their hands. See if they can get it done.
Xfinity Series will speed into St. Louis and then up to Pullman for San Diego State and Washington State. CW Sports Saturday will continue next, only on the CW. So here we go with 1:13. Fresno State has their timeouts. E.J. Warner, we'll see how much throwing is going to be here. Does he run? Yes. And he's going to be...
Don't get a first down marker there.
Yes, they're going to give him the marker.
Oh, wait a minute.
Ball out. Play was blown.
Okay, they're marking him down. They are, in fact, marking him down.
Great job by E.J. of stepping up in the pocket, knowing what time is on the clock, and picking up the first down with his legs.
That ground can't cause a fumble, so here we go with Fresno State. Warner throwing right away, and he's got a V. And so
all right, Fresno State already across midfield. One more first down, we could be forward with an idea of a field goal.
Kicking it away gave Fresno State a good drive start.
Yeah, but Malulu is such a great returner too, especially in punt returns. It's like pick your poison in that instance. And, you know, game management is something that is, as a former quarterback, to watch it kind of all unravel. E.J. Warner is just licking his chops for this opportunity, and he did exactly what he needed to on that first down. Just get something positive, and then let something happens next.
Fresno State does
all right, E.J. Warner, we'll see you can cook something here.
To be in field goal
Rambling.
They're going to get there on this.
He's going to get the first down, and he gets out of bounds too. Okay, that puts Fresno State at about the 30-yard line.
Wonderful job by the
We
senior
are now looking at a potential game-winning field goal for the Fresno State Bulldogs. We could walk it off in Corvallis.
And it's the second time that you've seen the absolute lack of rush lane integrity by the defensive line. The left defensive end had no business being over the center, and that's how E.J. Warner got out.
We saw this last night between the Chiefs and the Chargers. Same thing, exactly. Takari Hickel goes inside, E.J. Warner outside.
Swing it out to Luke. He'll get almost nothing, but gets to the sideline, although Fresno State has 3 timeouts, so needing the sideline, not a big deal. Dylan Lynch, the veteran place kicker for Fresno State, has a career long of 52.
Yeah, he's got plenty of leg. He's
Western Michigan, North Texas also starting their overtime as
haven't
well.
seen any instance where the moment's too big for that young kicker.
Second down. And to the sideline and caught. Quick throw to Avit. Just a couple of yards closer.
You know, I'm gonna hand some more flowers out here too, and it shouldn't be that big of a surprise. But the fundamentals of E.J. Warner, like this, for being an undersized kid, right? The ability to get over the top when he throws and to make sure that his receiver is getting a catchable ball it's been fun to watch today from the young quarterback now on his 3rd stop here in college football.
Just one turnover today by Fresno State, a first half interception. And now they're again within the range of their field goal kicker. And another quick, smart throw to Avid. And that'll force the field goal to come here. So 33 seconds, so not running the clock all the way down to the last for the kick, but this will be it, certainly for Fresno State. It's going to wind up being 42 to 43.
And it will be on the left hash, so.
For a left footer.
Yeah, that's always, you protect against the hook there. In terms of.
I never had a draw, so I don't know what that's like. But
you don't like it, okay? When you don't want to overdo something, and this feels more like a lined up where he can play just a slight little high draw right through the middle of the uprights. It'll be a heck of a game-winning drive for E.J. Warner, who remarkably this season still has not yet thrown a touchdown pass.
Dylan Lynch has kicked 34 and 28 today. He's made 47 field goals in his Fresno State career, 47 out of 62. Excellent history. And this is 43 for the lead. Nick Verdugo is the holder. And Lynch drills it. Just enough draw.
Yeah, it was good from the start. Ice in those veins right there. Kickers are an interesting lot, but when they're in some pressure situations, this was perfectly executed. Started on the left upright and just drew right through the uprights for the what looks like the game-winning field goal.
Look at
Matt.
Is that a football guy? I'm not looking at the kick.
Yeah, I have like zero faith in kickers, and Matt Entz is probably thinking the same thing.
And again, this will be one of those games that if you haven't seen, it's going to be very hard to explain. As Trent Bray watching with his heart, but the fact that it comes down to a field goal with 29 seconds to go after what's happened the first 59 and a half minutes will be very difficult to explain.
It is, yeah. I mean, I don't know how you take a snapshot of this as you look at the statistics up and down. 369 passing yards for Oregon State versus 121 for Fresno. The biggest things that are going to explain this game are the penalties. 10 penalties for Oregon State. And the other side of that is what the special teams unit has looked like. It's looked like an absolute, mishmash.
3 snaps by Oregon State that were unable to be punted. One of them, the punter trying to kick the ball, which Fresno State ran for a touchdown. No conversions on 4 touchdowns by Oregon State.
All right, boys. So, all right, so we're back in. We're dialed in once again.
Oregon State.
We do see Oregon State, 26 seconds left, a chance for them to possibly come out, put together a game-winning drive. 26 seconds left, 1 timeout, at the 22.
It's probably the only hope they have, but it's very dicey.
It's very dicey because they can't get the snap back, you know. And
by the way, Brad, look at the total play numbers.
North Texas also in an overtime battle with Western Michigan. They did get a field goal. What we got going on in terms of the field goal? North Texas inside the 10-yard line. If they punch it in, it's over, and it looks like they're rolling up the gun. All right, so they're at the 5-yard line. It's 2nd and goal. Oregon State might be done soon. See how the rest of this game plays out.
Shot over the middle. Reddick's unable to hang on.
You know,
Good coverage by Harris.
It's been impressive to see him when he gets relocated outside the pocket, of how quickly he sets his feet and fires it. That was a perfectly thrown pass that was just knocked away and dropped at the end.
Let's I think to summarize this for Oregon State with 21 seconds to go, again heading into their next game, this is answering the offensive concerns coming out of last week.
It is. You're exactly right, but I would counter that too on the other side with Fresno State answering all the concerns after that beatdown against Kansas in week 1.
Absolutely.
Ooh, damn, what a hit.
So Oregon State's, let's say they're
it's a big play, but damn, he took a shot.
For the chain reset, 15 seconds.
All right, 15 seconds and counting now. Malik Murphy dropping back. It's intercepted! Game freaking over! It's over. It is over. It is over. It is over. All right. Now we check in.
And it just takes one.
Then USF did give up a touchdown as well to the Florida Gators. They tied the game up. Possibly a lead for Florida. With North Texas first and foremost, walking it off. It's over.
And that's the winner for
North Texas is going to survive in Kalamazoo. And they are going to beat Western Michigan 33-30. Man, what a shootout. What a very well. All right, we got a red zone opportunity for Ole Miss and Kentucky.
Playmaker at that position. Deuce Alexander flagged down.
All right, Ole Miss.
Slides down.
All right, let's get this Ole Miss game going real quick.
For a 13-yard run, but there is a flag.
Holding, number 1 on the offense. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Replay first down.
Kajan Stribling called for the penalty.
Another big holding penalty. He's on the right side. He's going to be blocking down. And it's really big. That's twice now where they've gotten clearly into field goal range. Clearly into the point where they're in a good spot.
Right, Ole Miss is inside the 5-yard line.
And a holding penalty gets them behind the sticks to make what could be a game-winning field goal a whole heck of a lot tougher.
Yeah, Florida's absolutely a game. We do have tabs on that one as well.
Missed penalties. Quite frankly, it didn't look like there was a lot there. But they threw the flag. There'll be some phone conversations around the league about the officiating here today. On both sides.
Their third and final timeout of the half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
So Kentucky out of timeouts. They used all of them in both halves. And Lacey has 139 on 27 carries. Clearly the lead back. Look at today's college football rankings brought to you by Chick-fil-A.
Really in pretty wild top 10 after some of the results in the top 10 last week. Clemson, of course, in a tough.
All right, guys, we're going to be right back. We're going to stay on tag on 4 one-possession games. But my wife and my son both just came home. I've spent some good time with the grandparents. Shout out that support system, by the way. I'm going to welcome them, and then we're going to be right back at it. 4 one-possession games happening in around college football right about now.
Boise State, obviously much improved.
Very much so, especially on the defensive side. I mean, my goodness, to hold DJ Lagley and co to under 10 so far is pretty impressive.
Lacey, they're trying to strip him. They cannot. He took a direct snap and lost a yard. And this will take us to the 2-minute timeout.
2-minute timeout.
Score 158. 27-20, Ole Miss. The ball in the lead.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can watch the game together, even when you're away.
Here we go, man. We got it. We got it.
Yes, yes, yes! Go, 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 go!
My wife is having a baby.
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. That's all part of the AT&T guarantee.
When things heat up, you don't just want a cold one. You want the coldest one. The cold lagered, cold filtered, cold packaged one. Mountain Cold Refreshment. Coors Light. Choose chill.
It's me, Wednesday Addams. My meal of misfortune is now at Wendy's. It's pure torture with uniquely excruciating dips of dread. Enjoy the anguish.
Right now at the Home Depot, shop Labor Day savings on Whirlpool appliances. Get refrigerators with space for everything.
To the Dagmobile.
And laundry that fans and tumbles even after it's done. So it's still fresh when you're ready to grab it, whenever that might be. Now at the Home Depot.
Michelin innovates on the road and far beyond. With airless tires designed for exploring new frontiers. Michelin, motion for life.
And here we go with a third down.
All right, boys. We're back. We got Florida and USF getting sturdy with it late. Hey man, if you hear like some, he's hanging out with his daddy for a little bit until he poops or something like that.
Well shy the line to gain. That's Wyatt Sullivan chased down by Miles Graham. The linebacker, who has outstanding speed, chases down the tight end and is fourth down.
Excellent job by Florida's defense, maintaining proper rush lanes, keeping Byron Brown in the pocket, forcing the throw beneath the sticks, and then Miles
just for a little bit
down with that tackle, forcing the fourth down.
So Vernell Brown back to return this one again. He's at the 30-yard line.
All right, we'll go USF in Florida. Oh, watch out, please.
Everything in my power not to punt it to this guy. They're going to send it that way to the near sideline. Fair catch. Excellent punt from Chase Leon.
Yeah, this is JJ Jr.
So there is a stoppage
slash
a 1-point lead. They have the football. 11:09
little
to go.
college football red zone right here.
When this baby hits
All right, so that's the commercial. We're not going to worry about commercials. Ohio. 2-minute warning.
2 minutes to decide this ball game. Ohio with the football when we come back.
Rivalries change.
Oh, they're going to commercial too. Damn.
Both starting
all right.
knocked out of this game
Ole
due to
Miss,
injury.
one possession game.
That's a 3-yard gain, and Lane Kiffin
Kentucky.
has to decide if he wants to kick the field goal. I think at the very least he's going to run all the time down.
Absolutely. I mean, just let it go all the way down and call timeout with 1
All
second
right,
remaining on the
Ole
play
Miss
clock.
Kentucky. Let's see here.
We have a
All
great
right, there
deal
we
of
go.
confidence in the kicker. The one thing obviously
There we go, Ole Miss game.
risk is a block.
Yeah, I know.
Carnero was
I know.
the Luke Groves' semifinalist last year.
9-3 is the final score. Oregon and Oklahoma State.
Play clock.
Oh my God. OK State, what are we actually doing here, brother?
Ole Miss, they're first. This will be a 30-second timeout. Please
This is that. You're still in the Groffman special.
Very good kicker.
We need to donate to the NIL fund or play Oklahoma State more for Dynasty.
Especially they've leaned
That was a good program 2 years ago, and now just to get embarrassed like that, that's crazy.
And a backup quarterback in the game. I think it's obvious, no doubt. Make it a 2-possession game and play some prevent defense. Get out of here with what should be a hard-fought victory.
Carnero.
All right, so we got Higgins up in Clemson, and that field goal attempt good. So they did score with 2 unanswered. Scoring still only down by 4.
This is from 37. So pretty well sealed.
That's the crazy part of all this. They are still only down by 4 points.
To Kentucky and Oxford.
Beat up, you're a Cowboys and a Beavers fan? You're an OK State fan and you're an Oregon State fan?
There is a flag down.
Oh my goodness.
Do they hit the kicker?
B-Dub. Who hurts you, brother? Who hurts you?
David Smith, the referee, holding up 5 fingers. I think it's running into the kicker. And I think they're going to take the field goal.
Who hurt you, brother?
The kicker on the defense. That penalty is declined.
Okay, the penalty is declined. All right. So field goal attempt is good. 17 seconds left in the game between West Virginia and Ohio. Can the Mountaineers pull a miracle?
Throwing up top.
Lorenz Singleton with the catch and gets out.
And really what you want to do, Corey, you want maybe one.
As a runner is short of a line of gain and second down.
You really want one more of those.
On the snap.
Or two more, enough so Markio can reach the
Okay,
end
here
zone
we
on the Hail
go.
Mary. You just want to give yourself
Ohio with a chance to upset Ohio.
Cam Vaughn, one of their playmakers at the top of your screen.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. Dropping back.
Markio instead dumps it
Okay,
to
they get a little something there. They're at the 40.
steps out of
They're
bounds.
only,
Now 6 seconds showing on the clock.
they might have one play.
from here. So you're either going to go one more real quick
Better than be it. No, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't agree with that. I feel like Oregon State will put up at least a little bit of a better fight than what Oklahoma State just did today. Oh, he's down! Ohio wins! They take down the Mountaineers!
Ohio taking down West Virginia.
I did feed the boys at least. All right, guys, so that leads with just one possession game in the fourth quarter. We are monitoring Clemson and Troy very closely.
17 carries, 91 yards on the afternoon.
There we go. All right, here we go.
Pass is caught. What a catch. That was Aiden Mizell, and he was just draped by a white jersey the entire route. Picks up 8.
Yeah, great throw.
There we go.
I don't know if Aiden Mizell
We're going to say will potentially be 0-4 in 2 weeks.
Has it stuck right to his chest.
Hang on.
Uses his body to box out the defender.
Hang on.
Picks up a critical.
Houston, buddy. I gotta change your diaper eventually. When I get a chance to do so.
Kobe Jackson now in the game at running back.
We're gonna get mommy like a little bit of break. I'm checking out Oregon State schedule real fast. Oh yeah, at Texas Tech, at Oregon. Yeah, B-Dub. I hate to tell you, Houston might not be a pushover either.
Offside. Defense number 53. In the neutral zone at the snap. 5-yard penalty. First down. Correction. 63. Number 63.
Oh, my phone is on here.
The Florida Gators have run. 50.
Yeah, V-Dub, I just checked out the schedule. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, buddy. Oregon State, I agree with you. Oregon State's about to be 0-4. Unless something absolutely wild happens. I mean, like, Troy is in a game with Clemson.
I think attrition plays a critical part in the number of plays that they've been able to run, as well as being smart.
Shout out to USF, though, playing a hell of a ball game.
Bagway, little bootleg high.
Oh, they just missed that.
Totally missed Trey Wilson, who was open.
She missed UAB, hitting the field goal.
Again, that's knocking some of that rust off that we saw.
All right, so hang on. So Kentucky just got inside the 25-yard line. I don't think they got out of bounds, though. I might need to spike it real fast. Yeah, I would imagine they'll have to settle for a field goal. No, they're going to try to chuck it. Okay, 2nd and 5 in the Florida game, though. About 8.5 to go.
Jacoby Jackson breaks a tackle and picks up the first down at the 45. Tavin Ward with the tackle, a gain of 8.
That's special when you get Jaden Ball out of the game. You feel as though you gain an advantage from South Florida's perspective. But in comes this young man, Jacoby Jackson. He keeps his feet driving. Remember, Jaden Ball learned so much of how to be a physical runner by number 24, Jacoby Jackson.
Jackson looking for a little bit of a seam. He's into South Florida territory.
Okay, so Kentucky is bringing out their field goal unit. He's going to try to make it a one-score game.
31-28, but
Florida did just get a first down on most recent run. So, yeah, to be honest with you,
And South Florida was
I think USF is starting to run out of gas.
They had 2 bad snaps.
They played a heck of a game, though.
2 bad snaps forced them to attempt a 49-yard field goal that they couldn't connect on. And the Gators won it by 3.
Please don't.
Here goes Jacoby Jackson again. Xavier Hamilton, the first one there. His nose involved for yard pickup.
You missed out on a Bearcats win, by the way. That's gonna be your 2 teams when you grow up, buddy.
South Florida has to get aggressive here. I would expect them to bring some pressure, whether it's a pass play, try to get the ball out of DJ Lagway's hands quickly, or using that pressure to be able to stop the run.
All right, so Kentucky, they got the field goal attempt. That's good. That being said, though, they're going to have to get the onside kick. Oh, yeah, 16% success rate throughout the FBS last season.
So now you're looking at a 4th down and about.
So actually, USF does hold them to a 4th down. So that's JJ Jr. / College Football Red Zone Jr. Interacting with my older dog. Okay, Ole Miss does get the onside kick. So Ole Miss does lead Lexington. They do remember to actually win the game against Kentucky this time around, unlike last year.
Good clean one. End over end kick. It'll hit at the 7 and bounce into the end zone.
Bounces into the end zone. Man, what a break.
5:52 to go, and the Bulls have the football. Do they have enough in the tank?
All right, so that's in commercial break right now. All right, and then we still have UAB and Navy still going at it here. We're taking on Clemson and Troy. Troy does have the ball. They're about midfield. They're entering late into the 3rd quarter.
They'll move the chains.
Regardless, this is a good response by the Troy offense, giving their defense a time to catch their breath.
Jordan Lovell will come in. Spell Tay Meadows, former walk-on.
I'm going to be honest with you guys, though. Like, we have 3 games happening right now. UAB and Navy, Troy, Clemson, and then USF and Florida. 2 of those games, actually, to be honest with you, at least 2 of those games go final. We're probably going to end the stream. To be honest with you, I mean,
if you're looking for Virginia Tech and Vanderbilt, you can catch that game on ESPN.
Catch them with a little bit of time. With them. So just being transparent on that front. Original plan was to stream the 7:30 games, but having him in my own brother, I really miss him, guys. I'm going to be transparent with you on that one.
In Lane Stadium, we still have a good one here. Troy's not going away. Crowder with the throw.
Oh, it's picked off.
Almost intercepted again.
Not picked off.
Hannafin had his hands on it. Couldn't bring it in. That was into a whole lot of traffic, Max.
That was, and we said it in the first half. That route they've probably thrown 5 times today. The rollout right, corner route. If Troy has any sort of double move or get these safeties from not coming downhill, that was an absolute bunny that they missed by Ronan Hannafin. But again, those safeties they know what Troy wants to be. They know Troy wants to run these corner routes. Got to find a way to keep them on their heels.
10th play of this drive, 3rd and a long 9. Delay of game call goes against Troy.
Yeah, I don't know what Jared Parker's barking about. Look, he was barking at towards away from his quarterback, like a coach or something. Maybe it's a substitution issue on the sideline, not sure, but obviously a totally different situation. 3rd and 10 versus 3rd and 15. If they don't pick up yards here, he might have to punt it.
downfield, has his man, Rah-Rah, with the first down.
All right, we're back.
Third and forever. Quarterback's favorite route is a dig route. Why? Because it can.
All right, Troy's about to enter in the fourth quarter.
And then in front of safety's getting super high. It's a good job by Goose Crowder hanging in the pocket, trusting his.
What a name as well, Goose.
Hung in there. We really haven't talked much about
Goose Crowder, the Troy starting quarterback. We love it. We absolutely love it.
And they convert. Meadows moves the pile forward for a yard, maybe 2. Clemson player lost his helmet in the shuffle. That's Kobe McLeod. He'll have to sit. Clock winding down, and Troy is content to continue to shorten this game as they've done such a great job doing through 3 quarters. The storm came early and gave us a delay, and then it came to start the second half. Can Troy weather the storm? He took a lead at the half. Now they're down 4, but with the ball as we head to the 4th.
All right, there we go, guys.
Rivalries change.
Brown. He'll be dropped.
All right, that's gonna be stacked. All right, guys. So here we go. We got.
Had 7 sacks last
All right,
year.
so I just highlighted the 3 games that we are covering. We have Troy and Clemson. That's about the end of the fourth quarter. Navy and UAB. I don't. They're probably like. Hold on, where are they at? They're like early in the third quarter, so that's kind of team 4 as well. USF, 3rd and 10, snapping the ball.
Coming near side to Nimrod. He is wrestled to the turf.
Get to 39. It is in field goal range.
Boy, now it's
Do they like the kicker trying to get this field goal?
Going to be about 6 or 7 to gain here. Let's call it 7.
Yeah, honestly, B-Dub, we can talk. We can talk offline. If we want to do something with like the 7 or 7:30 games.
They are okay with him trying a 63-yard field goal. This is going to be from 58 yards.
Yeah, because I know you've been around and you've been a long-time supporter of me. Oh, they're trying this 50-yarder. I don't think it's going to make it. It's short. It is short. Oh, my goodness. USF. It was on line 2. It was on line 2. Man. Oh, my goodness, man.
Alex Golis was begging for a timeout.
You can see him right before the ball is kicked. He's calling.
He ain't trying to get that timeout.
He thought there was going to be a delay of game, but ultimately referee doesn't get it in time. And Grammatica was aligned properly, just does not have the leg.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Couple of yards.
Yeah, B-Dub, I hear what you're saying, man.
We'll give it back to Florida at the 40-yard line. South Florida has a couple of timeouts left. 2:52 on the clock, and of course you got the 2-minute timeout.
Okay, so Florida has a chance to seal the deal here.
30-second timeout.
So Florida wants and gets a timeout. So if you're Billy Napier, chess game is now. You stay with, just keep handling.
Yeah, I hear you on that, B-Dub. Definitely. That kick was on the line. That was an accurate kick. He just didn't have the leg for it. But, you know, at the end of the day, a 58-yarder, that's a lot to ask for, dude. That is a lot to ask for, by all means.
Personnel by Florida continue to wear and tear on what South Florida has done with their defensive line of scrimmage, or does it play into Florida's hand to continue to be physical at the point of attack? That's what they have to do. Take some time off of the clock and continue to be physical in the run game like they have been with Jaden Ball and Jacoby Jackson.
All that workout stuff you do in the off season, all the way through fall camp to now, this is when it all pays off.
Okay.
Dividends, and it pays double if you put in that work.
Troy did also pick up a first down against the Clemson Tigers to start things off in the fourth quarter.
They will throw it, and it's incomplete. J. Michael Sturdivant was the intended receiver. Well, that just took a few seconds off the clock. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, you see the crowd is not pleased with that play call there. I believe that's a called run that the quarterback can check out if he sees one-on-one coverage outside. Too many men in the box, so he decides to go one-on-one. Incompletion stops the clock, though.
All right, here we go. Can USF, can their defense get one more stand and maybe give their offense the ball one last time? Or will we see Florida run out the rest of this 2:49 left in the ball game?
They give it to Ball. It's a couple of yards. Jalen Schuler met him there on the outside. It looks like there's an
But yeah, I cannot help but be absolutely impressed with what USF has done today, regardless of result.
Yeah, Devin Lee, their big nose tackle, to transfer in from Vanderbilt. So South Florida will burn a timeout. Stops it at 2:42. And a 3rd down and 8 now. Time now to take a look at For the Win, brought to you by Sanderson Farms. Earlier today, the Texas Longhorns, a lot of attention on that group after what happened in the opening weekend, and really a lot of attention and of course, Arch had a nice game this afternoon, but tonight you have a chance to see these guys. Lenore Sellers, Garrett Nussmeier, according to ESPN Bet, they are the 2 front runners for the Heisman Trophy. Nussmeier number 1, Sellers number 2, and Ty Simpson.
I don't know how I feel about Sellers being a front runner. He didn't necessarily look amazing in the Virginia Tech game. To be real with you guys, we do have a 4th down attempt. We're going to put a bookmark on the USF game real fast. It is Troy going for a field goal.
This time for 40 yards.
All right, never mind.
Completed 72% of his passes, but I'm going to tell you, it has not been clean for him today. It has not been a sharp game for him. He said it last week. He just didn't really feel comfortable, just didn't get in a rhythm, and really wanted to focus on getting better this week.
I'm so lost. What happened?
There have been some good throws. Yeah. But overall, we haven't seen the guy that we thought we'd see.
Yeah, there have been errant throws as well. I think the comfort level of him in the offense has
the kicker wasn't even
in a flow situation throughout the course of the game.
What are we doing?
Line, for the most part, have done a great job. But
wow, you're right, VW. They definitely need to get their head. They need to pull it together.
Sometimes the mechanics fall by the wayside.
That's huge too. That's what made it a 1-point game. Instead, Clemson take over on down.
This Florida offense from
so bizarre.
Byron Brown on the other side, we just saw him.
That's
there
so incredibly bizarre.
For 222. Both these quarterbacks have thrown for exactly the same total today. Brown has rushed for 54 yards. Lagway carried it 6 times for 9 yards. That is a big man at quarterback.
Mid-Tennessee did lose to Wisconsin 42-10, so that's the second leg of my parlay hitting. I just need Michigan to lose by 5 points or less in my parlay that I had for tonight covers.
Who's going to step up, make the big plays, the big throws? There's probably no bigger play in this game than right now, 3rd and 8 with 2 minutes and 44 seconds left.
Okay, 3rd and 8.
DJ Lagway in this Florida offense.
So a very significant 3rd down and 8 coming up. Jaden Ball at running back. Straight drop. Far sideline.
Oh, it's dropped. I'm pretty sure it was right. That was right where DJ Lagway needed to put it.
And 8, but that one was there.
Man, that ball, it looked good.
And Florida couldn't bring it in.
Looked good, but just
he simply could not bring it in.
Chance to catch it in his hands. Maybe it was not overthrown, actually. He had a chance. It goes right.
No, that was not overflown. That was right where it needed to be.
Play, so I don't think the moment was too big for him, but got to cash in on that opportunity.
Boy, right in VB3's hands. Here's Porter back to return this punt. This one will take a favorable Gator bounce and be down to around the 11-yard line. Boy, the Gators have had several of these. They call them missed opportunities.
Yeah, the first one in the first quarter for a touchdown. How about this one? Breadbasket throw. It appears as though Vernell Brown has a step on Lee.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally in his hands. Literally in his hands.
He has to make if they want to be where they want to be at the end of the year.
South Florida has one timeout remaining. Alex Golish. Now, they do have the 2-minute timeout as well, so really you got 2 automatic stoppages if you need them. Down 1, but you are backed up. You've got 89 yards to go for the touchdown. They'll take the 3 for sure. So we saw Grammatica miss from 58, but not by much. Off the hands of the intended receiver.
All right, here we go. USF, they're giving another chance.
Alex Golish, by the way, has so much confidence in Grammatica. He said that he'll push it to 63 if they need it.
Well, they may need it on this drive.
Yeah. Four-man rush. Brown. Incomplete. Flag comes in.
Oh, man, that's a big flag for USF.
Singleton was being covered by Dizon Johnson, and a flag came in.
Pass interference. Defense number 27. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
You hate to see it, and USF gets an automatic first down from that.
For 90 yards.
We do have an update in the Peacock matchup between Rutgers and Miami, by the way. So Rutgers does have a 30-17 lead with 5 minutes left to go in that ball game.
Johnson's just hanging on the backside of him, gets there too early, tries to attack the ball. The referees are going to call that every single time.
Handoff right side and nothing.
All right, so that's going to probably take us right into the 2-minute warning. So we'll put a cap into that. We do see a red zone opportunity for Navy and UAB.
Runs out of space. Roy Williams. Dak Gummit chases him out of bounds to the sideline. Sharing the name of the former UNC basketball coach who was at the North Carolina season opener.
One of the many luminaries from UNC that was there for that embarrassment.
Boy, did that go south in a hurry.
Yeah.
Started out nice.
Yeah, I mean, if they pull this off, I genuinely agree with you there. Should 100%. Be looking at a.
What a great job by the Navy offensive line. You saw that.
Yeah, definitely at the highest ranked group of 5 team.
They just manned up.
I think regardless of what happens, USF should get some serious consideration, be ranked in the top 25. Because they made Boise State look awful too. So they already have, depending on how you view what constitutes a top 25 win, they have one already against Boise.
First and goal. Horvath around the edge. Stood up and thrown forward. Maybe at home, inside the red zone, dating back to the start of last year, they have scored in every trip.
There's Ben Purvis wearing 68 in honor of David Forney. Somebody every year wears Forney's old 68. Forney, a midshipman who died after the season a few years back.
Oh man, USF going down the sideline, gets across the 35-yard line. They're in field goal range. We got ourselves a 2-minute timeout.
Horvath sneaks through and steps in.
Hey, what's going on, Outward Fantasy Sports? Welcome to the screen. Okay, maybe just scored a touchdown. We're gonna see a 2-minute warning here shortly. We cut to them soon. We do see Clemson. We did get a touchdown. Wait, see if we can get an extra point there. And same thing with Navy and UAB.
Does a really nice job. That defensive tackle came free.
But to answer your question, USF does in fact have the ball. We just saw them go into a 2-minute timeout. All right, so both Navy and Clemson did make their extra point.
Horvat pays it off, but it started with defense. And Philip Hamilton forcing the fumble.
One of Ryan Newberry's big points the other day. We have got to get turnovers. We thrive on turnovers. Well, they certainly did there.
All right, guys. So the free games that we do have left, crazy thing happening here. They're all at commercial break. So while we're waiting, just quick recap of what happened in the FCS games. Or FCS versus FBS matchups. Ohio State definitely proved they're #1 team in the nation. They ended up winning 70-0. 70-0 was the final score. Just an absolute splattering that we witnessed there. Meanwhile, we do see Wyoming. They did beat Northern Illinois Northern Iowa, 31-7. Appalachian State escapes with a 7-point win against Lindenwood as well. Buffalo wins by 39. Tennessee beats East Tennessee State 72-17. Georgia State will blow out on Gardner-Webb. Georgia, interesting enough, didn't play that great against Austin Peay. They only win 28-6. New Mexico does have a 10-point win against Idaho State. Let's see what else do we have, because I know that there was another really close game happening. I don't know if I could find it though. I swore that I saw something about Sacramento State and what is the other game that it was? Okay, Sacramento State, interesting enough, only down by 2 against Nevada. 2-point game there. Sacramento State does have the ball, and it looks like they're on their own 29-yard lines. They're getting ready to go into the 2-minute timeout. So that's happening in terms of games still going in the FBS versus FCS games. Wake Forest is up on Western Carolina 42-10. Looks like it's going to be your final result there. Southern Miss entering the fourth quarter against Jackson State. Southern Miss does have a 24-10 lead. And then UMass up by 10. But we saw USF and Florida get out of timeout.
They have the football.
Let's go ahead and jump into it. Yep. USF down by 1. Coming out of the 2-minute timeout as well.
And again, I'll go back to Nico.
They're already in field goal range. But can they pull even closer?
52-yarder, 51-yarder. He only made 3 field goals last year. Those were the 3 he made. Quick slant pass is caught there by Porter.
Okay, USF is in the red zone, boys.
Boy, now South Florida just wants to take this clock down as much as they can.
Yeah, play it slow. Expect to see a heavy dosage of Byron Brown and Alvon Isaac, who's been running the ball very effectively here in the fourth quarter.
And also, if you're USF, you could run out the rest of this clock if you want. Always get it down as much as you can.
Hand it off to Isaac. He's to the 15.
Okay, so USF is across down to the 15-yard line, but the 14-yard line as well.
And at some point in time, Florida's going to have to call a timeout to save time for their offense if they want to get a chance to try to get an extra possession.
Post game.
Boy, this clock just ticking down under 45 seconds now.
Gators do have 2 timeouts. They're just not using them right now. Imagine if they hold him, get him to a 3rd down situation, we'll see Florida possibly use one of those timeouts. All right, it's a quarterback run for Brian Brown. He gets across the 10-yard line. That's a 1st down.
Way down to the 8, and that is a 1st down. South Florida can use their timeouts now, but South Florida can still kick this with no time left if they so choose.
Yes.
Okay, so Florida did just use their 2nd timeout.
Don't forget, we will get you to Tuscaloosa when we are finished here. Alabama at home against Louisiana Monroe. Tom Hart, Jordan Rogers, Cole Cuba.
Oh, the played a little spoiler.
Seconds remaining in this one.
What did Stoner Gamer do?
Knocked off the Florida Gators 0-3. Can they pull this upset off and just propel themselves in the top 25? And don't forget, next week they travel down to Miami to play the Hurricanes. And meanwhile, this Florida team's got LSU on the docket.
It's a lot of football left to be played this year. But for South Florida, being able to do something that they haven't done before in a long time would mean a lot for this program to get on the footing where Alex Golesh wants to take them.
Well, you felt like if they wanted to stay in that conversation, national, big picture, they had to split one of these 2 games with Florida and Miami.
All right, here we go. I imagine this next run.
They have a chance to do that.
I'm going to try to center it a little bit.
The Bulls can finish this off.
Quarterback run.
Brown again takes it himself. Falls
Okay, they do center it inside the 5-yard line. It's at the 2.
Timeout Florida with 17 seconds remaining.
3rd and final of the 2nd half. 30-second timeout.
I just snap it right back to him one more time and say, go get you a touchdown.
Unpopular opinion, but do you let Byron Brown score there and try to force another possession? As we take a look at the replay, Byron Brown having a runner as a quarterback.
Honestly, I have to agree with the announcer here. I would imagine he would have to go.
18 seconds. 1-8.
Finds the opening, and his physicality takes over after that. And this guy's a playmaker.
The win against Boise State on Thursday snapped an 18-game losing streak to ranked opponents. But now they're trying to snap a streak against ranked opponents on the road. They have not won a road game against a ranked opponent since beating Notre Dame in 2011.
I'm still playing then, Dave.
That's a long time ago.
That's a long time, Dave.
Boy, this.
All right, for those still keeping track of the Troy and Clemson game on ACC Network, Troy has now reached midfield. He got a 1st and 10.
So the Gators are now out of timeouts. South Florida with 1 remaining. Brown takes it himself. He will get it down to the 2-yard line.
Okay.
The clock is ticking. Alex Golesh going to wait to call the timeout. He's down inside the 5 at the line of scrimmage, basically. And he will burn the timeout.
All right, here we go. 3 seconds left.
So this is basically an extra point for Nico Grammatica of the Kicking Grammaticus. This is just what they do in their household.
Yes. It's automatic. If you're born with the last name Grammatica, you come out kicking.
He missed.
Or Troy with a big play down the sideline, too. So Troy is entering the red zone. Less than 7 minutes left to go, but a Troy with a chance to make this a 1-score game.
This team has never won a conference championship. They played 29 years of football. 25 have been at the FBS level. They've been in multiple conferences, but right now sitting in the American, which is a really good football league.
Yes, yes.
And this might be their year. I mean, I know there's Tulane, there's Memphis, there's Navy, there's some roadblocks out there, but this team might have what it takes.
Yeah, this could propel them into the momentum stratosphere that they're looking for. But they got to connect right now. 3 seconds left.
20-yard field goal attempt from the middle of the field.
All right, here we go. Kick is up. It's good. USF is stunned. The Florida Gators on the road.
The final score, and the
oh my! Someone say, do you believe in miracles? But Alex Golesh will let you know there was no miracle here. They always believed from the very beginning, and they lived up to it. USF with a ranked win against Boise State. They now also have a ranked win against Florida. 17.5-point underdogs too.
We thought the Bulls had a statement win last Thursday.
And they got it.
In their opener. You can put that one to the backside. This is their statement.
All right, so just 2 games left. Once probably the Troy and the Clemson game goes final, we're going to sign off for tonight. But in the meantime, just checking in what we got going on between Troy and Clemson. Troy in a 4th down situation.
Lots been made the past couple of years of Dabo not going in the portal. Well, he certainly went in the
Wow,
portal
what a win for Southern Florida, by the way. USF, stand up. The American Conference, stand up.
It is now 3rd and Gaffney.
Taking down the big bad SEC, too.
6 yards. Check it 4th down. This is desperation time right now for Troy. Crowder was banged up on that play. Got the dirtiest jersey on the field. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with 4th
All right,
down.
so they're going into commercial break. You never know. We don't do the commercials. Let's swing over and see what's going on with UAB and Navy.
Former Navy football players, Commander
We're not getting
Jordan
into the, like,
Lieutenant
the
Conrad
3rd quarter, it seems
one of the
like.
many great things about college football here in Annapolis.
Hard to remember that was today.
There we are.
Late in the 3rd quarter.
5 hours ago. And that was the quietest flyover
Yes, it was.
I've ever seen. And I've seen a few here. But, I mean, when they flew over, it was like, are those props? But nope, those are jets. Those are quiet jets.
Very smooth before the game. After the first UAB punt of the season, Horvath accelerates up the middle.
Woo, Horvath, I don't know, baby.
Blake Horvath on run number 14 of the game. Huge gain of 22.
Yeah, he's got the ability. This is what we were talking about. When he accelerates in a hole, he can go away from tacklers really, really fast. I mean, this guy can just go. Steve Russ, the defensive coordinator, said it really got a lot of people's attention when he went 95 yards against Oklahoma. He says 95 yards is tough, but Oklahoma?
Nobody from that SEC team was able to catch him. That kind of speed. 64 yards on the ground in this game. Wants more. Couple in front. And Randy, I'm impressed with the patience. It's not only the speed, but he can stop and start with the best of them.
Blake Horvath, unquestionably the best quarterback in the G5.
That is Steve Russ, who is the defensive coordinator, who has.
Yeah, do you post those publicly on Twitter? I know you sent me DMs about it.
And even
You
last
post
year,
those,
assistant to Coach Calhoun in Air Force.
publicly?
Yeah, they run the options.
I'm very curious to see what happens with USF too.
And he's very familiar with it. Of course, this is an option team that's morphing and changing before his eyes.
Tesco.
Right.
How about that?
That big run for the Navy guy. Oh, he gets tripped up. Literally a two-way tackle, preventing him from getting into the end zone. But great run by Tesco, though.
You got that full house backfield. There's been a lot of success out of it. Teska's lining up in the pistol back and the far back. He comes through on that handoff and just does get tripped up. Otherwise, he's through the gate and he's gone.
All right, and then we officially have a final notification from Western Carolina and Lake Forest. Wake Forest does respond nicely after nearly losing to Kennesaw State last weekend.
Man who
we do see West Carolina lose 42-10 was that final score there.
Redshirt senior from Bessemer, Alabama.
He's holding that shoulder like he might have hurt his arm or hurt his shoulder when he made that tackle. You can extend yourself like that. Watch 17 coming from the right side of the screen.
Yeah, I'm curious how my Redshirts Sports committee members, my fellow pollsters,
tough ball,
how they feel
secondary banged up coming into this game.
About USF.
USF beat Florida 18-16.
Wow. So USF, remember, they began the season with 3 ranked opponents in their first 3 games. Well, they can check off Boise State off the list in week 1. They check off Florida.
So USF and Miami should be, since we're talking about USF and Miami, that should be a ranked game.
That's a concern, head coach, knowing that the secondary for UAB is getting thin. With Williams being looked at on the sideline. This is the first conference game in the American. UAB and Navy.
And we talk about all the adjustments. Right now, Drew Cronick, the offensive coordinator for the Navy offense, is just maybe 1 or 2 adjustments ahead of Coach Russ on the other side of the ball.
Teska has a block in front of him. Teska navigates back inside.
Oh, Teska. I thought Teska was going to have a touchdown there. He really, he showed some sharpness for a fullback.
Hey, check out Chapman. These backs, Chapman 24 right here. See him right there? Look at that block. These backs live for that. I mean, they all love to carry the ball. They all want the glory. They want the yards. They want the touchdowns. But, you know, they seem to even get more.
All right, so we're going to take that into the fourth quarter. We're going to have a 1-score game there. We'll check in now. Clemson against Troy. Clemson does have the ball with about 3 minutes left. We're trying to run down the clock. It's a receiver of a win, which I'm sure like Dabo will be the first one to tell you after a starting season 0-1 against LSU in the Battle of Death Valley. Disappointing day for Clemson. Yet again, I can see them slipping in the rankings, particularly for us over Redshirt Sports. But Clemson does get another first down. It does look like we are going to see Clemson pull that one out.
On the board.
What a disappointing game for the Clemson Tigers. We got to call a spade there.
The first half. It's been that kind of a second half with a bell count, though, for the Clemson Tigers. You know, Dabo loves the fact that he thinks his team might be able to burn the remaining 2.5 off on this clock without giving the ball back to Troy.
One more play before the 2-minute timeout.
This time met the backfield.
All right, so we do also have a final notification from the Peacock matchup between Rutgers and Miami. Rutgers does end up winning 45-17 as the Miami Redhawks. They're going to fall to 0-2. Given they were blown out twice in the span of 2 weeks, I would imagine that they would be done with college football playoff contention, since that's 2 particularly black eyes. Let's check around the country while both games remaining are still at commercial break. So Arkansas is dominating Arkansas State early in the fourth quarter. They're up 49-14. Nevada just barely going to survive against Sacramento State. The Wolfpack, they are going to escape with a 20-17 lead there. That is going final here shortly. Meanwhile, Marshall starting things up in the second half against Missouri State. Marshall is up 17-7 with about 11 minutes left in the third quarter. Tulane in the battle with Mardi Gras against South Alabama. Tulane, actually a very exciting game that we have going on. Tulane is going to be up 21-14 there. Low-scoring game happening in the battle of I think it's called the Rust Bucket. If anyone's familiar with the rivalry game name for Houston and Rice, definitely let me know. But Houston is down to Rice 3-0. Meanwhile, Toledo dominating Western Kentucky. They're up 24-7. That's midway through the second quarter. Kansas State is up 10-0 on Army with about 5 minutes left in the half there. Long Island up 14-10 against Eastern Michigan. There's 6 minutes left in that half still. but certainly some trouble in Ypsilanti after losing to Texas State. North Carolina, they're up 10-0 late in the first against Charlotte. Georgia State up 9-7 midway through the second quarter. And then Northern Colorado actually up 10-0 on Colorado State right now. So those games are happening at the moment. Nebraska up 9-0 against Akron. Virginia Tech up 10-0 against Vanderbilt. And then Southern Illinois is actually up early against Purdue as well. So Navy and UAB, they're coming out of the timeout.
Crazy, and if
go ahead and check back in on what's going on with the UAB game as of right now.
Just for today, the way they're going. And right now, Navy is out adjusting UAB.
To start the fourth quarter, a first and goal. Quick snap, handoff, crashing through, touchdown, Navy.
All right, and the Navy obviously just scored there.
Alex Teska burrows his way in the first play of the fourth quarter.
You couldn't tell that it was a touchdown immediately because I think some of the
All right, so that drive's going to come to an end. Clemson and Troy. We'll see if Clemson can finish this drive out with the ball, try to run out the rest of the clock as they are coming out of the 2-minute warning. Is Clemson pick up the first down?
Picks up the first down.
They are moving the sticks for the first down. Yeah, Navy's starting to pull away there as well. We did notice that.
Right there, we're seeing Antonio Williams, their star receiver. He was out, but man, what a sluggish first half this was. Sluggish might even be an understatement. They were
shocking.
They were
half, yes.
shocked.
But they responded, and now they'll look forward to next week. They've got a showdown as they open up ACC play along with Georgia Tech in Atlanta. Tech hammered Gardner-Webb earlier today, so they had no issues.
I don't think it's insignificant either that you had that last touchdown throw by Cade Klubnik either. I mean, to get him in rhythm and get him, you know, some confidence, momentum going into conference play. I mean, obviously you'll take a win, but you want that number 2 playing at his best. Clemson, I still don't know where they're at receiver-wise in terms of if Antonio Williams is down. You know, is TJ Moore and Bryant Wesco Jr., they love them internally, but can they be featured, you know, go-to receivers and live without Antonio Williams? That'll be the question these next couple of weeks, should Williams be down.
Yeah, definitely some things to figure out for sure there.
Klubnik will keep it himself. Slide after picking up about a yard.
All right, guys, so it looks like this game is about to end. That is the last meaningful play as Clemson is going to come out and win 27-16, ending up being your final score here, guys. As, boys, it has been a fantastic day of college football here, man. But with that being said, guys, I am going to go ahead and we are going to spend some quality time with my family. So from my family to your family as well, thank you guys so much for being a part of the college football red zone experience. 8 hours of mostly commercial-free football with a couple of mistakes made by me here or there. I've had an incredible fun time. I hope you guys had an incredibly fun time. Before you leave, if you haven't done so yet already, make sure you hit that like button as well as hit subscribe as well, because that's how we get this college football red zone idea out to more like-minded fans like yourself. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity to be your host. This is Jake from College Football Red Zone signing off. Hoping you guys are all out there with an amazing night. Take care, everybody.